the fascist enjoys playing with fiction. They delight in telling lies, and they know that while their interlocutor might try to engage in good faith, they'll simply lie and lie and blah blah blah. Like that was always like the old quote. It's like, this is why you shouldn't debate fascists. But I don't know if somebody has it, but that's what these people do, right? Like I think Catfuls on her stream was like, I don't care if he raped someone or not. Like, I'll make rape accusations. Who cares? Demon Mama said the same on her stream before. She's like, oh, some person didn't call Destiny a rapist. And then when she found out somebody did call me a rapist, she's like, oh, well, I don't care about that. Oh, Demon Mama also about the hate raid stuff, right? Like, oh, Destiny hate raided me. And then somebody provided
like, I don't care.
I didn't. Okay. And Demon Mama didn't care. Like, none of them actually give a fuck about like what's like true or whatever. So like, what's the point in any manifest or anything? None of these people care. New Destiny lore dropped. Oh, did I kill somebody else or rape somebody else or do something else? What is it now? Let's see. What has Destiny done? Used tons of slurs, blackface, talked against rights for minorities, claims that LGBTQ plus people are mostly pedos, is also a shitty husband. He played video games with his friends for money on his fucking wedding night. Also tons of more shit that I definitely missed. Nice. I saw a pretty heavily liked tweet of some nerd saying that he had a master's in econ and was never taught about unions once. Imagine thinking I'm going to believe someone in undergrad didn't take macro, micro econ 101 or labor economics to get their degree. Oh, I saw that tweet. That was a super liked tweet. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But, you know, maybe.
Link.
No, actually, I don't believe it. Never mind. I learned about unions in high school econ. I wonder if I just had a god tier high school experience that gave me more than like most people get, like finishing all of their undergrad.
It's super easy to learn about unions, and I learned in like civics and
everybody's
fucking
just exceptionally fucking stupid. I don't believe that you made it through a master's degree in anything econ related, and you never talked about unions a certain time. You never talked about like sectorial bargaining, or you never talked about like monopolies or monopsony, or you never talked about unions never came up a single time. That like what an amazing educational experience you must have had. I don't know. I don't believe it. Yeah. Is there anything down here that I need?
Oh, actually, I kind of just want to do more farming. We'll see. I almost beat this yesterday, but I got super tilted, and I just kept missing everything.
Why not just go online and make shit up? Like that. There was that one kid who, what did he tweet? Something like, well, I don't want to misquote it. Did he say that like, I'm glad Destiny's banned because like, I feel unsafe, like when somebody attempted to lynch me for being black like 5 years ago? I'm like, bro, are you serious? I don't believe it. I don't believe anything. I just super don't believe it. Devil's Girl initially got online famous for having extremely online meltdown about a breakup with her boyfriend. She also ran for the Communist Party in Canada, got blown the fuck out so fucking hard she had to pull the Social Party. Yeah, there was a whole bunch of TV fronts posting on some of the weird shit that was going on with her and that community.
You got caught right there. Oh, I got caught by it too.
Which panel shows
I'm the idiot now.
I personally thought that most of the panel shows were a little bit crazy because the people on them tended to be crazy, but
I don't know how he grabbed me, but whatever.
I don't know. Apparently August thought I was a good moderate.
Like, super much.
Obama.
I'm gonna go farm everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, technically, if I wanted to do panels on YouTube, I still have enough sway that I could probably force people to come and not do it. Or not stream on Twitch or be on my show, but I don't know if I care that much about it. I feel like I could kill a lot of these people by just horse red.
Why is he just murdering zombies in the fucking fields?
They give 30 souls each, not worth the time? You know what? Look at them. Look at how stupid they look. I think they are worth the time. Actually, I don't think they are worth the time. Never mind. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Kill this many. Now they are worth the time. Now that you're banned, how do you think Twitch politics will... I don't know.
I guess I can't really do this while I'm on Twitch, can I? Where'd I get those other souls from? Actually...
Oh, you're barely... Panels are boring. Yeah, it's just hard to find. I don't know who some people are debating. I'm not sure. That's still like my strongest point, I think, but it's just gonna be, it's hard to find people.
I'll do it. I will be the White Knight.
What are the replies to this tweet? Your husband groped a woman while live. Nice. Girl, bye. I'm reading replies to Melina's tweet. Girl, bye. Fuck you and your husband. Both of y'all deserve each other. White supremacist, transphobic, racist cunts. Jesus Christ. Your husband is a racist, transphobic piece of shit, and so are you. That's actually true though. You did grope Mia Rose on stream. You want to know like the real red pill about that? I don't talk about it much because like I don't like simping for myself, but like I think that if I think that if that was a roles reverse thing, I think that I think that I could make the opposite argument. I'm gonna be completely honest. That was a stream where everybody in that stream was encouraging me to drink way more than I ever had before. That was literally the second time in my entire life I'd ever been wasted. And I think Mia Rose even tweeted out as much later on that she's like, oh yeah, there was like a really good opportunity for me. Like there was a lot of viewers and shit, so I thought it whatever. Like everybody in that stream was encouraging me to drink. I got way too drunk. Again, this is literally the second time I wasted my life. Yeah, I grabbed her fucking boobs and shit on stream. I was also running around like doing like push-ups and shit, talking to my kid. I think I had like a massive breakdown later that night because I was so fucking wasted. Like, did I do dumb shit on that stream? Yeah, for sure. I wish I was a woman so I didn't have any accountability for my actions though. Like, yeah, I was so drunk from that stream. I was still drunk 10 years later when Andy tried to keep me from driving my car. But whatever. Okay, what do we do? I think I'm wasting my time here. I don't think I need anything. Oh, wait, we're not wasting our time. New bonfire.
The Steve Dangle Podcast with your hosts, Steve Dangle, Adam Wilde, and Jesse Blake.
No HP maybe?
Let's take a quick look at the NHL standings in the Atlantic Division. Florida, 63 games played, 92 points. Toronto, 63 games, 85 points.
Great team.
And in third place, no, that's the Boston Bruins, 64 games played, 85 points. If the playoffs started today, the Toronto Maple Leafs and Boston Bruins would meet in the first round.
For all the huffing and homing about the Leaf season and how it's been going, the damn Leafs are in second place in the division.
I know, it's amazing.
Shut up, they're a great team.
Just
That's what I'm focusing on.
yeah.
Yeah.
But what's your subconscious focusing on?
No, they're gonna get home ice.
I know. I hear what you're saying.
Kinda cool.
Facing mouth. I hear what you're saying.
What are you, when you see those standings, what do you think?
2013, 2018, 2019. This unending nightmare. This Batman and Joker scenario. I think you and I are destined to do this forever.
This is how you want it to be done, though.
Is it?
If the Leafs are ever going to get to a second round, isn't it perfect that they beat Boston?
Fuck, he's right.
You know it.
I hate it.
This is exactly how we want it.
You know what?
It's a lot of fun.
To me,
Sports is fun.
To me, it's the best story out there, and I think Jesse's right. And if the Leafs are really going to do this, don't they have to do it against the Bruins?
Yes.
Don't they have to?
Yes.
No.
I said that the last 3 times.
But they have to.
2.
They're going to do it. They're going to have to do it against the Bruins. It has to happen. It has to happen. And Pete Blackburn is going to have to troll Leaf fans for an entire series. That's 8 to 10 days of Pete Blackburn trolling the Leafs in a row. I hope you're ready for that. Now, obviously,
Only
we
uses spells, so
have some
Mimic
games and
doesn't
stuff
use
to
any
talk
extreme
about.
useless.
We have some issues and stuff to talk about. But let me ask you this question. When we have... Well,
You bastard.
what would be the thing that you would say most about NHL general managers? If you could use a word or a sentence to describe them, what would it be? Okay, what else? Old works.
Quiet. Oh, that's going to be my word.
What people? Okay.
What
Also,
men?
I would say, while those are also true, uncreative. Lacking in imagination, mostly. I would say there's a few who are not. And you know what I have to say? For the teams that were trading their 2023, 2024, 2025 picks, there are some teams with imagination. I'm starting to like what I'm seeing.
Sure.
They're starting to watch football, which is nice, because that's what they do. That's what the NBA does. But I can't stand looking at this.
Oh, dear. Oh.
According to Pierre LeBrun, the NHL GMs are discussing extending the salary cap into the Stanley Cup playoffs. Now, you might not think this is a big deal, and I guess for most teams it's not. However, players don't get paid outside of the regular season. So why would you have a salary cap in the playoffs? I guess there's been a lot of complaining, a lot of whinging about what's happening with the Tampa Bay Lightning, who yet again, somebody important on their LTIR. Do they not?
Well, they went and traded for Brent Seabrook's contract. So they were one of the teams who traded for a ghost.
And what does that mean, Steven?
It means they're able to spend over the salary cap.
Right, which is how the CBA is structured, is it not?
Sure is.
Right. You know what we needed? We needed a hard cap to make the smaller teams competitive. No. But I guess there's a group of 10 or so GMs, according to Pierre LeBrun, that have talked about it over the past month and are in favor of seeing the salary cap extended to the playoffs in one form or another, or at least having the discussion about it. Obviously, nothing would change this year. Change never comes fast. I'm quoting directly here. If this thing ever gets off the ground, it wouldn't happen until next season at the earliest, and it should be noted the very notion of extending the salary cap into the postseason is a CBA matter that would require the NHLPA to sign off for it on it. And I can guarantee you this, the NHLPA would never sign it.
Of course not. And here's what I have in my mind. A board game of Guess Who. And on it, there's 32 GMs. Right? But if you don't meet certain criteria, flick, you get flicked down.
Oh, okay. Like the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are certain GMs, because they're having the GM meetings, and they're going to have their old GM talks about the same shit every time. And, frankly, even though all 32 teams are equal, there are certain teams that should be bluntly excluded from this. Montreal, just because you're in last. I don't want to hear it. You spent the most money last year. Shut up.
And I think they're spending the most money this year, too, aren't they?
Arizona, half your roster are ghosts. And that's been the case for over half a decade. Shut up. Seattle, you just got here. Shut up. New Jersey, you haven't done anything since Taylor Hall was on your team. Shut up. Haven't even made the playoffs.
They actually bought all last offseason.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah.
No, but like what I'm saying, if you haven't
done anything.
If you haven't been relevant in the playoff conversation, I don't want your opinion. You know what I mean? So
What are you talking about?
they shut up. When was the last time the Sens made it? I know they went to the conference final 2017. Have they made it since?
I don't think so.
Shut up. Philadelphia. Shut up. Buffalo. Shut up. Chicago. You suck.
Shut-
But when you were relevant, you did this.
So-
Shut up.
so Toronto should shut
Detroit. Shut up.
Right? He's going to say Toronto should
San
shut.
Jose is maybe the first team looking at the bottom of the standings that gets any say.
Yeah, but they have some big contracts on there, and I'm not...
You're right, Adam, so shut up! Get out of
They
here!
have some outrageous contracts, and it could have been worse with Tavares at $13 million, which is what they offered him.
The Ducks just tried to trade for Dodonov. Shut up! I would never tell Lou Lamoriello to shut up, so that's maybe the first one with the Islanders. That's maybe the
What's wrong with the GMs having those discussions? Just exploring the idea, because it can't come in effect. Last episode I brought up how the CBA expires in 2026. And this can't be changed until then. So what's wrong with them 5 years ahead of time just having a conversation?
I don't like a conversation that has an obvious answer. because that feels like a waste of time.
What's the
Feels
obvious
like a
answer?
What is the obvious answer?
To not friggin' have it. A salary cap that goes into the playoffs. What are we doing?
And I think it goes back to, I think a lot of people disagree with you on that, and it goes back to the idea that hard salary cap therefore equals inherent fairness, which I'm sorry to tell you doesn't exist.
No, it's money laundering.
Sports, like life, are unfair, and bigger teams are going to have advantages. And reality is, if there was a salary
it's
cap,
really
in the playoffs,
boring.
then there would have to be LTIR in the.
There's a
playoffs.
reason
If
why
there's
I don't watch
LTIR in the
soccer
playoffs,
anymore.
Teams can overspend the salary cap. The other thing I want to say
Because
is
Manchester City
we
just
keep
buys the
penalizing
league.
teams for going over, but we do not penalize teams for coming in under. And the whole point of having the salary cap floor, if you're actually pro player, which a lot of people shockingly are not. If you're pro player, you need teams to be spending money. That's why there's a $62
Now, should
million
this go in
minimum.
like
I
cap
think
going in
it's
the playoffs?
62.
Probably not.
I think
'cause
it's like a 20
It's
million.
in- not paying.
Yeah,
Neighborhood.
but there are teams spending below that because they're poorly run. They're poorly run
And poor.
and poor, but poorly run.
Poor.
Poorly run franchises for years and generationally poorly run franchises. Multiple owner poorly run franchises. Not naming anybody in particular. And so, if we're going to get upset about that, I would also like to start penalizing shitty teams from shitty organizations that are taking from the pool, taking from the players, and taking from the teams that are actually run well. Because, by the way, you can have a small market team and have it be profitable. You can have a small market team and have it be really well run. That's extremely very possible under the current NHL system. The teams that can't do it are incompetent. And I don't understand why we're so focused on worrying about teams that are spending more when we spend no time talking about teams that are spending less. That's the crime.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. We got a couple of teams in this league on life support. Life support. And nobody's like, we should probably fix that.
And other teams that should be excluded from the conversation, anyone who's ever traded a player who's never going to play again, which would exclude the Leafs.
Of course. This whole conversation excludes the Leafs, by the way.
Oh, 100%. Speaking of playoff relevance, LOL. But
Yeah, right.
they've been in there, but
At least they're there.
Yeah,
They're there.
At least they're there and participate and then promptly leave. But they acquired Nathan Horton. Don't want to hear from him. Tampa Bay. Don't want to hear from him.
Well, the Leafs reacquired David Clarkson's contract, too. Don't forget that. He finished his career as a Leaf.
So they traded him. He did play again. Reacquired him. Never played again. Don't want to hear from you. Brent Seabrook to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Don't want to hear from you. All the teams who acquired Mark Savard's contract, and there were several, don't want to hear from you. The Coyotes with Pronger don't want to hear from you. The Coyotes with Datsuk don't want to hear from you. The Coyotes with Brian Little don't want to hear from you. The Coyotes with, the list is even longer than that, but I can't remember them all, don't want to hear from you. The Jets who traded Brian Little to them don't want to hear from you. The Red Wings who traded Datsuk to the Coyotes don't want to hear from you. Guys, the wrong people are having this conversation.
Who's the... Can you name a single team who can participate in this conversation?
The whole reason the salary cap is there is NHL GMs are out of their minds and stupid and can't control themselves. Why are they having the debate? Okay, guys, now that we're all here in the same room, should we control ourselves?
Right. Yeah, and the idea, the very idea, the hypothesis that general managers care about fairness. They don't give a shit.
No,
they're trying to win.
No, it should be owners having this debate.
If the
anyone
NHL
oh, I spilled my coffee.
Bro, if my NHL general manager said, I don't think the league's fair enough, I'd fire him. Like, get out of here. The whole point, if you're not trying to at least, if you're not, here's the thing. There's cheating, which, like, the Patriots did when they, like, videotaped the Giants practice, right?
Mhm.
When they did that, that's sort of cheating. But the whole thing of the old adage, if you're not cheating if you're not trying. Or so you're not trying if you're not cheating, whatever it is. What Lou Lamoriello does, and did with the Leafs, and did with the Islanders, and did with New Jersey, that is the kind of competitive I want. Do you think Lou Lamoriello gives a shit about fair?
I don't know what he gives a shit about. I'd be like, what if he was like really
Showing up on
into-
time and being shaved. Cares about that.
You think Lou Lamoriello's
Nice
a
tight
Warhammer
haircut.
guy?
What do you mean?
Like he just, you know, in his spare time, he just likes to paint those little colors,
No.
put them in different
I
spots.
don't think so.
No.
No. I think Lou Lamoriello lives and breathes. There's a garbage. There's
And
actually a
that's it?
garbage over there. Did
Yeah,
you-
but I threw it towards you, so I don't care.
Here, throw it. Here's the
Here,
garbage.
where's the garbage?
Right over Jesse.
No. Shit! I missed.
Anyways. Steve's trying to clean up his coffee. So I just think, I mean, it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
Do you think it's funny how?
Jesse, do you think it's funny how?
It's the wrong people having the conversation.
Is it a
'cause
conversation worth
they're-
having?
Yeah. I don't know why you can't talk about it.
You can talk about
Yeah, and that's all the report is, because nothing's going to change until the CBA is renegotiated into a long lockout. But these aren't the people that we should be looking towards for this decision making. And I guess if you look at it from that perspective, I think that's what you're looking at is these are the wrong guys. You should not be making the change because you are the ones doing the damage. So I guess it's a pointless conversation because you shouldn't have an input. You shouldn't have a seat at the table to this change in the CBA because you're the general manager who's making these bad decisions.
All of them, then. Yeah.
Yeah,
You created this.
This is an owner decision, like you said, Adam, and a player decision. Those are the two parties who should be negotiating this change. So yeah, why are you talking about this?
It's like whenever I see a news story, like the government voted to give themselves a raise. I'm like, feels like they shouldn't be in charge of that.
You're yelling at the TV. That's my money.
Yeah, that's, well, shouldn't.
Who the fuck would be in
I don't
charge?
know who should be in charge of that, but I'm positive it's not you.
Yeah.
Like what? I've never seen. You know what? They don't want it this time.
The Coyotes have $21 million on
You
injured
can vote in
reserve,
somebody that doesn't want to raise.
which if you subtract that from their salary cap, they're at about like 55-ish million.
No one's upset about that?
An actual salary cap. You should be as upset about the Coyotes grossly underspending under the cap floor as you were about Kucherov last year coming back and Tampa overspending the cap ceiling. Like, it's the same thing except in reverse.
And those are some of the highest paid Coyotes.
Where's
too.
the T-shirt for this?
Yeah.
You
By the
know?
way,
Like last year we had T-shirts about Kucherov.
any general manager and truly any fan base that's complaining about this, let's call it what it is. If that was your team, you wouldn't care. If it's, oh man, like remember when Tampa won last year, Canadians fans, I get this, rightfully so, were ticked about the fact that, you know, they had spent $18 million over the cap or something like that, and then Tampa Bay made a T-shirt out of it, wore it on boats or whatever. But if it had been reversed, where Montreal had spent $18 million over, and Tampa had spent right to the cap, you know, because like the good guys, the Montreal Canadiens were okay. Do you think Montreal Canadiens fans would give it a shit? They'd be like, yeah, you know what? Let's hand the cup back.
Yeah.
Every fan base would be like, I don't care how much they spend, just win a cup.
Yeah. You know,
So don't. So when Jesse says what he says, don't come back to us in the comments and go, I'll tell you why I care more about overspending than underspending, because you don't.
no.
You don't. If you were put in that position, you would not. You'd be like, you know what? My team just won the cup, and I'm not going to celebrate it because they cheated.
If you leave a comment about this, I'm going to assume you're Jeremy. I get, okay, Jeremy.
I want not.
Okay.
The only person I want responding to this is not Jeremy Jacobs on YouTube.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Jacobs, and I think the team should have more accountability. Also, the Leafs shouldn't be allowed to fly their own players to Toronto.
Was that a thing?
You can't work
Yep.
out in the offseason in the
Yep.
facility.
Remember that? The Leafs were
That
trying
was
to...
that was Boston that did that.
No, I don't know if it was Boston, but
We can assume.
we can reliably assume. No, but someone in the NHL when
Yeah, I don't
the
know
Leafs
what
are
I was
flying their own players.
Thought I could roll out.
By the way,
I don't know why I thought I
companies do that all
could.
the time.
No, not in the NHL.
Not in the NHL.
No.
Like the Leafs were paying to fly players to Canada so that they could train at the Leafs practice facility,
You're not allowed to do that.
which you can't. Why on earth can't you do
Because
that?
the poor teams can't do it, so it's
Get
unfair.
unpoor.
It's unfair
Like-
that the rich teams get to do it.
Listen, when it comes to people, I will never scream that. When it comes to multi-million-dollar hockey teams, get on board. Okay, what if you simply did a good job and were able to afford flying your prospects?
Yeah, let's just
To Canada.
be
Well,
the
like-
Leafs
like we
forehead.
found out last year, it's not as though there isn't hockey support in Arizona.
Oh yeah.
The AHL team does great. There's a lot of great young development
Good on
leagues
that.
there for kids.
Where,
I'm just using them as an example. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to name any teams specifically.
no, but like, where does it stop? So like, I've told the story before where a player was traded from the Ottawa Senators, broke, to the Toronto Maple Leafs, rich.
Yeah.
And they were talking about how they didn't have a goalie coach travel on the road with them. Is that not allowed either? So we bring that up at the GM meetings. That shouldn't be allowed. Shouldn't be allowed. They shouldn't be able to. Get unbroke. Do a better job.
You know
Well,
what? You know what might help team controls?
Move to fucking LeBreton Flats.
Yeah, that would help.
Oh, sorry.
My favorite move.
The NHL isn't a business where the businesses within the NHL are allowed to operate in a free market sense, where the best run organizations go to the top because they're the ones that make the most profit are thriving marketplace. It's run in the way that the NHL is the business, and then all the entities within it are just supporting the big brand.
Okay.
You know, so
He
they're
died, and I
just
think my
trying to
mimic
prop
has
up all
user amount of
32
health.
teams instead of just letting the 32 teams operate as separate
Hi.
businesses.
That's why
It's-
I, as a fan of the NHL, whenever Gary Bettman comes out to present the Stanley Cup, I cheer for him. And then as soon as one of the players comes and picks it up, I stop.
Right. Because it's about
I don't
shield,
care.
about the press.
It's about the shield. Gary comes out. Ah, yes, Daddy, slay! And then like Ovechkin picks it up in 2018, and I'm like, boo! Give it back, Gary! That's what Ovechkin should have done in 2018. Forget Nicholas Backstrom. It should have been Bettman to Ovechkin, back to Bettman. Yes, Daddy, slay!
I'd like to see a world where
Not this. I don't know how to dodge this.
where a team who's willing to spend all the money, do all the things, they have the biggest fan base, is
Huh.
allowed to thrive
Nope.
in every single way that they can. Like in regular,
Oh, I did it.
Like if Adam and I both had competing
Okay, you
mac
can
and
roll
cheese
through it.
companies,
Oh my God.
and Adam is purposely trying to
revelation.
spend less money than me, and I'm spending all the money I can, my business would be better. And I'd like to see an NHL where, hey, if you're willing to do all of the things and put in all the work and put in all the resources to build a great hockey team, you're allowed to.
No, that's it.
Instead, they're propping up all the other mac and cheese companies, so they're all kind of balanced. Like, that's ridiculous.
It's
That's
like
a terrible way for business to be run.
you have a vastly superior mac and cheese to Adam, and I am legislating that it needs to be shittier.
Yeah, mine needs to get worse.
Not even that his needs to get better.
No,
Just that yours needs to be worse.
Come down to your level. Yeah, that's the point we're all
Because here's the thing: the mac and the cheese
Not
that I
really.
make, the mac and cheese that I
Fuck.
make doesn't taste like cheese. So instead of making mine taste like cheese, you're making Jesse water down his cheese so it tastes less like cheese, so we can be a little bit more in the similar.
I have a ceiling on my cheese
on.
goodness.
Yeah,
Another thing I don't know how to dodge.
I'm capping.
but you know what? In 4 to 5 years, you never know. I could be a little cheesier.
You can fall ass backwards somehow
Into
into
cheese.
a delicious cheese substance.
Adam, like, no one knows how to get to your mac and cheese.
Should I just not
factory.
care? I just want to get the
Move
endings.
it to like a more populated area like LeBreton Flats.
I could beat this guy.
Where
I just
everyone
also
there
don't
loves
care.
mac and cheese, and it's easy to
This
get
year.
to.
I think what I'll do is, you know what I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna throw a big event, a big promotion for my company, and I'm gonna bring a bunch of people, and they can have my mac and cheese, which doesn't quite taste like cheese. And then what I'm gonna do is walk through the crowd and give everybody the finger. I'm gonna walk through the crowd and everybody, and not like from far away. I'm gonna get in, I'm comfortably close, and do this.
Do that.
Do that to every single one of them. Because
What is this?
because
No,
the
let's
reason
go.
why
What is this?
the reason why
It's art.
the reason why I'm going to do that
provocative.
is because they're not doing enough to make my company more competitive with Jesse's company. Kind of like Eugene Melnick at the outdoor game. Do we not?
Well, how about this? Your mac and cheese factory is performing poorly. So what we need to do is move your mac and cheese manufacturing into a culinary arts school, with a far smaller.
OCAD.
Yeah, OCAD. It's,
Adam is gonna make food out of OCAD now.
yeah.
I'm going to hire students actually to work because
Why
I don't
not?
have to pay them as much. They have to pay the school to be there.
Well, and you have to because you have no mac and cheese manufacturers under contract for next season.
That's true.
So you gotta hire students
Right.
to do it. Well, you do have that one mac and cheese manufacturer you claimed off waivers who super doesn't even want to work for you.
Right. But he's mine.
But he's yours.
And you know what the thing I'm going to do? Just to make sure that I make the same amount of losing money that I'm making, I'm going to charge triple the price for my mac and cheese.
Yep.
How about that?
And
I'm going to call it mac and squeeze.
if
so you never
Jesse's
forget it.
mac and cheese company covers any of the costs for his employees, you need to fill your diaper up to the waistband and make it so that he's not allowed
Yeah,
to do that
my
anymore.
employees get free lunch.
Oh,
Like I provide
Well,
lunch.
bullshit, they do.
No,
No,
they
no,
don't.
no.
That's unfair.
we also have
We're
like a
throwing
cool,
down.
competitive advantage.
We have a cool work from home thing. If you want to stay home, don't want to come to the office. Like
No,
we have,
work from
No.
we have a great
You
work
work-
environment.
You come in 7 days a week. You come in 16 hours a day.
I'm legislating work from miserable.
I fly guys in
Work
from
wherever you
France.
release that.
You got
How
grabbed.
dare you?
I
work
fly
from
guys in
miserable.
from France. They call it macadamia.
Whoa.
No, I'm legislating no French.
Actually, I claim those guys off waivers too. Sorry.
I was gonna fly him in and then
No,
Adam took
no.
him.
They're
Because
now
the
mine.
rules say
No.
a guy wants to come to my company,
No.
but Adam's company gets dibs
That's-
on it, even though I hired this employee.
No.
Adam gets first dibs.
That's right.
On
He
the
had to
employee
buy
I
himself
hired.
out of his mac and cheese manufacturing.
Are you fucking kidding me,
contract
man?
in France.
Ah.
Yeah.
I'm
But
inting.
no,
Just to
he-
come over and
just
work
to
for
come
me.
work for you. But no, he's got to go work at OCAD with
Yeah.
Adam's shitty factory.
Because the rules say that.
Not a lead. Not a lead.
What a bunch of
So
useless
lose.
bums. How do you be worse than my mimic?
Oh, yeah,
How are you worse than my mimic?
Jimmy Butler wanted to.
How do you do it?
Yeah.
I kind of like.
Does
Patrick.
no one who
People
wants
say I
help,
wanna
does
fight
offer
the
help,
action.
know how to fight the boss?
Like I have
Just
a
dodge the basic attacks.
on the
I'm
show.
only asking for your help because I don't
No,
care.
yeah.
Yeah, we might.
How are you worse than me?
I mean,
Don't give me some of that
I said I
focaccia
want-
when we go up.
Why are you
there.
offering help if you suck?
Hands. That's good focaccia. Very good focaccia.
My girlfriend makes focaccia every week. So
Where was I
Steve
going
and
to go
Jesse
with
get
that? Oh, yeah. No. So NBA drama is tabloidy and silly.
I love it.
NHL
No!
is often
Fuck!
incompetence. Like, hey, should we be allowed to money launder anymore?
Have you ever seen?
Should we be able to trade this guy who super doesn't want to be traded? Like, sorry, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was gonna say, do you follow @NoContextHumans on Twitter?
I do not, but probably should.
So it's basically human beings being stupid, and the NHL reminds me of @NoContextHumans or out of context human race is what they call themselves.
I follow unhinged tweets.
That's good too.
Oh, too busy.
haven't been
This will be
featured.
actually useful.
Yes.
Down bad tweets are good too. Down bad tweets are good, but this is
What
like,
was the point you were making?
well, it's
I don't know.
When I watch
you?
out of context humans, I'm like, that's the NHL. That's why they make news. It's because they fell over themselves and down a bunch of stairs. That's what happened.
What
Anyway,
if we stop playing all the time?
simply stop playing.
With like alarming regularity, just stop playing for large periods of time.
We're gonna bring on David Basto for You Can Bet That on the SDP. And here's the thing with sports betting, as always, it's 19 plus. Please play responsibly. And if you would like to know more about playing responsibly, you can always click the link. It's right now in the description of the video. We are going to get into
Oh, I just realized what's going on.
Calder. That's right, baby. Calder. This one's for you, Detroit. All right, so David, this is
you.
a big week on Sports Interaction. This is a debate we've had on our show many times. The Calder Memorial Trophy. That's actually what it's called.
Yep.
You can make a bet on that right now, and you can guess who you think is going to win the Calder Trophy. Now, for us, we've got
How-
a huge
what?
fight with fans of Detroit because Moritz Sider is their pick.
Listen, how do you bet on whether or not Moritz Sider is bad? That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know.
I gotta find you a prop like that, eh, Dango?
Yeah, just bad. What, plus 500? Good. I don't know.
This guy's learning. I love it. I love it.
So, at Sports Interaction on the site right now, who is the odds-on favorite? It is Michael Bunting.
I'd like to say it's Michael Bunting, guys, but no, Cider is the favorite right now in Sports Interaction. Absolutely.
We're done. We're done.
And I'll tell you what else. Lucas Raven's actually number 2.
Wow.
Your two Red Wings are 1 and 2. Trevor Zegras is next. Michael Bunting, pretty good value though when you think of it, right? 7.14 odds on Michael Bunting, and the guy's playing top line minutes, 20 goal score plus. Everybody's, I think it's the age thing that people are bugged by,
Right.
but you know what? It's under the rules, so why isn't he eligible? Yes, he is eligible, so not a bad bet, I think.
I'm upset about this.
Jesse, say that
Let's say what?
you every opportunity to mention Lundell, on Florida.
Yeah.
You bring him up.
No.
He makes the top. He made the top 6, but he's 6th.
I
we have
actually
to run?
bet on this a couple weeks ago.
Oh, who did you take?
And I got
tell
better
us.
odds that are
Oh.
out there right now.
Time for some
So
other loser.
I took Mo Sider
Nice.
about
You guys
3
dodged
weeks
it.
ago when he was 3.04
Boss way over there.
odds.
Fuck.
oh,
And
That's the way
now
to
the
do it.
odds have dropped.
You know what? Lesson to be learned by Jesse, too. The earlier you bet, the better odds you get. Because at the beginning of the year, Cider was probably around a 10.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things. And as you get closer and closer and closer, and more people are like, oh, you know, this
Can I
guy's a
attack
lock,
you
20-year-old defenseman with 42 points. That's pretty darn good, guys. And especially the defense. Anytime there's a key defenseman in this race, always has a little bit of an edge over a forward. It just seems to be that way all the time.
I'm upset, and I would like to speak to the person who makes your odds. Who is this person?
Can I speak to the manager
Yeah.
of Sports Interaction, please?
I will get them on the line right.
Okay, so again, your top 4 are Mo Sider, Lucas Raymond, Trevor Zegras, and Michael Bunting. Swayman and Lundell bringing up the top 6 there. Swayman, it's interesting that you got Swayman higher than Lundell. I think Lundell is not getting the play or the love that he should, and I don't think he's going to win it, but man, it'd be a good outside pick if we're going to make it. So, Steve,
My
Big
bet?
time. If Boston, and
I didn't
if
take
Boston
any
could
damage.
establish a starting goaltender,
Oh.
maybe Swayman would
Because
jump
I
faster, right? I mean, 16.7.
wasn't the one taking
no,
the
16.15. So, you know,
know how that's
those are
possible.
huge odds,
Don't know how
but
that
no,
hit
he's
me.
not in that conversation. Won't be on the ballot.
now we have to do. This is very exciting because this is going to be our first sort of giveaway with Sports Interaction. So this week, you have an entire
Dude,
week.
what?
To contest, David? Can you tell us a little bit about it because it's going to be a big.
God, I hate it when he
Yeah,
just
it's gonna be a
decides,
big
yeah,
one.
I'm going to
Fun
hit you
one, too.
instead.
So basically, we're asking people to follow SIA Sport on Twitter, follow the Steve Dangle Podcast Sports Twitter page as well. I know we'll put this up later, and to tag our accounts. And here's what we want you to do. The Boston Bruins play the Maple Leafs on Tuesday, March the 29th. Tell us whether or not the Leafs will score over 3.5 goals or under 3.5 goals against the Bruins. Every winning person from this draw will be entered, random draw, authentic Maple Leafs jersey.
Yeah, I figured out how to
your
dodge that. You can
choice,
roll
your
straight to the
name,
thing, yeah.
whatever you want. It's a pretty good value. It's a free jersey, basically a player's jersey on the ice.
So that's follow SIA Sports at STPN Sports and tell us who's going to score, if the Leafs are going to score over 3.5 or under 3.5. Jesse, who do you think? Who would you take?
I'm going to take the under.
You're going to take the under?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Under 3.5 goals that game. Steve, what are you taking?
Over, because Boston's notably bad.
Yeah, somehow they're in 3rd place in the division now. I'm going to take over as well because the Leafs don't have a game where they
Ah,
can
thank
score
God.
3 or over, I think. So I'm going to go with over on this one. They're going to bring it with Boston. But again, you have to have that in by next Tuesday morning. I think, well, before the game starts, right?
Before the game, yeah, before puck drop. Use the hashtag at SIA Leafs.
I miss being a
just so we
wizard,
can
man.
find you, and we'll announce the winner next week at this time. So somebody's winning an authentic Leafs jersey. It could be you.
Steve, what's the hashtag?
Okay, the game is over.
Hashtag SIA Leafs jersey.
That was another game. But we
You
get
have no idea
set on
how
fire.
rare that is. We're proud of our boy.
I love it.
We're proud of him. Hey, buddy. David, thank you so much for joining us this week. We love it, as always. And Detroit fans are going to love dunking on me after that. So thank you for this.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so first off, I just want to say, Steve wore his
what to level up?
Beaver jersey on the LFR, which was amazing. I
Sure
loved
did.
it.
These
And
are fine
Keep doing it.
strength.
I think they're really nice jerseys. I really like
like
them.
Yeah. You disrespected my favorite jersey. How dare you? The white.
it's up to a
outdoor
nice-
one.
I like that jersey.
Yeah, but
too.
I've come around.
Yeah, but you said, oh, they lost, so the jersey means nothing to me.
No,
And then you pooped in your diaper. And
I
then Leo said,
positioned
I'm
it
going to
as-
also poop in my diaper.
I positioned it as I'm the weird one, though. I'm admitting wrongdoing, and you're just shitting all over me. Now you're filling your diaper. Now we just got a room full of full diapers. Adam, what did you shit yourself over?
Don't worry, it's coming. I haven't revealed myself yet.
Just a room full of poopy diapers. By the way, for all the new parents out there, a neighbor gave me unsolicited advice, and it was wonderful. Do you have a diaper genie? You know, one of those devices
Yes.
that you put diapers in. Okay, we'll knock that off. Because for poop diapers, it doesn't work.
Well, no, you put the poop in the toilet, and then you put the diaper in the genie.
Oh, Jesus.
That's what I do.
Oh, that feels like a lot of work.
He grabs it with his hand.
No, you.
Okay,
no,
I'm
you
sorry
grab-
for anyone eating.
No,
right
you
now.
grab the diaper and then you drop it in the toilet, and
Oh.
you take the diaper, put it back. That's
Or
it.
you could do this, because I have dog poop bags, because I have a dog.
Yeah.
So what you do is you take the poopy diaper, you put it in the dog poop bag, and you put it outside, and you keep a steel trash can, either outside or in the garage, and you put it in there so that it doesn't stink up your house.
Somebody just told you a much better idea 8 seconds before you said what you said.
No. No.
So
Oh, yeah. No.
Walk outside when you got a toilet in your
Yeah,
house.
you know
That's how I know you don't have kids. Like, oh
I
yeah,
know, I
every
know.
poop you can just plop into the toilet.
Adam?
well, as they get older, you can.
Okay, not right away.
No, but like not that black goo that they have the first 6 months or whatever. But
6 months.
well, like, the black goo the first week, and then the
I am
rest of it's
so
like
sorry,
it's like green
everyone.
algae. The rest of it, but
This is
once
not
they
what I
start to have
intended.
human bathroom breaks, what you do, Steve is right on one thing.
Okay.
If you're ever away at someone's place and you have diapers, the thing to do is you bring
Leave it in the living room.
No, you bring dog bags in, and actually, if you tie them like around themselves and seal them shut, you could just throw them out in any garbage and they won't smell at all, which is really, really good. But always take the number 2 and put them in the toilet where possible, because it will eliminate most of the smell, and then you're just flushing it away and it's gone.
I'm still gonna do that.
You can do that. Do that too. Whatever you want to do.
Seems like you gotta walk outside each time.
Walk outside.
Yeah, you said you gotta take the bin, you gotta
Yeah,
put the
you
steel
said you had
bin
it
out in
outside.
your driveway.
No, what you do is you huck it into the middle of the driveway. And listen, I'm ready to move.
Okay, so Toronto
That
Maple
was
Leafs,
a joke.
New Jersey Devils, Wednesday night. Now, this was a game where I was actually at the game, and I have to tell you, Natalie it was our first game together.
Your hair looked great.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with my hair.
I
Messy
know.
hair is in.
I know.
You're making fun of me.
No. It legit looked great. It looked great. Adam, the feathers, beautiful.
I don't know if he's joking.
I'm not friggin' joking.
Does anyone believe him? Do you see his face? Look at the camera.
Okay, it was a good game.
Good game. So here's what was interesting. So Natalie's like, this fucking team, can they just start on time? The first period was sloppy. It was a mess.
It was sloppy.
And here's the thing, though. The Leafs kind of came out and still outshot the Devils, as you would expect them to do.
11-3.
And then the Devils score the first goal. And this is how I know my girlfriend Natalie does not watch the Leafs this season as closely as I do. She was very hurt by the way they lost to Montreal last year, so it's taken her a while to come back. And so I said to her, I said they're coming on, and then New Jersey scored. She's like, see, I told you. I said, no. You don't understand. You don't understand. First off, Jersey's on the second half of a back-to-back. So we're reaching that point in the game where your legs start to get really tired. Number 2, the Toronto Maple Leafs, this is their final form. If they go down 1-0, they're going to win. They're going to come on. And honestly, it was like minute 10 of the second period, the Toronto Maple Leafs started to really look like the Toronto Maple Leafs. And I'm talking really look like the Toronto Maple Leafs. I was sitting on the side of, I unfortunately picked the side of the arena, and I wasn't sure which one because I was, you know when you're picking the ends?
Yeah.
So I was in the section underneath the restaurant, and I thought that I was going to get the Leafs at my end on the offensive zone.
Don't care. Haha. Plus, you're a white guy. Oh, but Vosh is banned too. Alright, we'll learn about Lord of the Rings from Sauron's perspective. It's truly what everyone wanted. Is this fucking muted?
Did he know? When did he know it?
Oh my god, the audio is horrible. It's filmed in 2020.
We read Lord of the Rings mostly from the perspective of the
Why is he
members
talking into a can?
of the Fellowship. But what was Sauron's perspective on what happened? What did he know? When did he know it? And what did he do about it? Hi everyone, this is Robert. Welcome to
Am I hearing it twice? No, it's just the worst audio.
Geek. This video has been
Awesome.
produced
I know
as
he can
part
do better.
of a
I just
Tolkien
fucking
Reading
died
Day playlist with other Tolkien
What am I
YouTube
doing?
content creators. Please check out the rest of the playlist at the end of this video. Reading The Lord of the Rings with an eye to Sauron's perspective is a sobering business. Sauron is not, however, just a two-dimensional bad guy. There is a lot going on there, and you can't fully understand his actions in the story without understanding a bit about his background and what he'd been doing before the story started. Let's start with the build-up to the War of the Ring. For most of the Third Age, Sauron was lying low, rebuilding his strength as the necromancer in Dol Guldur in South Mirkwood. The problem was that he didn't have the One Ring anymore. He poured so much of himself into that ring that without it, he lost for a long time his ability to form a physical body. Gandalf and the Wise eventually worked out that he was there and finally chased him out in the year 2941 in the Third Age. That's around 78 years or so before the main events of The Lord of the Rings. He headed back to Mordor, which had been prepared for him by the Nazgul, and declared himself again 10 years later. He hadn't been doing nothing during those long millennia of the Third Age, though. His focus had ever been on finding and reclaiming the Rings of Power, particularly the One Ring, and destroying the heirs of Isildur, his nemesis. He may not have been able to do all of this personally, but he had plenty of minions to do it for him. The Witch King, the leader of the Nazgul, played a huge role during that time, destroying the northern kingdom of Arnor and hugely weakening the southern kingdom of Gondor. Sauron's presence alone seems to have slowly turned Greenwood the Great into Mirkwood, and his growing strength, the finding of the One Ring by Gollum, and the ongoing effect of the 7 dwarf rings seems to have roused evil across the land. The Balrog in Moria, the dragons in the north, particularly Smaug, and the goblins in the Misty Mountains. Saruman also was slowly falling. He was searching for the One Ring for himself for many years, and in the year 3000 of the Third Age, he started using the Orthanc Stone, the Palantir, and Sauron used that as an opportunity to ensnare him. The leader of the White Council of the Wise was corrupted. As a result of all this, as the events of The Lord of the Rings started, Sauron will have thought that he was in quite a strong position. The elves were much diminished. Their numbers had been falling steadily as they departed for the west. Humans were divided, and the noble inheritance of Númenor had been watered down. The heir of Isildur and Elendil, if there even was such an heir, was long since vanished. Saruman was compromised, the blue wizards fallen, the dwarves were a shadow of their former strength after repeated dragon, goblin and Balrog attacks, and his own forces had been building up year after year in Mordor and to the east and south. Yes, Sauron will have been feeling very confident. Granted, the One Ring was still out there somewhere, and he still had enemies, but his army was stronger than them, and time was on his side. And he gained a crucial lead to where the ring might be when Gollum, instinctively drawn by Sauron's presence — Sauron was of the same essence as the One Ring, remember — snuck into Mordor and was captured. Under torture, Gollum screamed out the words Baggins and Shire. These words meant nothing to Sauron. He had never heard of the Shire. I did a video on why that is if you're interested. But he had a cunning plan. He released Gollum. We find out why in the Book of Unfinished Tales. Gandalf says, Sauron perceived the depth of Gollum's malice towards those that had robbed him, and guessing that he would go in search of them to avenge himself, Sauron hoped that his spies would thus be led to the ring. I do wonder whether there's also an element here of Sauron as a Maya sensing that Gollum had a role to play in the future of the ring. Gandalf had that same sense, after all. Sauron may not have known that Gollum would accidentally fall into the cracks of doom while holding the ring, but he did know that Gollum would never give up trying to get the ring, and would never intentionally destroy it. Anyway, it's clear that Sauron's priority now was to get the ring. He knew it was out there in the world, and events were starting to move quickly. His first move was to attack Osgiliath, the ancient capital of Gondor. He wasn't intending to provoke a full war at this point, but it served his purposes to test Gondor's defences and secure a route across the Anduin River. Sauron was surprised by the strength of Gondor's defences, which probably delayed the start of the war proper by a few months while he built up his forces even further. But the other reason for this sortie was to keep everyone thinking that his focus was on the environs of Mordor, disguising the fact that he then sent the 9 Nazgul out to search for the One Ring. The Nazgul were his most trusted and most dangerous agents, which shows how important he thought that mission was. But it's worth noting that although some of the wise noted what was going on, to the general population, they were just Black Riders undercover. This was a secret mission. To be fair to the Nazgul, they were pretty effective in this mission. If they had been sent just a day earlier, they would have succeeded. Among others, they encountered Saruman, Grima, and a squint-eyed southerner who was one of Saruman's agents, discovering along the way that Saruman was not as loyal to Sauron as he pretended. And on the 23rd of September 3018, they discovered and entered the Shire. The next few days are a matter of being always just a few hours or minutes behind Frodo and co, and it's worth giving a shout out here to my favourite triumvirate of underrated heroes in this story. Farmer Maggot, Fredidar Bolger, and Barliman Butterber, who each in their own ways told the Nazgul to be off to their face. They each deserve a medal. Sauron, it should be said,
Where am I
didn't
supposed
know
to go?
anything about this at the time. Contrary to what you may think, he seems not to have been in constant telepathic communication with them. Indeed, he resorted to sending a messenger to them at one point. But the Nazgul were doing a reasonable job. They finally caught up with the Ringbearer at Weathertop, and must have thought that they had the victory when they stabbed Frodo with the Morgul blade, but Glorfindel, Elrond's magic, and Aragorn's bravery won through. The Black Riders were washed away, and at an unknown date later they arrived back at Mordor and reported to Sauron. This left Sauron with a big strategic decision to make.
I guess
He
I went the
knew that
wrong
the One
way.
Ring had arrived in Rivendell, and that it had been in the possession of a hobbit, but now what? Tolkien is really perceptive in his character-driven narrative here. Sauron was always convinced that our heroes would try to use his ring against him. Why wouldn't they? It was so powerful. The idea that they might want to destroy it never really crossed his mind. Sauron simply couldn't conceptualize someone not wanting to take power when it was within their grasp. So Sauron's focus was on preventing them using it against him, rather than preventing them from destroying it. Anyway, the Fellowship set out from Rivendell a couple of months later. There's a hint that Sauron may have been behind the snowstorm when the Fellowship tried to cross the Misty Mountains. I know the movies were clear it was Saruman, but the books suggest either Sauron or an anthropomorphized mountain Personally, I don't like the idea that it was Sauron. Gandalf definitely thinks it is possible, and it would make strategic sense for him to cut off the west of Middle-earth from the east, buying himself some time. Although, on a more practical level, trying to cross a high mountain range in mid-January, that is asking for trouble. But during this time, Sauron doesn't know where the ring was exactly. It's got to Rivendell, that much he knew, but then what? He is convinced that anyone who got their hands on it would try to use it against him, and has learned that his erstwhile ally Saruman is not quite as loyal as he had thought, so what does he do? He could send the Nazgul back out again, but any idea that they might be incognito Black Riders was now gone, so he gave them improved flying steeds and kept them closer to home to command his army when it went into the field against Gondor. And he sent out orc warbands to hunt for the ring. The fight between orcs and Uruk-hais over Merry and Pippin was this: Sauron's own forces not trusting Saruman's. Sauron then seems to have been jogged into further action by Pippin looking into the Orthanc Stone, the palantir that Saruman had used. Sauron knew that a hobbit had the One Ring, and knew that Saruman was searching for the One Ring, so the logical conclusion was that Pippin was the ring-bearer, or was a prisoner of Saruman who now had the One Ring himself. Not long after that, Aragorn used the Orthanc Stone, and as before, Sauron was on the other end of the line. The two of them had a battle of wills, and Aragorn revealed his identity to Sauron, showing him Elendil's sword that had cut the One Ring from Sauron 3 millennia earlier, and was now reforged. The meaning was clear. In Isildur's hands, that sword had defeated him, Now, Aragorn had had it reforged so it could be used again. To Sauron, this was tantamount to a declaration of war. From Sauron's perspective, the One Ring was now with Aragorn, Isildur's heir, and nothing he had seen suggested that Isildur's heir would do anything different to what Isildur had done, give in to the ring's power.
You don't want to talk.
The logical place for Aragorn to go was Minas Tirith, the capital and main stronghold of Gondor, and sure enough, he did go there. But Sauron was not the kind of person to just sit around and wait for his enemies to get into position, though. He set to strike immediately. The attack was no rushed offensive, though. It had been years in the planning. In particular, Sauron had sought to undermine Gondor's defences by weakening Denethor's resolve through the Palantiri, showing him quite how unopposable Mordor's forces were. That's why Denethor took his own life as the siege was starting. Sauron made him think that victory was impossible. But for the arrival of our heroes, Gondor would have been thrown into disarray and despair by the untimely death of its leader. March the 10th was called the Dawnless Day. Darkness spread from Mordor, the Black Gates opened, and the Witch King of Angmar led forth the Morgul host. Elsewhere, armies attacked Lothlorien,
I have that spell.
Mirkwood and Rohan to keep Gondor's potential allies busy. Forces seized the crossings over the Anduin, and another went to guard the main road from Rohan to Gondor. The Corsairs of Umbar were raiding the south coast of Gondor as well. Sauron was taking no chances. The Battle of the Pelennor Fields that followed was actually a pretty close-run thing. With the help of Grond, the great battering ram, and fronted by the Witch King, Sauron's forces had breached Minas Tirith's wall. Then Rohan came to Gondor's aid, and Aragorn attacked from the south. Both of those things shouldn't have happened from Sauron's perspective. He was not to know that Theoden would strike a deal with the Woses to take a shortcut through their forest, or that Aragorn would go through the paths of the dead and recruit a ghostly army. He also wasn't to know that a hobbit would be on the field of battle with an ancient enchanted blade and a fierce female warrior to vanquish the Witch King. But from Sauron's perspective again, the loss actually didn't matter. Aragorn had been flushed out, Gondor's defences crushed, and only a remnant of Gondor and Rohan's combined army survived. And Sauron had an even larger host back in Mordor. Any lingering doubt he might have had about Aragorn having the One Ring was eliminated when Aragorn, inexplicably and rashly as far as Sauron could see, took that much depleted army and marched on Mordor. Surely only a madman, or one driven mad for power by the One Ring, would try something so foolish. As far as Sauron was concerned, this was now just a matter of defeating that army, reclaiming the One Ring from Aragorn's dead body, and all Middle-earth would be at his mercy. He tried a little diplomacy before the end, sending the Mouth of Sauron to try to persuade Aragorn to just give up, but he didn't care whether it worked or not. Aragorn's force was outnumbered 10-1. The climax of The Lord of the Rings feels like grasping victory from the jaws of defeat. Gandalf and Aragorn were very clear that they were probably riding to their deaths, but for Sauron, it was the other way around. As his forces surrounded Aragorn's, he will have felt that victory was finally his after 3,000 years of waiting and planning. The heirs of Elendil will be vanquished, and the ring his once more. Sauron will have been savouring his victory. Sending the Mouth of Sauron out was surely as much about gloating and taunting as it was trying to give Aragorn an actual way out of a battle that he would surely lose. Sauron was toying with his enemy. And then he sensed the ring being put on in Mount Doom, and everything will have changed. Panic, fear, desperation, and then finally destruction. For just a few moments or minutes before the ring was destroyed, Sauron knew that he had been wrong. Not everyone would want to use the ring for their own power or glory. Some people were capable of selfless and purely good acts. It wasn't just Sauron who fell, it was his entire worldview. Hope and love and care and friendship can triumph over evil, however powerful it may seem. This video was produced as part of a playlist of videos from other YouTube content creators for Tolkien Reading Day 2022. If you'd like to see them, and I'd recommend that you do,
Wow, Mom, thanks for buying the A10 for me. I love you. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Mom. I love you so much. When's the mac and cheese ready? Oh my Lanta! Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel. I'm your dad, your mother, your grandfather, your grandmother, your sister, your brother, your cousin, and your estranged uncle, Floppy Woppy. I really don't have much to say today, other than today we're gonna be fighting Bert with Bert. Like, the Shilka. It can't get any better. Don't worry, I'm exquisitely good at this game. Watch this, Bradley. No chance. Oh, what? Another plane's here? That one? I have a trick up my sleeve. Gosh. Hey, come back here. Today, guys, we are going to be destroying A10s as much as possible. We're going to be bringing down the Zerg rush of A10s with the Shilka. The reason why we're using the Shilka today is that I thought it would be more interesting and entertaining if it was more cat and mouse than me sitting with the Tunguska firing SAMs. It's just more ear and eye candy and more hands-on than the missile, the SAMs. And if you guys missed the merch announcement yesterday, we have new merch out on Bunker Branding. We have a C-130 right here, airdropping it right on our face. Description below, comments below, click the link, check it out. Some pretty awesome designs. We have a new hat and a new shirt out right now. Okay, guys, without further ado, here we go. Hey, guys, we just got into our first game. There's already one incoming. Yeah. I'm not even going to use radar until it's too late. Look at him. He's having so much fun. Radar on. He's locked into it. Don't crash. You got to pull up. Oh my gosh, look how beautiful he looks. Shred it. Another one. Inbound. Ready to defend. Now this guy seems to be a little bit smarter here. Oh, he's got the Mavericks. Or he's got a missile. Oh, there's another one. We got a MiG-21 with the A-10 on his back. I wish I could talk to him. And the A-10 got him. Okay, be ready for this. I don't hear the A-10 at all. There he is. Uh-oh, come on, don't. Okay, he's got a missile out. It's probably a proxy missile, though. Okay, he's in. Oh, no, being. Oh. Which way are you going to pull off? He has to pull off to the way he came. We're getting ready for it. Radar online. Three so far. Oh my god, I'm so slow. Okay, I think we just stay in our area.
Nobody's supposed to go to the bottom, right? I don't.
Okay, yeah, this is actually a really good close air support map. With having the ability to dip out very quickly. Oh, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't shoot at them. I wouldn't shoot at them until it's time to do it. Oh, we got
we got 2 contacts, it seems.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I'm supposed to literally jump
show
down
the
these stupid
radar.
coffins. This is actually dumb.
Yeah, the American win rate has to be extremely low this day. Whoa, whoa, look at this guy. He's having so much fun. Radar online? Oh, wow. He's got Chaffy Chaffs.
Think I'll die?
Oh, we got him on fire.
Well, that answers that. I wouldn't have actually died, but
This
I
is
messed
this
up.
is the most fun I've ever had in the SPAA. Okay, I'm gonna shoot at this guy 8 kilometers away. This is a good idea, and I'm gonna run away. Oh gosh, that's not. Oh, hey! Radar off, radar off. Okay, this A-10's playing a little smart right now. Wow, our team's actually getting crapped on. Okay, we got an attack run. We have an attack run. Is he inbound? He is inbound. We're gonna move.
Turns out I made
put
the wrong
ourselves
decision
into a
from
little
the
bit
very
of a better
beginning.
position. No rocks in front of me. Oh well, I think he fired a Maverick. Yeah, he just fired something. I want to put myself like right over here. Oh my god, a flak rack just killed a poor MI4. All right, we're gonna throw on some radar. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. He's outbound. Wow, that guy has got it going on. I don't know what he's using. He's using rockets? Or are those just what the Mavericks look like?
No.
Just a cute little Shilka going out for a ride. Yep, always gets me. All right, this A-10 means business. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to knock me out here.
Okay.
Okay,
Am
we're
I?
gonna get him on his outbound here.
Oh.
This guy's playing really well. He's gotten 4 kills so far. Haven't pinged. Okay. Anyone inbound? Oh yeah, this guy's gonna be nice and fruity here. Let's get him nice and close. Now where's chicken at? Here's chicken, here's chicken, here's chicken.
All right, let's get touched by some weird hands. What in the fuck is this abomination? Touch me. We're assuming that I can't put armor on, right? That's the... Right? Oh, I can. Oh. Gotta put on the bandaged armor, dude. Interesting. Interesting that I can put on armor. Okay, I look like it. Oh, look at those eyes. Damn, okay, dude. I can't attack. Can't do anything. Run really fast. Can I hyper roll? Fractured Manica. Manica! Okay, I can't attack. I don't know why. Alright, let's get the Frenzied Flame ending. Come the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Yes. Okay, stop with the frame drops. Oh, what the fuck? Out of my head! I am a single eyeball. I am Sauron. Burn it all down. Oh my god. Okay. Alrighty then. It's interesting to say the least. Lord of Frenzied Flame. Oh, mercy. Injury 3. No, we're not gonna do that. I'm gonna see what I. Oh, all the F1 drivers met because of well, because of somebody being a fucking asshole. What's the tree looking like? Is the tree just on fire? Okay, tree is still there, but it is on fire. Alright. We're moving on to the newest to new game. In the new game. Should I farm a bit more? Do I want to? Do I care? Frenzy Flame is probably the least nice ending I want. It's probably the ending I least want. The question is do I go back to being a wizard? That is the true question. Because if so, I can do that here, in the now, and go into my new play as a wizard. As a wizard, Harry. How good can I look as a wizard, though, is the question. Do noble, that looks okay. This is probably one of my favorite wizard hats. This is okay. Oh, can't I alter this to be like... Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. They change it? I don't even know what's happening. I don't care. I thought there was like some really fucking skimpy ass thing you can wear, but maybe I'm just wrong. What is the sanguine set looking like? Oh, already looks like dog shit. Okay. Lord of blood. Fat, fat. Raptors. Blade. Briar. Break Knight. Twin Armor. Aslows. And this armor looks sick, I can't lie to you, but... What was the one I was probably gonna wear? If I... This just looks dumb as hell. Like, why the fuck would I wear this? Because the other thing I was gonna do was maybe do a faith build, but... Oh. Oh. Fingerprint armor. Oh. Interesting that it's the same as the... Okay, I'm freaking my game out. Oh. You notice something? Notice that it's the same scar as... Where's the fingerprint helmet though? Is the question. No dog shit helmet. I have a scar up there. Not visible. But that scar lines up. That scar lines up. That scar doesn't line up. Close enough. Anyways, question is what head ornament looks the best? Something like that. It's like, okay, cool. So great helm. What does it go with? That looks okay. Oh, that explains that. But like, I like a nice cape. I think it comes down to my armor, and then I can build off that. Armor. Like if I was gonna be a faith build, like that looks okay, and then it doesn't at all. Now, is there a way I can alter it that would look good? No. So that's just a no. There's that like golden armor I could probably find. Question is, where the fuck do I find that? Wow, veterans armor. Beast champion. Rodan's lion armor. Why is my game having constant random frame drops? We might never know. It's 5,000 degrees and I'm overheating my computer? Probably not, but... White beads. Land of reeds. Exiled. Scaled armor. What the fuck is... Oh, it's skull armor. Oh. That looks interesting. But I'm gonna be using like red lightning, so there's a chance that like something else actually looks better with the kind of build that I'm going for. And it might even be the Knights Cavalry still. Or Radan's stuff. What do I look like with all Rodans? Dude, I hate that this thing, like, look at it's so cool, but there's this weird fucking thing. Why? That looks pretty okay. I don't like that massive headpiece though, if I'm being 100% honest. Could find some other armor to put on then, but like, do I want to go the faith build? The problem with the faith build is that I don't know anything about faith, and I like being a wizard. This is like the perfect armor for a dagger build. No cap. But I don't build daggers. Not some pleb. Okay, we're gonna do some research. Best Elden Ring armor. But spelling armor as a true Canadian. Alright. Elden Ring armor locations. Don't give a shit. What is the armor? Banished Knight armor. Thank you for having no fucking pictures. Ignoring this. Armor set guide. The Omen Elden Ring armor set. That's there. There. Clean Rot is pretty good. You have to kill clean rots. There's a chance that we go for clean rot just to get the armor set. Dan, don't care about blade either. Black knife set, I have it. There, don't. Bellblade is. So clean rot is like maybe the best. Peru. Pointed hat. Why is there a tier list of armor? Use it. Dan's armor, Snow Witch hat. It's pointed hat. Fine. You fucking kid. Okay, this is so dumb. White mask. Yeah, I just want to see like every armor set. That's dumb as hell. Fuck. Okay. Oh. All armor sets, Elden Ring. Armor sets list. The tier. Well. Doris Glintstone set, Bull, Goat, Lionel's, Omen Killer, Mario Lucaria, Royal Remains, Bellblade, All Brick set, All Knowing set. All Brick set would be kind of okay. Banished Knight, Blue Silver set, meh. Crucible set, meh. Blue Tree set, meh. Elden Lord set, Exile set, Pirate, Fire, don't care, really. Electric, maybe. Blue sets, have it. Melania's, have it. Malformed, have it. Mushroom, don't care. No Witch, have it. Sentinel. Badass, Veteran set. Hammer set, don't care. Black care. Okay. Clean rot set, might get. Grave perfumer set. Care. Drake Knight set, cause gonna hostile. The hood looks okay. We might go grab the hood. Actually, I don't care about it. Well, maybe. This can close. No, you fucking bastard. Why did it do that? Malakath, Lindell, where the fuck am I? Budskin, Aiden set's pretty cool. Bell Knight set, don't care. Malakath set, have it. Muslim Knight, don't care. Have it. Care. Wolf, don't care. Ronin set, I don't even know if you can get it anymore. Confessor, Blue Cloud. Confessor is okay for Faith. I just want it to be more golden, if I'm being honest. But if I'm using fire, like I'm using Fingerprint set, First set, Gold Mask set, Halixtree set, Hounslow set, Knight, Leather, Melanos, Maiden, Night Maiden, Noble set, Ox Monk, Vagabond Knight set. Okay, Bandit set. Friar set. Fire Monk. Super, don't care about any of these. Super. Okay. Best wizard hats, Elden Ring. Wizard hats and Elden Ring. You could try getting Elberic's pointed hat. Whoever says the Snow Witch one, you can find the set in one. Wait, I mean, 2 players. Alpha system. No gear? Who the fuck is that? Oh, we'll go back. Is that the guy? Road gear? That is gross. It looks like poo. Okay. It looks like the Albrecht's hat is the only one that. Mages. Let's see. Holy fuck. Yes, I'll turn off my fucking ad blocker. Stupid fuck. But so much. Oh boy, I don't care. Yeah, I have that set. I don't. Okay, fuck you. So, this guy. Where to find? I don't know how to get cadence set. Location. Holy fuck! It's actually the worst thing ever. Oh, it's just like I just kill like a bunch of losers to get this armor. I mean, is it a how can Woo! Okay. Caden armor, Elden Ring. So, okay, where to find it? Drop by Northern Mercenaries. Okay, so I don't care about this armor. Drop by losers. Ronin set Elden Ring. I feel like food was made for me and I've totally ignored it. Alright, we got our food that we totally didn't forget about. No siree. No siree, I didn't forget about my food. No, no, no. No. Fuck it. Wait, I just remembered. This is why I can't watch this, because he's banned. But can I could react to videos of people who are... We'll find out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Political Compass Discord server. Just a disclaimer right now, we're not associated with the Reddit, but we are affiliated with the Political Compass Instagram. And welcome to Vosh and Euron, our debaters for today, and we're going to be your mods, Din.
And Big Weld. So for another disclaimer, as moderators, we're not going to interject militantly within the debate. So basically, we're going to keep things from getting out of hand.
That seems fair to me. I don't know how this Discord Spaces thing works. Should I turn my camera on? Can I? Is that even a thing I can do?
You're not able to.
No, you can't.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, whatever. You know, soapbox.
Most people will be watching your stream anyway.
Oh, if they're very nice and kind, sure.
All right. So with that said, we're gonna go to our first topic. To what extent do Native Americans have a more legitimate claim to any piece of land that they do not currently occupy than any other American?
Vosh, do you want to go ahead and start, or do you want me to take the lead?
Which would you prefer?
I'm happy starting.
Go for it.
Sure. Generally speaking, I don't think that Native Americans have a more legitimate claim to any piece of territory, of course, that they do not currently possess, and not in this individual sense, but they don't, as a group, have a more legitimate claim to any territory than, you know, any regular non-Native American. I think it's just a matter of history. I think it's just a matter of many different factors that contribute to the fact that, yes, they are underprivileged. However, I don't think it is justified. Movements like land back are justified. That's my take.
Gotcha. Nice and easy. Well, I would actually agree with you. I don't think that Native Americans have any more a right to the land that we all live in than anyone else does. I think it's simply a question of which policies and which systems we can implement to give everyone possible the best possible lives. I think you can also make a pretty strong argument for legal precedence here, given the number of treaties and contracts which were violated in our dealings with Native American groups. Much of land back isn't about who has the right to land. It's about what legal claims, which we already recognize, should we pay greater attention to, which allowances should be made within those legal claims, and what can we do to work with the systems we have right now to make them better for everyone at their behest.
I completely understand that. Regarding the signed treaties, for example, I would say they are not very relevant by today's standards. Most of these signed treaties with the Native Americans, the government, the U.S. government signed, they were over 100 years ago. They were many years ago. And sincerely, to be frank, no one today holds a legitimate, no one today was alive back then to be directly influenced. That's, of course, I'm not discarding the fact that, yes, they are underprivileged for, in part, those reasons as well as other systematic reasons. However, yes, generally, I do not agree with the fact that, with that whole idea.
It's always interesting to me, the priorities we take when it comes to issues like this. There's plenty of case law, for example, of wrongs which have taken place in the distant past, especially with regards to maybe a corporation, a family lineage, where issues, disputes which happened a long time ago, can be settled now through restitution, through court battle. It seems like we give allowance to this through petty crimes, but great crimes, the extermination of an entire collection of civilizations. That's like a we need to move on sort of thing. Now, I'll admit, and I'll be the first to admit, many of the treaties which we violated are not ones we can fairly restore now. Because if we were to say, give Native Americans all the land which they were promised, that would put tens of millions of American citizens now under the purview of a government which they did not, essentially consent to be under. It would be a revocation of their democratic rights. There are conflicting interests here, but where we can recognize these treaties, where we can give restitution, give reparations in ways that don't hurt others, that don't tread on the rights of others, I think that's something at least worth looking into, and there are many treaties that that can be given that attention.
So pragmatically speaking, what would be your proposal to solve this, this issue of disadvantage we see between non-Native Americans and Native Americans? What would be your proposal, perhaps instituting some form of government program? Or do you think that directly, perhaps taking federal land and putting it in their hands is something viable?
Solve, that's a difficult one. So a couple of key points that I often hear from land back activists are this. First of all, many Native people argue they should be given more control and autonomy over resources which the federal government has extracted from land that they nominally control, or at the very least they should get a better cut of it, There are arguments to be made for direct reparations to Native settlements because many of the reservations we have in this country are just like disgustingly poor. I mean, dirt poor, which is a direct product of the economic ostracization we inflicted on them by killing off, and stealing a tremendous amount of their material power and then consigning them to these like little tracts of land where they had no cultural ties and no real avenue for redevelopment. Stuff like that. In terms of solving the problem, very difficult to do, but addressing the problem, there are absolutely things on the table which can be moved forward.
Well, now that you mention reservations, actually, I wanted to touch upon that. I do not agree with reservations. I just want to say that. I do not think that it is very constitutional or it is very lawful to have certain groups of people under certain laws. That does not mean that I am not in favor of affirmative action programs, but I do not think that is just at all with the rest of the American population to have, for example, natives be subject only to federal and reservation law and not state law. I think that is that just contributes to that is just to put it simply, it's not fair. However, that also contributes to a general it contributes to a reaction from the American public that is not what is going to be desired. If you start, distributing certain rights, certain abilities to certain groups, I don't think that's going to be good. Now, of course, reservations are already in place, but I would consider, in my opinion, they should be, these territories should be integrated into the rest of the states as would be any normal piece of territory.
So your potential solution to the reservation problem would simply be to abolish them and incorporate these territories as towns and provinces under the United States government?
Absolutely.
I think there are potential benefits that solution could provide. However, I think that if that is the direction we're to take, it should be done with the democratic consent of the natives who could be incorporated. After all, this would have to be done for them, not us. It would be better for us, the United States, to incorporate these territories fully, to destroy the concept of the reservation, to have all land within its borders under its control. But we're not doing this for us. If we're doing it for them, they need to want it. Because there are also negative consequences at hand here, and a kind of implicit coercion. Sure, incorporating them and making them a regular part of the United States may have its benefits, but a lot of that is also because the system we've set them up under is so bad. It's very much an my way or the highway situation. Maybe if reservations were amended, reformed somehow, given better opportunities, then it would be an easier choice for many native people. They would prefer to stay in those reservations than they would to just be incorporated and assimilated. Hello?
I think he's thinking.
Ah, okay. That's fine. I love thinking.
It's good for you.
Well, while he's thinking,
Jesus.
What are you folks doing?
Oh, splendid. How are you, Vosh?
I'm doing okay. I'm having a lot of fun with Elden Ring. A lot of damage to my sleep schedule, but that's life.
You're on, you there?
I'm sorry?
You're on, we can't hear you. Yeah, I think it's mic trouble right now.
No worries. I'm not going anywhere.
Can you hear me now? No, okay,
yes.
Can you hear me now?
Hello.
Okay, great. I don't know. There was like a split for a split second. The power was out in my house. I don't know why.
Ain't nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna reconnect on my computer. Just give me like 15 seconds.
So yeah, Elden Ring. Really good game, as it turns out. Oh, I'll do this one way, don't worry. I've always been a fan of the From Software games, but this is the first time I've gotten to play one as it's released and participate in the sort of, cultural hype. Also, Elden Ring's like 10 times as popular as any preceding game from Software, so there's way more of a cultural wave to ride. And it's nice because the game incorporates multiplayer elements that kind of feed into that hype with the bloodstains and the phantoms and the player left messages, and it does make it feel like a remarkably communal experience, which softens out some of the perceived unfairness in the more difficult areas.
All right.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so I'm going to try to respond to what I heard. You can clarify if I'm misunderstanding your argument.
Of course.
I do believe that, I differ from you in the fact that I don't believe that it is up to the natives or up to the people in the reservation is a better way to put it. It's not up to the natives if they decide to be in the reservations or not. I think something more adequate would be perhaps holding a statewide vote. I don't know if it should be like at a federal level or at a nationwide level, but I do not believe that. I think it's not just a matter of whether the natives will benefit from this, because I already view the concept of reservations as intrinsically, unjust. I believe that segregating people into these communities is, well, of course it's something negative, but puts them at perhaps a privilege or an unprivilege compared to regular Americans, where they will have, certain laws, and I don't think that is very aligned with the nation's ideas. And my main reason for this is a topic that I'm sure we'll discuss further on, which is the idea of multiculturalism and assimilationism and just homogeneity in general. I do not think that, having special rights and having special areas where you allocate people is effective. And to be frank, I don't think that even if it did marginally, in my opinion, benefit natives, for example, I don't think that that would be much of an issue so long as it was, of course, democratically held. At the end of the day, the country is a democracy.
Of course. But it's really not up to us. I mean, we have a federalist system after all. You talk about different people in different areas of the country being privileged to different rules, but we have that already. Different counties, different cities, and different states all have different laws themselves. There are colonies outside the United States that have different laws, like Puerto Rico, that don't benefit from all the same protections as
now, how the fuck do I have two America's Hammer?
The U.S. United States, the 50 states, might, like with regards to their participation in the democratic process. The boundary which separates these reservations, I don't think it's any different fundamentally from boundaries which separate county lines, city lines, state lines. But if we were to ask what to do with a city or a state, we would defer that vote to that city or to that state. I don't see why, in a conversation about what we should do with the reservation, we would defer it to the entire state. A reservation has very few people on it relative to the population of the state it's within. I mean, essentially, the native vote there would be negligible. It wouldn't even be. It would be essentially a rounding error, with the decision going to everyone else who's not directly affected. I think one of the important parts of democratic federalism, the idea of like delegating this down, is that people.
So I have the sacred relic sword, but I also have two America's hammers. How the fuck?
Affect them directly.
Oh, I duplicated
and
it.
No one is affected by the reservation laws more directly than native people. I think it should be left up to them.
Yeah,
I think my main issue with this is the fact that reservations were historically made to contain natives, and currently, well, of course, they do have larger populations of natives. That's my main issue, because in my eyes, that is, I wouldn't want to say the logic of an ethno-nationalist or anything like that. I mean, that would be a stretch. However, I would like to say that it is a form of, it's trying to group populations by the idea itself and the current results we are seeing, how we see it today. It's an idea that tries to group populations, ethnicities, and nationalities, or tribes, whatever you want to call it, into certain groups, and I think that's just not part of what America should be. I don't think that's really part of what America is, generally speaking. I think that we have, we have certain lines that, of course, they broadly allow. The concept of the state is one, or the province is one that is, of course, an administrative one, primarily. And I think it just applies. I mean, I don't think it's necessary to have these communes or these small sectors where you have populations evidently classified put there by their tradition, by their origin. It would be like having for example, it would be like having a separate state or separate community for the Amish people, or for, I don't know, perhaps certain Asian populations in certain cities.
do.
I think it's just something that, at the end of the day, would lead to disintegration of the American identity in a way, and it would just not contribute to the social cohesion of the country.
The Amish do have specific provincial laws. They're given exemptions by the government. They do have those.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, I was not aware of that, but then I'm against that as well then.
The Amish are there more or less of their own accord. The natives are not. I am, in principle, I'm in favor of what you're referring to here. The idea of these, you know, sort of these holdovers, these groups of ethnic distinction. I understand there are problems with these. But right now, they are problems which negatively affect only one group of people, and that is the natives. Americans are not negatively affected by the existence of these reservations.
How is this only a dex weapon?
Much to
No
the
faith?
opposite, the existence of these reservations is a legacy of the exploitation of native people. We benefited from the systems that put them on the reservation.
But that's like exactly what I want.
If this was some
Oh
mutually
my
destructive
Lanta.
process, some, you know, political legacy that would harm anyone and everyone involved, then I would agree with you fully. But at the moment, the systems that exist are harming the natives pretty much exclusively. And if abolishing these systems, just as is right now, without their democratic consent, would make things worse for them, we wouldn't really be solving the problem. You know, we may have some kind of abstract ideological victory, but if the practical outcome of that ideological victory is that the people most harmed by that unfair system are then harmed further, it seems to me like a hollow one at best.
I'm kind of confused about
It may well be the
with
case
faith,
that someday the reservation system is abolished. I hope it is.
Yeah.
It's not a great one. But if it is to be abolished, I think it must be done in a way which is in line with the will of the Native American people, and in a way which directly benefits them. You know, it can't just be some haphazard, you know, cleaning up the mistakes of the past type deal.
So what you're saying right now, in my opinion at least, it sort of aligns with the logic of self-determinism. You know, this nation wants this nation considers this to be best for itself. But I'd like to ask you a question. What would be your response in the case of, for example, you know, maybe the Pacific Northwest, or a percentage, a piece of land of white people, or maybe of black people? That's irrelevant. Saying, you know what, we want to have our own laws. We want to change how we do things dramatically if that's necessary for the excess reservation. What would be your opinion on that? Because it appears to me that the logic that you're using would very, very easily follow through this idea of self-determinism.
We already can. I live in the Pacific Northwest. We live in states that have a right to pass laws which exclusively affect the people in our own territory. We do have a degree of autonomous political control.
That is, it is true that you, of course, have this degree. Of course, that's part of the country itself. That's part of the federal model. However, I think that it just boils down to this ethnic control of a particular territory. That is what I have an issue with, and I think that
it's just important to remember.
I don't agree. I don't really agree with having reservations have special laws. Maybe if the reservation was like a state, its own state, then I would say like, yeah, sure. I mean, so long as it follows with how the rest of the states do it, then yeah, that's completely fine. But reservations are exempt from following state law, of course.
Well, right. So they're a special legal designation, but that seems to me somewhat arbitrary now. Like, you'd be okay with all these differences if they were incorporated into statehood, but because they have a special designation which gives them legal autonomy, that's somehow more illegitimate. I'm very sensitive to the ethnostate, you know, debacle here, but it's important to know where the power comes from. The power of reservations is not a power of Native Americans keeping every other ethnic group out. I'm pretty sure you can live on a reservation if you're not native. I mean, there's a lot of variants. There's a lot of reservations. It's not like they like shoot the whiteys who come across the border.
Yeah.
But it's not their power to keep people out. It has historically been the power of the U.S. government to keep them in. And what remains is this tiny, fragile vestige of what cultural, you know, like remnants they still have.
How the fuck am I?
You know, it's hardly like a bulwark of ethno-nationalism. Again, I understand the ideological concerns, but in practice, this must be amended in a way which doesn't harm Native people further.
Okay, I see what you mean. Now I'd like to ask you another question. This sort of deviates a bit, but at least it's related to the land back movement.
I love deviants.
What do you think about the proposal of removing Mount Rushmore?
I suppose I'd be fine with it. I understand it's on like stolen land, right? Well, I suppose everything's on stolen land.
Yeah.
It's on more explicitly.
Yeah.
Right. I suppose I'd be fine with that. It's pretty insensitive to put it up there. Frankly, it's also a very mid-monument, you know. I'm sure we can do something about that. Now, politically, obviously, that's never going to happen. It's going to stay up for as long as the rock doesn't erode. I'm not saying that we should, like, fight for its removal, but, you know, if it was, like, a 50-50 issue, you know, it was, like, politically viable, yeah, why not?
Do you think that should be exclusively up to the... I believe it's located in South Dakota. Do you think that should be exclusively up to the people of South Dakota, or do natives have a bigger say because it was their spiritual land, their ancestral land, sorry? Or do you think it's like up to who?
Well, I think specifically on federal land, so that would probably be a federal decision. I don't think it should be specifically up to the Native Americans because, again, if we defer to them the political autonomy to decide everything on land that was stolen from them, then they really would run the United States. That seems a bit impractical for a few reasons. Also, then we would have to hate them as leftists because they would be the head of the United States, and that seems awkward. But in terms of like, practical decision making here, like I think that we should listen to their concerns and complaints, and as American citizens, we should take into account those concerns.
Don't know what just happened.
Deciding whether or not we should keep that ugly son of a bitch over there.
Okay, well, I guess that's pretty reasonable. I personally don't agree with the removal. Even if it were like politically viable, I would still like try to advocate for it not being removed. Yeah, I think that covers it. I don't know if Mars wants to propose another, pass on to the next issue or...
Yeah, we have some other stuff that we wanted to interject for the conversation. So, wanted just to put this out there, whatever your takes are on it. Are multicultural societies superior or inferior to homogeneous societies?
Do you want to start, Josh?
Sure, why not? Are multicultural societies inferior? Well, obviously it would depend on the metrics you use for inferiority or superiority. I think that multiculturalism in the modern world today is an inevitable product of cultural and economic trends that are as close to objectively good as you can get. You know, like we're obviously like the metrics for what good and bad are is going to vary, but I think that if you want a society full of people who are happier, healthier, have a greater range
it's just not where I'm supposed to go.
To explore, who have more freedom, metrics like that, which I hope most of us would agree are good.
Like, this is a boss.
I think that yes, what we call multiculturalism, I suppose, free trade and the ability to travel between borders is absolutely something we should fight for.
I tend to disagree on this. I do believe that, yes, I do agree that multiculturalism is sort of derived from these other conditions that are in place. This form of economic globalization, I definitely agree with that. However, I do think that, I mean, when I look at history, when I analyze the patterns, when I look at, different things, I do believe that homogeneous societies tend to be superior. They tend to be much more consolidated than, and by superior, of course, that is subjective. By superior, I mean, I do think they tend to have better living for their people. I do think that they tend to have, a more consolidated culture, an idea that, a more functional state. I think that's what I'm trying to get at. I do think that homogeneous societies are better in that sense than multicultural societies. My issue with multicultural societies, at least as we can see in Europe, with the growing trends of mass immigration, is the fact that, so societies base themselves off social capital and off trust. And social capital, I read this on someone had to take on this. When social capital can be spent and can be accumulated, and when you have a society that doesn't trust each other, people in society that don't trust each other to the same extent, you start to, waste, or not waste, but you start to spend this social capital to a point where eventually you're not going to have a very respectful society.
Oh, I'm a big dumb
society,
fuck.
filled with violence, filled with law breaking, people disagreeing, and I don't think that's socially healthy at all.
Okay. I suppose the issue that I have here is that a lot of these categories we're looking to determine are very subjective and therefore very difficult to get really good data on. But there are some here that we can objectively find data on, and all of them social capital. So, in terms of social capital, or I guess let's refer to economic productivity. Free trade and free movement across borders is an objective marker of improved economic productivity. It's fairly unambiguous. There's no way around it. In terms of violence, immigrants commit less violence in the United States than native-born citizens do. In fact, it takes a few generations for immigrants' children to catch up to native-born Americans. In terms of the average amount of violence committed, violence and lawbreaking broadly, even illegal immigrants, I'm pretty sure, if you exclude the entering the country, without documentation, on average have lower levels.
Oh, you're kidding!
Violence than domestic citizens. I guess the narrative that I'm interested in looking at here is I don't know what exactly we're referring to. When we take a look at
what does it mean by fire?
Homogeneous or heterogeneous societies, what metrics are we using? Race, ethnicity? There's not a large or powerful country on Earth at any point in all of human history.
Method 1, continue up the path towards... Okay, I don't care about
rifts
okay.
within it.
Continue your path downwards.
Back during the founding of the United States, right after we kicked off the British, the founding fathers were bemoaning the ethnic invasion of the swarthy Germans. Nowadays, we think of the Germans as essentially, at least in a racial sense, identical to Americans, or I guess British people or French, or we just think white Western European. But back then, not really. They thought pretty ill of them. It seems like these metrics for social division, we're always looking to find them, and I just don't see how excluding people from your country is going to make that country any better.
That is true what you're saying, that the concept of white has shifted, and the concept of this mainstream American culture has integrated aspects of many different cultures. However, the thing is, how do I put this? When this is more of a long-term plan, yes, these minority, well, I don't want to call these immigrants, it's a better term. They do tend to assimilate over time. What to say about those crime statistics is true as well, from what I've heard, from what I've read. However, in the immediate sense, it does tend to, not benefit the country. For example, when you have, let's talk about Britain, for example. When you have immigrants coming in from the third world, right? Initially, they have drastically different cultures, and they do tend to clash. They do tend to ghettoify.
Wait,
excuse me?
if I may, let's be very specific.
Yeah.
The third world. Let's be specific. What do you mean?
The third world, I mean, countries not in the developing world. I mean, sub-Saharan Africa, I mean, parts of Latin America, I mean, parts of the Arab world. That's generally what I'm referring to.
It's just, that seems like a very, very, very broad group of people. It sounds like you're just saying non-white, basically.
No, not really, because I mean, I wouldn't consider a country like Ukraine or Russia to be part of the first world. And I do think that their immigrants, for example, Polish people or Eastern Europeans in Britain, do cause similar, effects to what other people cause, to what people from Nigeria or Jamaica cause, for example.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Let's work within this example. Do you prefer to use the UK or America? Are you from the UK, or is there just a preference in terms of which framework?
No, I would prefer to use the UK because it has seen more recent trends of immigration and that sort of thing coming from these different parts of the world.
All right. So I guess I would ask, what is the issue exactly? So sometimes people from very poor countries come in, and there are problems associated with the fact that they're from poor countries. What's the issue with that?
Okay, the issue is that when people come from these poor countries, of course, you're going to recognize, I believe, that due to the socioeconomic conditions these people are placed in, they're going to develop drastically different cultures and drastically different behaviors. For example, if my country is very poor, then people are gonna tend to be more likely to steal. That's an example.
Continue on.
Wait,
so when you bring
may I
these
harp on
people-
that? Because I want to know.
Continue on the path downwards. Sure.
So you
pass
say
the
they'll
left.
produce
Enter the
different
crashes
cultures
of
based on
avant-garde,
socioeconomic
and the crucial other
situations.
paths.
There are already
Take the
different
first left and take
groups
the
of poor
elevator
people
up.
in
Get past
the
the flame
UK
color and
and
attack
in
it,
the United
raising it up to
States.
expose the light.
Why?
That is true. However, the
Half
poor
on
people
what?
in the United
Fuck
States
these
are
guys,
nowhere
that's the
near
boss
comparable
rush.
to
You're
the
ignoring
people in
that,
Brazil.
That is true. The poor people in
Yes, we're
Brazil,
showing
when
on
they
this
come to the U.S., commit less crime than the poor people in the United States.
The poor people in Brazil are much poorer than the poor people in America.
And all the same, they commit less crime when they come up to the United States. If anything, we should be benefiting from their cultural influence in that
Well,
respect.
well, in terms of the United States,
Continue on
I
the path
have
towards
seen the
Sherman,
statistics
there will be a
you've seen as
passage
well.
to the left.
However, I have seen contradictory statistics.
The fuck is
And in
this
terms
thing
of the UK, I don't mean to pull like a 1350 or anything, because not all black people in the UK are immigrants, of course. Well, not currently. I mean, they're like third,
these
fourth
omens?
generation immigrants, of course. But and that's actually one of the points I wanted to
An
get
omen?
at. So
Are you
these
an
people
omen?
that have already
Are we an
assimilated,
omen?
they already there's no problem with them. I don't see any problem with them. My problem
Do you mean poor people
when
who are
these
like
people-
ethnically English, or
Left
do you
path?
mean immigrants who come and who have already sort of integrated culturally?
By these people, I mean immigrants who have. I know that phrase is like not very well seen, but yeah, I mean like people who have already immigrated, like third, fourth, second generation immigrants.
Gotcha.
Okay, this is not an
So,
elevator.
yeah, so what's
but
the
when you have-
issue, I suppose?
Yeah, when you have these new groups of people, like refugees coming from Syria, for example, a war-torn nation, or people coming from Somalia, or people coming from fucking, I don't know, like Romania. I'm sorry about Romania. You're gonna have much higher rates of crime, and that is something that can be demonstrably proven. For example, and I know this once again. I know this case. The exact example I'm gonna bring up is one that's used by reactionaries and conservatives a lot. However, the case of Sweden, for example, it has seen dramatic increases in violent crime as different groups like refugees from Syria have arrived to the country. I think that just shows what this means. And it's not only sustained by pure statistics like the ones that I could present to you. I have at hand. However, it's also
It should
sustained
be
by the people
noted.
living there.
Oh, sure.
Excuse me?
It should be noted, though.
Yeah.
The fuck was that?
It's also sustained by the people living there. They have ghettoified. The police reports on this.
Well, hold on.
It's,
Wait.
it's just
If I may.
Sure.
I like that term ghettoified because the implication.
Oh my
that
fucking
it's
god!
supposed with being
It's
policy
like
is
it's scratching my head.
far more migrants during the Syrian refugee crisis than Sweden did. Far, far, far more. And after doing so, their crime rate decreased. They took, so many more. Additionally, when studies were done on crimes committed by Syrian refugees, it was found that overwhelmingly these were petty crimes committed against each other, which makes sense because they were all in refugee camps. I mean, buddy, trust me, put me in a refugee camp. I will be doing petty crimes all over the place. It's not...
He goes down, he kills a bunch of losers. He goes over here. He runs here, he goes over here, he runs here, his time comes here. Okay, he goes down here. Yeah, he jumps right, jumped. Okay, he's down here, he's down here. He's on the path. Okay, he comes down the path. He beats that skeleton. He goes up here. So I was like right there. I was right there. Where I died, you literally go up the ramp and you're done. You hit the fire thing. Actually, I'm gonna watch the end of this video. I don't know what the fuck it means by teleport back to the thing. Okay, this pillar goes all the way up. Holy fuck. Okay, person kills himself. That was on purpose. say that was on purpose. Audio is super loud as per usual with every video that's uploaded to fucking YouTube by anyone who makes anything useful. Oh, loading screen, huge bug. Playing on a toaster, as per usual. Also well known, you're only allowed to play Elden Ring on a toaster. Okay, they're summoning the cooperator again for some reason. We don't know why. Fucking Christ, this guy is so loud. Okay, I can't hear myself fucking think, dude. Shut the fuck up. Okay, he runs through there. What the hell is this guy doing? God, why the fuck do you... Stop, you don't need to kill every single fucking thing you see, dude. Oh, look, it randomly died. How did it die? Okay. Holy fuck.
Not the best environment.
Thank you for blowing my fucking ears out, dude.
It seems like a lot of what happened in Sweden, and I'm no expert on this, by the way, it seems like what happened in Germany is an indication that the presence of a lot of refugees doesn't inherently suddenly explode crime in your country. Instead, it poses a socioeconomic challenge that different states may respond to with different levels of competence. Germany handled it pretty darn well. Now, keep in mind, a refugee is not an immigrant. Refugees are things that not things, of course, they're people, but a refugee is something that a country takes on as goodwill. Like, you know, there's destruction taking place nearby, like we will attempt to help, we will help people. An immigrant is obviously just subject to natural processes. We would expect crime
hit it.
When refugees come to our countries, because they're a difficulty that we're assuming, but we're doing it because it makes the world a better place.
Yeah, now it breathes fire this way.
It is true that there were
I don't know what this causes, but
refugees, but if anything, I think what happened in Europe was a startling testament to our strength as a sort of civic society. The ability to absorb millions of people forced out of their country by war and destitution to give them better lives. This
I'm gonna see if I can just do this without dying.
Something to be avoided. This is a sign of overwhelming strength. That was one of the defining elements, I think, of, you know, the value of our political governance, I guess, of liberal democracy. So we can afford that, we can bear that. And, you know, the children of those refugees are going to be, on average, higher IQ and lower crime rate committing than average German or Sweden or whatever else citizens if they follow the patterns of immigrants that came to the United States. So I think it's a good thing. I think we should celebrate it.
Well, I'd like to ask you a very, like, a more theoretical question about this. You know, given how people, I know that you are not an essentialist and neither am I, we both believe that, you know, cultural conditions, the way people are raised influences how they act. Don't you think, I mean, it appears to me that it appears evident to me that when you have people who have been raised in countries where violence is more prominent, where they're put in these conditions that are much harsher to them, it appears to me obvious that when they move somewhere else, they're going to continue those practices. And yes, over time, and as they integrate into these new societies, that will start
you don't
to
need to
drop.
fucking...
I absolutely agree. But
Be a
instantly, I
beta.
don't think that is the
Just
case.
kill
And
them.
I'm sure you can pull up other examples. I can pull up other examples as well, like rape cases in
did it.
Germany. I can pull up examples of crimes committed by, I think it was Moroccan or I don't know. I think it was Moroccan, yeah.
Hunter, you're
People coming in
okay,
to
so that's
Spain
all
and
the only
Italy
thing I
and
give a
different
shit.
areas. I think it's just very obvious to see how there's going to be a cultural clash and how there's going to be this
I have to get out
issue
of here.
where
What cultural
people
clash?
have been raised, yeah, and where people have been raised in these conditions, they're gonna, continue practicing them on where they move.
Well, practicing what?
Violence, for example. No, I'm not generalizing everyone, of course, but the trends. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, maybe this is just a cultural difference, but the United States is the world's #1 source of violence, as far as I'm concerned. We kill a lot of people over here. Should I fear the violent culture of an immigrant when we in America have more firearm deaths than just about any other developed country? The United Kingdom, of course, you all don't have guns over there, but I guess it's just, if you want to pick and choose, if you want to selectively analyze different groups of people at, very particular points in time for relative crime rates, you could make any group of people look bad at some point. But the broad trend, if we take a step back and look broadly, what are the outcomes produced by people of different cultures, nations, ethnicities, races, nationalities entering liberal democracies? The outcomes overwhelmingly have been positive ones. And the real difference we see long term is not a distinction between which cultures or ethnicities we're talking about, but rather who the
Oh yeah, if
haves
we're going
and
to faith
have
build, we're
nots
100%
have to be,
using this.
which is
on
why the most
100%.
deprived of all resources group
Maybe
in
not
the
even
US
this helmet, though.
isn't some immigrant group, it's black
some better
people,
helmet.
because they directly suffer from centuries of exploitative political systems. They're not immigrants. Most black people in America can trace their family lineage not very far for obvious reasons, but if they could,
Yeah.
they'd be able to trace it back farther than most of the white people here in the US. So immigration doesn't seem to be the issue here. It's exploitative political practices, it's discrimination, it's, you say ghettoized, but what is a ghetto? A ghetto is a product of policy. The Nazis ghettoified their political enemies in Poland after marching on in there. It was a deliberate policy to cordon, to round up, to force out certain
But
groups
it
of
is
people.
true. It is true, however, that when people move to a new country, a new culture, they do. I'm going to mention two ideas which are true, and I don't have the statistics at hand for either of these, but I think
Alright,
you
this
might
is
have heard
perfect
of them, and I mean, from what I know, they are true. So first of all, when people move from one country to another, they tend to become more nationalistic for the country they left, which is, pretty funny, but it does happen to be the case. And also, when people move, for example, you have people from Hong Kong moving to San Francisco, the most likely scenario is that those people, or a very likely scenario is that some of those people are going to integrate into the Chinatowns or into the communities that have already been built there by those people that surround them. It's very logical, and I think that.
But the question is, do I want to
it's
go with a
just
faith
representative
build?
of what I'm trying to say. These people,
Well, we made
people tend to
Chinatown.
group them. Excuse me.
People don't group themselves. The reason Chinatowns exist in the United States, especially on the West Coast, is because Chinese people were subjected to a massive amount of historical discrimination.
Yes.
And
Yes.
for safety, they would speak with and try to work with people who shared their language, who wouldn't attack them in the night, who wouldn't, spit
So,
at
I can
them
go with
on the
that,
street.
and
Our
then I can
discrimination
put a
forced
big
them
ol'
into the
shield
ghettos
on.
they still live in today. We can choose to not do that, and we know we can because poor Irish and Italian immigrants originally were a part of those ghettos. They shared the exact same tenements that black people did out in New York and Chicago and what have you. But when we decided that the Italian and Irish people should be treated better, that they should be considered part of us whiteys, all of a sudden they started getting, better paying jobs. They started moving into different neighborhoods because we gave them the right to. They were no longer being attacked or discriminated against every time they left the little bubble of the city.
Doesn't this
they
have
carved out
it's a
for
big
themselves.
strength
We
thing?
can
I
fix
think
the
it fires
ghettoization
off.
problem.
So let me throw something into this real quick. So do you think that this is because of a product of like auto segregation is happening by default? That's happening in these areas, like just different cultures starting to collect and go together, or is it just a policy thing? Because these are groups of people that are white, and it becomes easier to go and accept them as they board the lines.
Oh, look at how
I think
sick
that
I
there
look.
is by default some.
The problem is that
level of
this goes off
auto-segregation
faith,
that
this
will
goes
take
off
place,
strength
especially from a
and
country with
dex, so it'd be
languages. But if
mostly
we
a
take
dex
look at
build.
the history of the United States, there are ethnic and national groups
But it doesn't go
that
off
have
faith.
stayed in their
God,
ghettos
the stats
and
on
ones
that would be
have
so
not.
weird.
And the difference is pretty clear. The ones that have are members of
That looks
historically
so cool.
discriminated
I don't know why this
groups, and
doesn't
the ones
scale
that
with-
haven't are the
Oh,
ones that
you're
eventually
bum.
got incorporated into our broader understanding of who the hegemon should include.
And I don't disagree with this. I don't disagree with this. I do think that, you know, the ideas that the country has about who's white, who's not, who's part of this privileged class, this racially or whatever privileged class, I do agree with the fact that that does affect how people settle, the they show.
What a cool it is.
I think this isn't against my point. I think that this just proves
How
that
many of the? Oh, I can go
assimilation
get more.
is what matters here. So a multicultural society is a society where there's going to be discrimination between groups. I think it's a society where people are going to be subject.
Do you think
wait,
culturally heterogeneous societies don't engage in discrimination?
Larval
who are they going to discriminate?
Well,
get a bunch somewhere.
I don't think there is such a thing as a culturally heterogeneous society. I think they continue to form lines and divisions within their own society. Keep in mind, like, a ton of Jewish people in Germany were ethnically German. They'd lived in Germany for centuries, longer than my family's lived in the United States. And for a lot of people, in some groups, in some areas, that no longer mattered. And then, all of a sudden, it did. We've had that happen over and over. I think that people who are inclined toward discrimination will always find victims of discrimination they're willing to create. And never in the history of any developed society has bigotry or discrimination as a concept been solved because we simply got rid of the people we were discriminated against. That has never happened anywhere at any point.
Well, that is a very interesting point, I have to say. I mean, yeah, that is very interesting. But I would say that, for example, you know, this. I do think that when, for example, right now we're witnessing trends of Asians, for example, being incorporated into the large white body, the white mainstream body, if you understand what I'm trying to say. They are, in the same way that Italians were incorporated and Irish people and Germans at some point were incorporated, you know, Asians are being incorporated, and I'm sure that as they start to incorporate themselves, or as they start to be incorporated, assimilated, whatever it is, you know, things are going to start to calm down. I don't think that it's very intrinsic for humans to, or for hating people to just find a group of people to point at. I think that there must be distinctions, and those distinctions generally tend to be cultural, of course.
Well, but there are no cultural distinctions between myself and like a person living in Chinatown that don't also exist between myself and like an American Southerner living in Georgia. See, you talk about cultural distinctions as though they're only a product of ethnic differences, but travel the breadth of the United States and you'll find, hell, in the UK, Londoners are nothing like Northern English people. And if we're talking about like the UK broadly, you take a look at Wales and Scotland and all up and over, there are cultural differences whether or not you're pulling from the same ethnic group.
This is true. I definitely agree with this. But what I want to point out with what you just said is the fact that when you have something like a Chinatown, a small community of people living right beside people with well, not completely, but fairly different cultures, of course there's going to be a shock that's going to be felt. There's going to be a conflict that's going to be felt that is going to be much larger than what you, a person from the Pacific Northwest, is going to feel when interacting with a person from the South. And the reason for that is because you don't live in the South. You don't live anywhere close to the South. So for there to be a clash between the Pacific Northwest white subculture and the Southern white subculture or whatever, that would be much harder than for there to be a clash between you, assuming that you lived in San Francisco, for example, and Asian Americans. Not all Asian Americans, but you know, people with these cultural characteristics.
I have to say, it was a mistake of you to pull upon my lived experience. I grew up in Beverly Hills, but next to it is Koreatown, and never anywhere else in the world are you going to find a sharper divide in income. And I had friends from Koreatown who I got along with, you know, spectacularly. But I have spent time in the South. See, my grandparents live in Florida, northern Florida, as far away from Miami as you can get. A lot of drawl out there. And I have to say, there are far more cultural differences between me and a Floridan Southerner than there will ever be between somebody who lives in Koreatown next to myself. And those are two very different living circumstances as well. Beverly Hills and Koreatown are two very different places to grow up.
Who do you think has a more difference, though? Do you think that you have a more difference? You have a bigger difference when compared to a Southerner, for example, or to the you know, Mexican immigrant community that lives next door in LA, for example. Because I would say, I would suggest that
I have far
the
more of a
population,
difference than the southerner.
I would suggest that the population that is Catholic, the population that, you know, comes from another country, the population that has different customs, the population that speaks Spanish, of course, not to generalize, but just in certain communities that is the case, and
So,
of course
well,
live in
they're
different, very
Catholic.
different economic conditions.
They're Catholic, but I'm atheist. So my
Well,
Protestant Southern... Well, hold on, because it seems like you're assuming a lot of similarities between me and Southerners. So Mexican immigrants tend to be Catholic, but Southerners tend to be Protestant, and I'm neither, so that's not any more of a difference. Mexican
Well, I
immigrant...
try to use you as an example, but of course, well, you're very progressive, so there probably is going to be a massive clash between you and a...
I'm a person
and a
who grew up in
farmer from the
LA.
South, right?
As a person who grew up in LA, I find that I have a lot in common with people who grew up in LA. See, one of the strongest cultural values in Los Angeles is tolerance for other cultures. If you don't have that, you don't get to live in LA. It's not really a question or a choice. So you say, you know, folks in the South speak English, but people who immigrate from Mexico speak Spanish. Well, so do like 2/3 of the people in LA. That's hardly exclusive to Mexican immigrants, you know. You say, you talk about cultural values. Well, I had Mexican friends who were second-generation immigrants, but I didn't really have many Southern friends when I went down to Florida, even though I spent
And it
months
just so
over
happens to be, and it just so happens to be the case that in these large metropolitan, diverse areas, there are higher rates of crime and there are lower rates of trust between people.
Well, hold on. That's the case in every major city on Earth, no matter what the ethnic constituency of that city is. Of course, it's a big city.
I would tend to disagree with that.
You can't.
I mean,
you
of
can
course-
tend to
of course-
disagree with it if you like, but it remains the case.
I mean, of course there is. I mean, of course there is going to be higher rates of crime. However, these crime rates are exaggerated by the fact that there is, you know, cultural diversity to such a great extent.
You keep saying this.
And a lack of, and of course I'm speaking culturally here, not racially.
No, I need to correct this misconception of yours.
When compared to a city that does
Guys,
not, if that makes sense.
guys. One at a time, please.
I just
Bosh,
want to
go
say,
ahead.
cultural diversity doesn't create crime. There are sociological studies in which factors create crime. Income inequality is the one. That's the overwhelming one. The force of income inequality in leading to crime is so overwhelming that it blurs out all the other potential variables. That's the big one. Cities are going to have the most income inequality anywhere and everywhere on Earth. You want to go to Russia? Plenty of Russian cities are far more ethnically homogenous than Los Angeles, massively so, and they have far more crime than we do, and a lot of that is a product of the economic policies which led to the breakup of the Soviet Union and the divvying up of public enterprise by oligarchs. It is about factors, yes, but controllable factors, not immigration. Now, oftentimes, cities that have lots of immigrants will also have lots of income inequality because, well, you know, under capitalism, blah, role of the worker, and so on. But these are correlative, not positive.
Stop.
You can get rid of the immigrants, but you're not going to get rid of the income inequality. And you'll know that because you can take a look at American cities basically at any point in all of American history, and you'll find the same basic patterns. In fact, crime today, in terms of our perceived murder rates, is like 1/10 what it used to be back in the 1400s France. And in 1400s France, I assure you, that was about as ethnically homogenous as you're going to get in any society relative to what we have today.
Okay, one.
It's just culture doesn't produce these problems. It's other things that we can fix. Kicking immigrants out ain't going to fix it.
Do you think there is, for example, a correlation, and once again, this is going to sound like a very harsh argument, but do you think there is, for example, a correlation between the extent to which America has become a more culturally, or in this case, I'm actually going to go straight forward with it, racially, and this is because, you know, there are correlations between race and culture, not intrinsic, but they're just socially speaking, there are correlations. Do you think that there is... because from what I've seen, for example, there is a much higher, as America has become less homogenous, the population of people in jail and incarcerated has gone up drastically. And I'm not going to say that the justice system isn't at all biased based on race and based on culture, because I do think it is. However, I don't think it's anywhere near as biased to explain for these differences. And I have a chart if you would like to, if you would like me to employ the data.
We're not going to get into this right now. Otherwise, we'll just get caught up in a
So I'm familiar with
charts and graphs and everything right now.
I'm familiar with whatever data you can provide. Crime skyrocketed in the United States after the drug war started for reasons directly a product of federal policy. And this also speaks against your argument because black Americans culturally are as American as you can get. I mean, they've been here literally since before the beginning. My family didn't come here until the early 1900s. What you're talking about right now is a racial difference, which kind of, I think, gives light to the pretense of this being about, like, nationality and whether or not it's about non-white countries versus white countries. Like I've said, you know, there are plenty of cultural differences already within the borders of the United States before we even bring immigration in to the factor. If you want to start splitting hairs on that, you've got urban versus rural, you've got north versus south, you've got, you know, like the people who live in Maine versus people who live in, like,
it's just too
New Mexico.
jank. It just doesn't.
You'll never be able.
It's
to
a
get rid of
dex
cultural
build
differences,
that does
which is
lightning
fine.
damage.
There's no problem. It's nice to live in a culture.
No inherent problem there. But then how do I get the faith scaling?
I see what you mean, and I see what we're trying to say. However, and I do agree with the fact that there is no population that is more American than Black Americans. Of course, they have forged their own identity completely disconnected from their, I guess you could say, African roots. They are purely American. I would agree. However, what I would like to say to that is that my main argument here is that they are not part of the mainstream culture. They are far away from what is considered mainstream. And of course, this is racist. The fact that, not what I'm saying, of course, I don't think so, but the fact that they are not considered fully American, that they have not integrated despite being here for fucking hundreds of years, is a racist thing. I do agree with that. But it just comes to show that, you know, there is a disparity between, there is a disparity between the Black American culture, because I do think Black culture is a thing, and mainstream American culture, which is just broadly speaking white culture.
Isn't Black culture mainstream American culture?
If
you take a look at most of our cultural exports, it seems like Black people are disproportionately. The mistake you're making, because I have to correct you, especially if the UK is like your primary. America is special. Multiculturalism is our mainstream culture. For the past century at least, the bedrock of American cultural exports have been a direct product of the fact that we incorporate different cultures and different cultural voices in our community into the stuff that we produce. Obviously, we don't do it fairly or equally, and we don't include all groups, but the principle of diversity, that is our culture. Just like how multiculturalism is Los Angeles culture. You know, you can't, like, you'll never be able to find one Los Angeles culture, because if you had one culture in Los Angeles, it wouldn't be Los Angeles culture anymore.
Well, I disagree with that. I don't think that the American culture, I'm speaking in mainstream, I don't think the American culture is just diversity of culture. I think that there is a concrete base of American culture that has founded itself and has developed itself for hundreds of years, and it is evidently there, and I could get into some aspects if you wanted. For example, you know, the way people are raised, for example, this is going to sound extremely stupid, but fucking like architecture, that is evidently part of the American experience. You just
what about our
shit
architecture?
Like rock music. Excuse me?
Well, what about our architecture is part of the ancestral American tradition that isn't Black culture? Because, like, neoclassical architecture was a big part of our original founding aesthetic, but we don't really use that anymore. Nowadays, we use kind of a hodgepodge of, like, post-20th century skyscraper architecture, like colonial, like, I don't think you can boil down, like, especially since a huge part of our architectural culture in America stems directly from slavery. I mean, we literally have, like, plantation-style homes, and a ton of our, like, zoning laws, especially in areas that used to have legalized slavery, and the buildings built on them are direct products of, well, I don't really want to say that slavery is a cultural contribution of Black people. That seems to minimize the harm done a little bit, but at the very least, they were a part of all that. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you take a look at the history of any art form in America, there are going to be influences from so many different cultural groups, you know?
I do think that there are differences. However, I do think that while some, in the same cases, it's the case for immigration, while some influences come from different parts of the world, there is still this consolidated idea, this consolidated culture that gets fed into, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
No, like
and
what?
Yes, Excuse me?
Like, what do all real Americans agree on? Like,
Ow! I mean, aspects of individualism, for example. I mean,
oh, cock!
How so? America is the most individualistic society there is. And I think that some groups that come to the United States, for example, Latinos or Latinos.
What is going on with this bear?
Okay,
I'm not gonna try to cheese it. Just fucking kill it. It just moves around like a fucking asshole.
American culture, and I think that their cultural practices will end up feeding into this mainstream American culture as well. However, while it feeds into this greater idea, there will be some conflict.
But we recite the Pledge of Allegiance before class every day as young people. In what way are we? What individualistic value, like what like specific thing, is like an America thing that people of different cultures don't believe in? Because Black Americans also believe pretty strongly in individualism as a concept. It's all over the media and the culture that Black people produce. They have a very strong affinity for it. So, did they just take that from us?
God damn it!
No,
Holy fuck! Stop!
Do align with white Americans, or I'd like to say.
Okay, he's faster than my fucking horse. Okay, no point in fighting on the horse either,
but when it comes
as
to
we've
other
learned.
groups, that isn't exactly the case. I do not believe, as a Latino person, I do not believe Latinos from Latin America to be nearly as individualistic as are other people. For example, Latinos tend to care more about others' perception of them because, society tends to divide itself between two categories. It's called guilt-based society and shame-based society. Shame-based societies are individualistic. Guilt-based societies are collectivistic. Pretty sure it's like that.
Right, but aren't we talking about people in America having a shared cultural product? If there are going to be cultural differences between people from different countries, I get that. I'm just wondering what, like, the root, like, what ethnic group in America doesn't believe that, And then you have this dissonance, too, because
Drink your shit! Fuck it. I don't care.
But Chinese immigrants tend to be pretty fiercely individual.
Gets off the horse.
Like them pursuing education.
I smashed the X button.
I guess the issue here is that, like, this is an unwinnable problem from your perspective, because trying to define American culture in a way that includes Americans broadly, but
I want to go to bed and get up and go to the gym, but I also just really don't want to do this fucking weekend.
You're like winding wire around like a thistle branch, and you'll be doing it for days. I don't know if there's a way to negotiate that problem.
Okay, this is really fucking.
I guess like even.
Oh, this guy's gonna be way more unhinged than just him just being kind of passively racist. Even though I don't even think he said anything extraordinarily racist yet. He just kind of He's
the
just
Republicans and the conservatives, I think, sort of had. They were all playing the same tune, but in a different note. And the YouTubers really were playing sort of like, I guess, I don't know, what would you call this? The bass? What's the truest, most purest of the notes?
Is it the melody?
I don't know. I'm not musically
No,
inclined.
it's really, I think it's the key that it's in is the truest.
Okay, right, exactly.
Yeah.
The key.
Yes.
And this is the key that sets the tone for just about all of them. Here is Steven Crowder just yesterday talking about Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination and her credentials.
Wow. It's just like affirmative action. Let's say that Ketanji Brown, Miss Jackson. Let's say that this person.
Oh yeah, this is so fucking awkward, dude. I don't know why he says this. God, Stephen Crowder's super cringe. I have this painting, so why not just do it? Except for the stupid directions is probably the worst I've ever. Like, what does it want from me? Oh. But the solution is right over. Yeah. Harp bow. I don't give a shit about that at all. Wondering some of the stuff that it gives is deadly sin. Fires, deadly sin. Okay about that. Ash arrows. Storm. Jesus, I think I spelled all of this wrong. Okay, don't care. I get a larval tear. But I also have to go from here to here. I also don't feel like doing. Care. Scarab helmet. Okay. This is the only one I care about. And I have it marked on the map. Thankfully I closed the thing accidentally. This way. Take a left, get on the road. Question is how the fuck do I get up here? The answer is go this way. Huh. Well. I really don't feel like fighting you right now. don't walk on a sheep, please. I mean, I got abused by the fucking sheep, dude. Dude, you gotta stop, man. Why didn't you hit me? God, I don't care. On the stupid fucking hood. Rough map link. Where the fuck is it? Oh. Why did it link me in a totally wrong spot? What the fuck? Goodness reward for something about travel northwest of the river. Okay, I don't know why the fuck I'm even here. What the hell? Okay, this bridge? No, this bridge. I'm wasting my fucking time.
Person becomes because I don't want to say man or woman because she can't define it, so I wouldn't want a dead name.
No.
Oh, you're so funny.
Becomes
Shut
Supreme
up.
Court
God,
justice.
fucking hate
It's
when
like
people do
affirmative
that.
action. She can never know if it's because she was qualified. That's the issue here. You rob people of their win.
Smart.
She can never know if she was the right person for the job because former Vice President Joe Biden said it will be a black woman.
Oh my God, you're so fucking smart. Wow.
Good portion of the pool of talent.
Is there? Are you saying there was nobody else qualified? How about you just go with qualified? And if it turns out to be her, I am all for it.
Well, the problem is if you're qualified, they
But
accuse
it
you of
wouldn't.
being a gang rapist.
Well, that's true.
What?
But it wouldn't.
Oh yeah, he was really qualified. That
Remember him with Kavanaugh?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just the grandstand.
He just made that all about. He just said he did a little 5-man.
Oh, there's
one
your
act
boy.
show.
Wait a second. Nick DiPaolo's on there. Look. Now.
I know. You didn't see Nick DiPaolo. He has become righty Riderman from Wrightsville.
No, I know it. I know it. But let's just talk about, before we get into Nick, and maybe we can listen to what Nick has to say about this. Now, let's just talk about whether Ketanji Brown Jackson can know whether she was deserving or qualified
Why is
to
this fucking
sit
loser
on the Supreme Court. Let me just and she, I imagine, has access to Wikipedia, as does Crowder.
Yes.
She went to Harvard undergrad. She went to Harvard Law. She had 3 clerkships when she got out of school.
Not qualified.
With
Right.
one
She
with the
was,
Supreme
say that again?
Court Justice Stephen Breyer. The number of people who have ever clerked for a Supreme Court justice, I imagine it's probably in the the hundreds, maybe could be.
Oh
low
my
thousands.
God.
In the
Right.
entire country, in the history of the court.
History,
In the
yes.
history of the court, the 200 years that we've had. 3 clerkships, Supreme Court,
It's a great hood for a
district
reason, I guess.
judge, and a third judge. I mean, it doesn't matter really. And she served. She was in corporate law, in like a big law firms, a couple, 2 or 3 years over the course of it. Sentencing. I mean, she's been a judge for over a decade at this point.
As opposed to Amy Coney Barrett, who was a judge for 0.5 seconds before
Oh,
getting nominated.
Amy Cunty Barrett. By the way, Amy Cunty went to
Very
the
hard to
University-
pronounce her name, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's very hard. A lot of people don't say it correctly on television. That
You gotta call her
full name-
Miss Cunty. Miss Cunty.
Yes, Miss Cunty Barrett. But she takes her husband's name because that's what you do if you're a woman. She knows what a woman is. Amy Cunty.
I mean, that's,
Yeah.
the competence part or the qualified part is very interesting coming from a party, supporters of a party that like Trump just appointed like a whole score of Breitbart huffing judges himself.
Right.
But the idea that she can't possibly know whether she's qualified is unfair to her. And I wonder, what's also amazing to me is, I wonder if this has been a plague for white guys on the court for the decades and actually centuries, where essentially you were not eligible to be on the court unless you're a white guy, because you weren't even allowed to go to law school.
Legacy admissions.
Okay, can I just add something to that? And very nice, Sam, very nice. And I love the ire. Listen, here's the deal. Here's the fucking deal. The Supreme Court should resemble the demographics of this fantastic country that we live in. The fact that there's never been a black woman, she went to public school, her parents are public servants, she's a public servant. Fucking Kavanaugh sitting there crying about his fucking friend. Got drunk in the there is no comparison between Ketanji Brown Jackson. Perfect. She's perfect. She studied improv. She is a well-rounded.
That's a knock against her.
It is. She has more class. I mean, the fact that she had to sit there and listen to that fucking and John Kennedy. That. I hate that fucker.
Let's listen to a little bit more. I want to hear what Nick DiPaolo has to say, because the three of us have a connection. Judy,
yes,
I don't know if you.
I love Nick. I love Nick, but he's turned into like I don't know what happened to him. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, just the grandstanding.
He just made that all about. He just said he did a little 5-man, one-act show, one-man play.
Yes,
for himself.
Yeah.
She was even getting irritated. Hey, this is my moment, bitch.
Yes, exactly.
That's the look she had on her face.
Yeah,
He's such a. Oh, he's a tool.
He
man.
never misses an opportunity to grandstand, and he screwed up Newark so bad that he decided to go to Congress.
Yes, exactly.
I don't understand. He robbed that city of millions and millions and millions of dollars in funding for education, just completely wasted it on corporate people coming in and advising from New York, ransacked the city, and then's like, I think I'll run for Congress. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Gerald, the correct term is jacked. He jacked the city.
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, they were like approaching some sort of coherent point, maybe criticizing Cory Booker, and then he has to make some Crowder's only contribution to some racist comment.
So Cory Booker spends his time talking about the time that he's allotted, how this nomination, what this nomination means to him and people of color all over the world, and they spend their time asking her what to define a woman and talk about child porn, but not bring up Matt Getz or anyone like that, all their fucking friends, or Jeffrey Epstein or whatever, whoever. So
Jenny Hastert.
And Jim Jordan, you're fucking
Jim Jordan.
Yeah. So
Mark Foley.
that's not grandstanding. That's not grandstanding. But Cory Booker taking this time to, whether or not you like Cory Booker, to talk about what an important moment this is, that's so different. And all these other people are so fucking great, aren't they? They took their time. They really did their research. Chuck Grassley, what the fuck is that? First of all, did you notice they'll ask her a question that they know she can't answer, and like they'll be like, this is exactly what they do. You're disgusted. You're disgusted. So you're saying that you want more criminals out on the street? Is that what you're saying? And then she says, "Thank you, Senator." And he's just like this, not even listening to the fucking answer. She's talking, and he's like, okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
Let's talk
because
more
all
about
I
Nick
want to do
DiPaolo.
is jerk off here, yeah. But I fucking hate them.
Let's talk about Nick DiPaolo. Nick was on. You and I think, met when I cast you in B Cops.
Yes, I love that. Do we have a video of that ever?
Yeah, of course I have a video of it. So I have a video of it.
Did you play a cop?
Maybe.
Yep. No. UPS driver.
Judy doesn't remember.
I looked hot. I did. Yes, I looked hot in my brown uniform. Yes, I do. I remember we were outside.
Nick DiPaolo played a cop.
Yeah.
In that, which I don't think you guys were not in the same scene together. but
Right.
this was in 1999, and I remember walking with Nick, and he had just moved back to New York, and this is what he said to me. He goes, and I had come from doing a bunch of sitcoms. I had done 3 or 4 different pilots.
Okay, we have to decide now.
With a Nick DiPaolo type.
Do I
Like a guy who's
change my build?
supposedly from
And
like,
if so,
like a
what
very
to?
Italian. This is back like when ethnic was like if you're Italian or if you're
Right.
And
So we have
and
Wizard.
And so I had done with characters like Nick, like I had a list of like 4 other people to call for his part, but he was like big. So I wanted someone like that. And he says to me, I said, so you're moving back to New York? And he goes, yeah. You can't get a job out in LA if you're a white guy.
What year was this? 99?
1999. I was like, are you kidding me? They can't find enough white comedians to front a show right now. Are you serious?
Tim Allen, Jeff Foxworthy, Ray Romano, Jerry Seinfeld. I mean,
those are the ones just that hit. Like there was so many. They were just cranking them out. Like
So many white men with so many very attractive wives. That were gonna be
Kevin James. Hi, I weigh 700 pounds, but look at my wife.
That's what.
And so for me, I look at it as hateful behavior that has been platformed over and over and over again.
Look at how
and the
cool I
trans
look.
community, I'll tell you,
I just
the
love
trans
being a
community
wizard.
has been very happy to see this aggressive
What?
person leave this platform because it makes our community better as a whole of this community of Twitch streamers. And even if you liked him and maybe he platformed you, maybe he didn't, the fact of the matter is all of you are good enough
Look how
without
cool I
Destiny
look.
being here propping you up. And it's about having that content that you can create, that you can be able to have good, intelligent discourse. And don't get me wrong, we're supposed to debate trans sports later, and I really want to get to that. And I want to have an intellectual conversation about what the advantages are of HRT and how it equals things out. And I'm ready to have that intellectual conversation because it's very relevant to the fact that 83 bills in the country, 74 bills across the country are trying to specifically ban trans people from sports. I'm not saying that we can't have discourse about trans people. I'm not saying that we can't have an intellectual conversation
Dude,
about
kill
their
me.
existence.
Oh god, this fucking
Look,
horse.
Me and Sprouticus had a very good conversation about trans issues, and it turned into a great conversation, and I feel that it did an actual good. But having a continual aggressive person that does attack and does do this harassment campaigns on people is a good thing. And if you got to believe that logic because you have to play it through. Like
Can I
he's an
just respond?
aggressive individual.
Can I just respond quickly, Josie? To me, this is the same as Bernie Sanders taking Joe Rogan's endorsement. You've got to deal with some people that aren't perfect in order to achieve change.
Joe Rogan isn't calling, isn't Destiny in a sense.
I'm worse than
Joe
Joe
Rogan's
Rogan?
his problems.
Joe Rogan's
Joe Rogan.
And Bernie took his endorsement, and he was thrilled.
Jesus.
Thrilled.
Look,
It wasn't even a great
look.
endorsement.
I am not here to defend Joe Rogan, but I will tell you that Destiny is worse because of the individual attacks on trans people.
Holy shit,
Because that
dude.
individual attack
Not
is no
delusional.
harm of people.
Absolutely
Not
not
Joe Rogan.
delusional, by the way.
Josie, do you think that people who generally talk bad about trans people or talk or even transphobic, do you think they don't deserve a space to actually talk where it's not going to be people that are just more radicalized, and to where actually people like you can pop in and say, hey, this is where this is wrong, this is where this is wrong? Do you not think they deserve that space to actually engage?
Hello
in the
and
public
welcome back to
discussion?
Restream. It has the most options out of every stat type that I've been looking into. Fixing.
Press X to
But
I doubt this person's
despite
ever
that,
talked to a person
there
they
is a
disagree with in
lot
their
of
entire
good
life without
options
trying to
all
spam
the
report
same.
them after.
And to make just 5 for this video as
There are so many copy-pasted people like this.
Or is your weapon of strength?
Afraid of the backlash. doxing, attacks,
Doxing?
Who
has ever been doxed?
Like,
Really
I mean,
well.
everybody here's
Evan,
gotta know that,
8-hit
right?
combo.
Nobody
And
takes
because
a
these
shot
are
at
hammers,
Destiny
remember, these are
because
going to
the
go
fact that
straight
his
to me.
entire community
No
so
one-
I'm
I'm not
not
bouncing off him. Satisfying,
actually.
Really
People dogpile me every single day. Oh my god. What the fuck?
The damage it does to use. To get Marcus Hammer, though, you will.
Because a lot of these
great.
accusations, like,
But what we really care about
I agree
is
that there are times,
destined
like, I would
death.
never say
Spin
that
against a
this is
giant, for example.
basically it,
So what you can
that's
see is
not
it's
my
going to
style.
hit on the swing,
The issue is that like a
on
lot
the
of these
stomp,
claims about like brigading
and
all
then
these
the
things, like,
about
seem,
that
like, pretty unsubstantiated,
9
like, when
based
I,
on the
like, looked
percent of
into
health.
them.
So the more
And I'm
health it
concerned
has,
that,
the
like, there
more
seems to be,
damage
like, a
that's
bit of a
going to
narrative
do.
being
And hey,
built
this
of
enemy is
vilifying
also an undead,
Destiny,
so my holy
which is
damage is
completely flying
doing
in the
even
face
more.
of
The
so
Ash of
much
War
good that I've
itself
seen.
on
And
those
yes,
swings
there's
does
going
great
to be
damage and
problematic
can even
elements,
point
and
with
I'm
your
willing to
to
explore
get
what
this
those
weapon.
are and the proper responses
The
to those
most
things.
meta
And the issue is
option
that it
we
feels like
have
right
in
now,
this
like,
video,
there's so many
build, whether you're
accusations.
going
Like, some of the things that
guy
I've
over
seen
there.
that are being levied at him
It's
and
a
his
bit of
wife and his
a
family
vigor check as
are,
well.
like,
An
mind-blowing,
incredible,
targeted
massive
attacks.
build-up
Where
weapon,
most of the
which
stuff
there
I've seen
are
from him is
very
retweeting
much
specific individuals in a
spear,
public
and that
space
base AR
versus getting,
is going to be a
I don't
good
think he's
idea when you're
DMing
doing
people.
best
My
attack that is
understanding is
doing
that when
blasphemous
people
blade
in
at
his
the
community
on
are
bosses,
going out of
which
their way to
does-
brigade,
you got those
to hate on
people out. We
to
ban
do
them.
sort of,
Something
like,
up to the
banning and
church
toxic,
of
and, like,
inhibition
these
giant
behaviors that I would agree are
will
super
invade you,
toxic,
and you
they
need to
get
defeat him. Once you
banned
kill him, you
from
will get
all of
his
his
wasp
Dono
really
didn't get banned. That
because
Dono
whips.
didn't get
I
banned.
How do you
He
ban a
just
Dono?
banned it
The
immediately.
numbers
And look, Erudite,
the
I'm
running
not trying
at
to
L1,
sit
for
here and
example, when
say,
you're power sensing,
you're
that
wrong, and you don't
really
understand
catches
on
people
how it's
panic
happening.
rolling.
Look,
And obviously,
I
when
know
you're in
a
it,
lot of
give them a
people
try
have
if you
been
want.
personally hurt by Destiny
One
when it
are
comes to what his
particularly
community has
really
done.
good,
and most
neat,
of them are trans
but with
femme.
faith. So what?
And
this
it's
could be a
very
really good option.
clear.
But that
And
is
look,
everything
you think
for
that
my
all
faith
these
weapons.
trans people are just lying about it?
Josie, can
the
I
issue
point
is that there's
5?
Oh my
trans
God,
people
are
on
you-
the other side that are supporting him, and so it's like the issue is like
Okay,
to act
so the
like
options
it's
we
like
have.
Not as
unanimous.
many as the other way. It's not. Look, are you trying to say that all of these people who have made this claim over the last 11 years are just lying about it?
11 years?
Honestly,
Are
I
you saying
would
I'm
wait,
lying
wait,
that
wait,
I lie about
Bro, there were no trans people on the internet 11 years ago. It was the worst place in the world to be a trans person. Are you serious?
Listen, Destiny's gone.
Last one
Someone needs to
split.
take the role, all right?
Okay, sorry. Erudite, you can finish quickly?
Yeah,
Doesn't really fit the armor
it
set?
feels like a lot of these allegations are like fully aimed at just being like Destiny is a big evil villain, which like fly in the face
This
of
fits.
so many things that I've seen of him, like debating with staunch conservatives, making a space in the Twitchosphere for
think it's
leftists
just
to
gonna be
actually
use
exist.
whatever I
Like,
want.
It seems like so many of these claims that you're making huge claims right now.
I am,
And it's
because
like,
they
I
are-
haven't
because
seen
they're real.
Josie, can I back you
for
up?
any of this.
Yeah.
Josie,
And
can I
that's-
pretty please
that's a
back you up?
concern to me.
Counter,
Okay,
you can
so-
back them up, then we gotta go to
Melicus
church.
Backblade
so-
also works, but doesn't really match. Well, kind of matches.
Okay, so
The
I
hilt looks
love
okay.
like throwing playful elbows at the DGG community. Sometimes they're not taken playfully, and also, we've had debates in the past where it's been contentious. I'll put it that way. The way that the DGG community often dogpiles is literally getting into your mentions and saying, "I'm not harassing you." Where's the picture of harassment? Where's the picture of harassment? Where's the picture of harassment? And it's 50 fucking people in your mentions asking for the pictures of harassment. So if you took a snapshot, like literally, if I took a snapshot of the people who were in my mentions,
What
or
a-
if I took
what
a
a
snapshot
harass-
of the
that's
people who were
crazy.
in other people's mentions, it would be 50 to 100 fucking people saying, "I'm not harassing you." Which, by the way, for me, is the digital equivalent of somebody sticking a fucking finger in your face and pretending that they're not in your personal space. So while I do understand, like I'm
Marcus
I'm
Hammer's pretty good.
halfway with what
really like
Erudite
it.
said,
I mean,
where
now we got two of
I
them.
haven't seen substantiation of the like stalking or doxing or criminal activity or anything like that, but I have seen Twitter and fucking comment YouTube dog piles basically do like I said, not saying a malicious comment, but 500 fucking people saying a mildly annoying comment. And to
Sure.
pretend that that's like borderline, like I'm not saying Destiny endorses this or anything like that, but to me,
That's
that
fair.
shows a certain cleverness
No.
within the DGG community where they know that as
This is so
long as
cool.
they
but, like, why
individually
it
don't
doesn't
say,
scale with
hey,
height?
your insert
This is so bullshit. So like somebody says that like Destiny's community harasses me and he's a rapist. And then like 1,000 people tweet at you, they're like, wait, where is the evidence that anybody harasses you? Where's the evidence? Oh, look, see, you're harassing me.
without having the receipts actual effect. So that's where, for me, this area is a lot more fucking nuanced than DGG Sims want to fucking do.
Connor, you think Destiny can control even 50 people saying stuff in his community? This guy has thousands of people watching him. He has no control over this stuff.
Can I do the direct response? I think that, okay, so I think this is part of where I'm sympathetic to both sides, because I'm a content creator and I went from 1,000 subs to 15,000.
These things are really cool.
There are a lot more people who are saying annoying shit to me every fucking day, and the fact that they don't think that I will come down and say, "Hey, motherfucker, here's the stupid shit you fucking said." The fact that they think that I won't do that makes me do it more. And I quote tweet the fuck out of people if they're being annoying and shitty to me, because fuck them, right? But
Destiny's a huge operation, man. Everybody thinks he's some guy who just presses start stream and then he sits there all day and replies to Twitter. The guy's got businesses and stuff, man. Like,
okay, no,
like,
but this is what I was gonna say is, so I'm sympathetic to Destiny's perspective, where people come at you and they think because you're big, you're not gonna go back after that.
Helps me cast my
fuck you,
spells
I'm a human being. I got feelings. I'm coming back after you, right?
But it doesn't scale with anything else. There's no point in me having high faith.
The part of it that I think we have to acknowledge as a power dynamic is that if you're a fucking person with 100 follows or whatever,
something rather not scale with
and you
faith.
quote tweet that motherfucker, then they're gonna get dogpiled. It's just the nature of the beast. And then here's one more thing where I'll say towards Destiny, because I'm acknowledging the power dynamic that I think goes against him, is one of the things that he has said in the past, and I think this is an almost verbatim quote, is I don't start that. Right? Like, I don't start that. You come after me, you better believe that I'm going to come after you.
Where's the full dono quote?
And if you don't want me to come after you, then don't fucking quote tweet me in the first place. So I think that's almost fair, but I also come from like a Christian meta ethic where like if people are being dicks, it probably means that they're having a shit day for a different reason. And I think he's probably evolved enough to know that he's like pissed on the shoes of a lot of fucking people, and to act like those people, it's a cycle of violence, okay? So pretending that you're not perpetuating the cycle of violence is a little bit, it feels childish at some point.
I think you also have to consider like what kind of side you're on when you're doing this, because I remember for ages I used to think like people would complain about the Twitter left. I'd be like, what? I don't understand this problem. Like, where are these people? Until I tweeted out that Kyle Rittenhouse was in self-defense, and then the fucking onslaught, like the bad empanadas and the fucking, the gang comes in. And then I mean, I actually found that a lot more rabid than anything I've got from DGG. I mean, I'm watching their chat when I speak, and they get pretty like they don't seem to like me, but it's
I don't think there's any point.
It's like a bunch of knitted scars, It's not really. I don't really see it as like that.
Because these like spells look really fucking cool.
I think.
But like,
what was I gonna say? I think I don't really know that many examples of people who were attacked by Destiny who didn't throw shots at him first. I mean, you can definitely make the point. I mean, that there are times when
you
like,
stab us
gets
in the
into
ground.
this
Apparently,
weird,
this is kind of like meh.
One-upmanship, and it's like
this is like
I
kind of
think
cool.
for me the Doe thing was like pretty fucking inexcusable. But like
I want to be kind of
like a lot of people who actually go for
spelling, casting,
who get this attack from Destiny are people who throw shots first, right?
I don't think there's a point.
I don't know. I think like using that
cool.
as a reason to get rid of someone off the platform is just
this
really
stupid fuck isn't even listening. She's just talking to her own fucking circle jerk stream of dipshits.
Confusing like politics with like just being like in a safe space, and I think like if you're not really going to be in a space where people are going to attack you, because it's not like this is exclusive to Twitch, right? Politics since the dawn of time has been about people attacking you and brigading you and sending you mean letters. It used to be people sending you mean letters or turning up outside a politician's house. It's like if you're not prepared to like take those kind of attacks, then maybe like you're not doing politics, or that there's a sphere of politics that you shouldn't be in.
I guess like my issue with a lot of this is there is so many claims being made against Destiny that has so little evidence behind it, and it's like there's some serious claims being made when I've publicly watched people call him a rapist, walk it back a little bit, but then like still make claims that are actually inaccurate to what we've even claimed before. And look, the stealthing conversation I've said openly,
I can be a Golden Order
boy
boy, because like the Golden Order and Golden Order.
The issue is that like there's
like,
so many claims being made against him that are unsubstantiated. These brigading
like that's cool, guys.
Claims and everything, and it's like we need to be really careful before we make claims about people when we have no evidence for it. Like,
I have evidence. When I was brigaded, when I went and made a comment about Destiny brigading Maddie, I was put on his D panel. There were people calling me, "Oh, look at this open.
What do you think
mouth, like,
brigading
blah, blah, blah.
is?
They were
That's
calling
not
me-
brigading.
They were even saying transphobic comments. There was like that clip went around in that forum for a while.
Isn't this the girl who tweeted out
you
later
know,
like,
and
yep,
that's
they
how,
banned
that's how that
people
went.
that I
like,
called out?
And if you don't believe brigading happens,
give
then
the
you
mod
just call
props
me
for
a
that.
liar then. Just do that.
I
because
didn't
that's
say
exactly what you
brigading
say.
never happens. I said I need evidence that Destiny has actively coordinated or encouraged or been behind any of these brigades. Because absolutely they're going to be bad.
Close your
actors in
mouth,
the
you
community,
stupid
and
fuck.
I'm
You don't have evidence for anything.
unwilling to even see
the
that
leader
there
of
are
that
not
community.
people.
He's the leader of
The
that
issue is that
community.
you are not fully
Is
culpable
every-
for
is
every
every
action.
content
You have to
creator-
do your best to control your group as much as possible, and then apologize when they
Look,
screw
there's my
up, which
armor,
is why
look at it.
when
So
I went on a
what?
debate with Chud and I got a ton of misogynistic comments and stuff, I just took it directly to Chud and he just handled it. And my understanding is that Destiny does that all the time as well.
But that's not actually the case because he continues to create it over and over and over. They're like, realize that he continues to create it over and over and over. That goes like pointing the finger at somebody and being like, don't arrest this person that I don't like. It's like, come on.
I mean, if you're on Twitch and you're debating someone and you're engaging with that person, like the inevitable reality is that some people are going to dislike what you said, right? And I think it's a far cry to say, listen, I engaged with this big figure and a lot of people disagreed with me and came into my chat and made that clear versus, oh, Destiny actively coordinated this brigade of someone. He got people together and said, you know, we need to go in this person's chat and harass them. These are very different things.
This absolutely cuts both ways, though. Okay?
I could be a
And
dragon
the way
boy,
that it
but-
cuts both ways is basically, I think I spoke to it earlier.
Again, those
It's
dragon spears
a
are not meant-
content and attention farming tactic
go back to being a
be
wizard.
outrageous,
My true
to
calling.
have somebody onto your stream, to debate them, try to make them look like a fool, and then basically end the interaction. And then if people hate you for the way that you engaged with that content, then you basically, you quote tweet the shit out of them or make fun of them for the lulz of the memes. And I'm addicted to this pattern as everybody else is. Josie was talking about like a better Twitch where we have a less toxic environment. I'm as addicted to the blood
See
sports
my
as everybody
fucking
else. I
epic
don't think that
beard
better Twitch is possible. I just
and
think
a
we're
nice
going to
wizard
get worst iterations of the same pattern.
And then I can like
But
equip like
at the same time, is there
this,
not some responsibility
like-
for the clout farmers,
this.
perspective, where maybe it's not fair
Or-
that they got banned,
or
but also you
this.
kind of have
Go
to
back
accept.
to
It's the
my
same thing with like
boy.
Vosh with like the pedo comments. It's the same thing with Vosh with the Glass Israel and all that kind of stuff. He knew he was making an inflammatory comment, but he also knew that he was going to get attention off of it, and he's been paying a price ever since. This is the same thing with the stealthing conversation. This is the same thing with having the debate with Hans Varkir immediately after where he was emotionally compromised. This is the same thing as having the, basically knowing that the entire of Twitter sphere, political Twitter sphere, was sensitive about trans sports specifically because of all the banning bills, but saying, hey, listen, I've been doing research, I'm staking out a position, and I'm going to go on a 9v1 fucking panel debate against people affirming my position. Now, I think that can be productive. I think that can be awesome.
Oh.
But when you meme too close to the sun, you get fucking torched. This is Icarus all fucking over again. So, you know, it cuts both ways.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the list. Turk,
There are those
your
cool.
time is
Well,
now.
that looks dumb.
Yeah, so basically, this could probably be my closing too. You know, Rose, I completely feel and I want to continue to be respectful to the conversation that's going on, but you got to remember, if you put the shoe on the other foot, there's plenty of other people in other communities that have been dogpiled and have been put on really strict notice in all of these different social media circles. There's been a long time as a conservative where I've had a target literally on my back, and if I show my face on a panel, I get dogpiled. You could probably mention 5, top tier, political panel shows. If you're on that panel, you're gonna get attacked. So you kind of grow a little bit of a thick skin. You kind of expect some of the attacks that are coming your way. So it's like you can't just say, hey, I can't, this is not fair on me because of X, Y, and Z. That's how discourse happens. It happens on people's backs sometimes, and it's unfortunate that that's how it starts. But if you can't do the damage, you just need to find alternative ways to discourse.
You guys agree that like
Okay, I'm going to throw it now over.
brigading is like a okay, I never care.
This is a stupid question.
Brigading is like a deliberate thing that communities do. It's not like when you get like, maybe go back, maybe I did say this. I shouldn't have if I did. But like when I debated JonTron, I think I got more hate after that than anybody I've ever debated in my entire life, ever. That was like the most stressful night of my life. Every account I had was being hacked. Every single, like everything on all social media, thousands of Twitter mentions, not even like likes or retweets, just mentions, like an hour. Like it would be like 7,000 more messages, like 3,000 more messages, right? But I never said like JonTron brigaded me, or after I fought with JonTron, his community brigaded me. They brigaded me. They didn't brigade me. It was all of his fans because I fought with him, and obviously they were mad as fuck about what I said to him or about how the conversation. So they all was fans, which of course I expect, right? If you're a JonTron fan, of course you're gonna attack me out of the conversation. But I'm not sitting here crying like saying like, oh my god, he brigaded me. He brigaded me. No, brigading implies a level of coordination and organization. Like that's what brigading means.
Anybody using any type of slur at somebody for their immutable characteristics. I am. Like,
Beautiful.
you know, if somebody's saying that about an immutable characteristic about themselves, I'm against that type of rhetoric and that type of behavior. And it comes back to Twitch again. Like, Twitch wants people like me on the platform too, Turk. Not just a bunch of cis white guys all the time. Like that's
dude.
what it is.
Kill me.
And in Twitch,
I don't even like
that trans people, that
who cares?
people of color in particular.
There are like so many absolutely deplorably horrible fucking things I could say right now, but I'm not gonna say it.
They know it's a good business decision for them to have more content creators that are a little bit more diverse instead of them getting bullied off by certain individuals. And look, like you said, being too close to the sun, he's been here for 11 years, that he should know better out of
It's like the most, they're saying the most sus things ever for like, God, what a fucking loser, dude.
But he doesn't know why he was banned.
He'll probably know later.
No,
but we all know that the probably
bold of you
a lot
to
different
assume.
things. So when it comes down to it, like Twitch is making a business decision to try to keep people on this platform. Hell, do you think, like, look, I'll tell you a personal thing. I thought about leaving Twitch after
What does this person have, like 50 fucking viewers?
When the Brigaders came after me. Like, I seriously considered it. I was like,
fuck, I don't
maybe
even know
shouldn't
what
be
this
here on
person's
this
name is.
platform
What is
because I'm a professional. I have a day job. I do this for a hobby. This isn't something that I'm doing to try to make money and make this my full-time career. It really did seriously cross my mind. It was like, is this really worth it? Is this really worth being on a platform where people are gonna come at me like this? I thought about it. I really did, and I almost pulled the plug, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do Discord only. And I decided not to. My community said that
Like
they're
pure
they're
faith.
gonna
Bro, you have
fight for me
80
to be here, and
viewers.
I'm glad I stayed.
Nobody gives a
But
fuck
in
about you. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cared about you when you were running for Congress. Nobody cares about you now on Twitch. What do you mean? Like, wow, Twitch is trying to keep people like me. No, they're not. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't know who the fuck you are.
Dozens
Nobody
of
knows who the
streamers
fuck you
who
are.
no longer a part of this platform because directly his behavior and behavior.
The only
like
thing that people know
that
about you is
brought-
that you're just another like trans person online that calls Destiny transphobic. That's like your biggest claim to fame, is you're part of the anti-Destiny brigade. That's the only reason people know anything about you. Because you, along with Maddie, are making false rape accusations and doctoring DMs for my community. Like, imagine having that big of an ego with that small of a footprint. Jesus Christ.
Where they're just like, you know what, we want to have more inclusivity on this platform, and if there's one person continually being reported over and over and over again by people saying he's transphobic, or saying he's sexist, or saying he's a rape apologist, or saying he's platforming a pedophile,
What a
like,
move, Matt.
all of these things are a part of the entire collage that makes this platform not great for people who look like me.
And that's why I'd
what
like
it
to
is.
go back to what Eurodite said. There needs to be concrete proof, and we
So,
need
okay,
Twitch
so it's
to
like, this is like the
provide some
build I
proof
could
that
go
said,
with
This is what broke the camel's
for
back.
faith.
It needs to be provided, not just these theories of, oh, well, the blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, he's done some
that.
bad things. A lot of people have mentioned
This
that
is
in this
also
panel.
Dex, though.
He's
It's
also
like
done a
this
lot of
spear.
good things. And it's like, we need to know what the actual reason was
This
in order to
armor.
condemn that
I
action.
said
and
that at the
go forward.
beginning. I said that at the beginning, Turk. I do not disagree that Twitch should give a reason why. I'm not against
no,
that.
fuck, I need to stop.
And
I
you
need to
know,
stop.
so
I need to
for
stop.
me,
I need to stop.
And a
Twitch
big
wants to make that
shield.
business decision to get people off
Look, I'm
this
the tree
panel
man.
like him, or not
Look how
panel.
cool that
I'm sorry,
is.
off this
Wow.
platform, like
Or a
him.
tree.
Then for me, it's a safer
And the
space
shield
for
would
me
do
now.
some stuff.
I'm just gonna say
until
it.
the next
this, and then it
Destiny
would- it
or
would
someone
power up
like
my
him
stuff.
comes up and does the exact
And then I
same
can
thing.
do-
It's not
and
going
I
to
can
stop.
do this,
Sorry to
this.
I
break
know
the
it's not
bubble
gonna
there.
stop, but it's like
Stab.
you know, it's like a streamer
Stab.
date ready to happen.
Like, wow, cool. Like, that's
Do you
kind of
think
cool,
we could
right?
maybe give it, Josie? Do you think we could
Right.
What?
have an example of like maybe what you think the worst thing Destiny's done, and maybe just see what the panel thinks about that? Just...
The worst thing? Well, I named a couple of things, like the thing
Two.
that he kind of like, oh, it's hard to not
What?
do the 41%. What? Go ahead, IRI.
What about the good things he's done?
Um,
Why are we all so focused on
why
the
don't- why
negative?
don't- why
Nobody
don't
ever
we
talks
name-
about the
why
good
don't-
stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
IRI.
Destiny
Why don't we
what's
name the good
best
things Hitler
thing-
did?
What's the best thing that Destiny's ever done?
Oh shit.
He lost
I
the
don't
Hippy
know.
Dippy Championship to CTV. That's the best thing he's done.
He created
Amen.
the online left sphere in all of Twitch and created Just Politics in Twitch and basically by himself, like just 100%. He made this space possible.
He's also
That's
enabled the
largely-
careers of a lot of trans women. Like, look at Demon Mama. Like, Demon Mama can directly trace her existence on Twitch to Destiny creating the space and
Fuck you,
creating a
Tav.
platform
Tav.
for Vosh.
Demon Mama
and
has been
therefore for Demon
stagnant
Mama.
because of like Destiny has continually went after Demon Mama and her
Like, doesn't Demon Mama
and
use
she's had to
the
deal with a
open
mental
source
health
code
backlash.
Wait,
for her
okay,
website
everybody-
created for Destiny?
Wait.
That is not true.
Wait,
That's
I'm gonna.
disgusting that you even...
Hey. Okay, let's stop. One person.
So wait, can I get 2 screenshots of Keffel saying I took your income, number 1, and then the second one is her and Hassan's chat? Can I get those screenshots in chat just for a friend? I'm just curious.
The list anyway, so it's perfect, and then Josie can respond. Tap.
The reason
Yeah,
I
it's kinda
bring this
cool,
up
but,
is because people act like Destiny's been
the
this,
problem
like,
is like,
malignant
it,
force that's,
can I go
pushed
full
trans people
faith?
away. And that's absolutely not.
Because I don't think
the case.
this weapon.
Like, the reason why we have trans politics and these discussions happening on Twitch and these political spaces
Like, does this actually scale with
where
faith?
people
No, it
like
doesn't.
Bosch and Demon Mama,
No, it
and
doesn't.
all these other people are in it and engaging with it is because Destiny created that platform. And I think it's, you know, it's the perfect proof of how when you have controversial ideas, people rise to challenge them, right? And so I think that's fantastic. I think you need to have people.
Well, okay, what's
like
wrong with me
you,
too?
Oh, the thing in
Destiny, on
Hassan's
this
chat was
platform,
for
you know,
a different
discussing
person.
and
Never mind.
challenging ideas. I don't think you're right about things. I don't think you're right about Destiny brigading. But like, I think you need to be able to have discussions. And I think it's a terrible shame that Destiny.
Am I
was
even
banned
allowed to
for
watch
that
this? I
reason.
don't.
Taft, do you have an example of like I'm sure you'd agree that like doing good things doesn't like exempt you forever. So like what like probably a silly question. What would like Destiny have to do for you to?
Oh no,
go,
but I
like,
can't even use the spells because
okay,
I'm not
just-
using it.
Yeah, thanks for the help. But,
Okay.
I think
What
if
would be an
we looked at Destiny's involvement.
So this
in
would
the
be the
platform,
actual build.
And we saw that as Destiny like
I can't use
rose
spells.
and grew in prominence, like you had.
So I have
trans
to use
creators
this
that were
instead.
then leaving,
But then I look like a
right?
stupid fuck.
And that was a problem. Like.
So then
you
I would
no
switch my
longer were
weapon.
able to hold on to these trans creators. I think that would be a really good point
To
in the
be-
favor of like, okay,
I don't know.
Destiny is actually this malignant force that's pushing, you know, trans creators off the platform.
Golden Aurora sword?
But it's the opposite. Like the longer Destiny's been on the
Maybe.
platform, like it's gotten more and more progressive.
this?
So the effect that Destiny's
Probably
having, like
Golden
if
Aurora.
anything, I think is creating the progressive and the political space.
I thought of something, Josie. What about the fact that Destiny got hundreds of people to come out to Canvas in Georgia and contributed to us taking the Senate and getting a trans woman reviewed and confirmed as Assistant Secretary of Health?
Death
I mean,
of Lightning, like
it's
that's so
not like he's
cool.
solely
Like these
responsible.
are.
He got a lot of these young kids out there for the first time to knock on doors. I met a lot of these
This is
guys. They would have never
cool.
come out, ever come out.
Yeah, I do door knocking. I do door knocking for. I used to do door knocking for a living. IRI. Like the idea.
Wait, link
that
the number
you-
of votes she got,
like,
please. Link the
Destiny
number
got
of...
some people to go knock on Georgia. That's great. That's great. But he also
He got
made
kids-
a
he got
candidate
kids to
lose.
drive
He
for,
also
like,
made a
hours
Democratic
across the
candidate
country.
lose as well. He also made a Democratic candidate
What,
lose
some
as
mayor?
well because of his. Yeah, some mayor. Do you think that local politics is important?
Oh my God, the
come
performative
on. You're
outrage.
discounting
Oh,
his
come
operation where he invested tens of thousands of dollars and weekend after weekend and even pay. I mean, he inspired these kids to come out, Josie.
That's great, but you know what? Like, and he also lost the campaign. But I'm not gonna go down that road because
I just don't think it's worth it.
People go out and knock on doors, and do you think that there were
Even if it's like somewhat fun, I think there's too much shit that's like
in the Georgia for that race. You know just as well as I do.
Ask Afro Sabi what she thinks about Destiny's contribution. She won't tell you he just got some kids to knock on doors.
It's not
Come
pure
on now.
faith.
That's
It
not
has to
fair.
be like a weird amalgamation of
thing
shit,
is,
and I just don't like it. Let's see what the stats would look like.
There's like a lot of people.
If I need,
now.
okay.
So
I need 17.
Go ahead, Erudite. I'm gonna recollect my thoughts.
I need stop 21, 21. So I need.
Actively boosting and promoting.
So I need 16, 21.
Would or wouldn't?
Who would or
wouldn't? Who wouldn't have a career without Destiny?
Oh, and
I wouldn't be where I'm at now. I don't know. I wouldn't be where I'm at now for sure.
He's had an impact. I like to think people like me for me, but you know.
This is the person you interviewed for their campaign?
I've debated him before, and I think that brought a lot of my viewership up, but I wouldn't attribute my entire channel to Destiny. But I think that him being in debates that I've debated on have majorly contributed to the amount of debates I've been able to be on.
Sure.
Yeah,
How
if
many
you're...
people do we know of also use his website copy that he just freely gives people that he's fully paid for to help boost their own platforms as well?
Like Demon Mama?
I think
Josie,
Dylan,
I
you
don't
mentioned it before, and you asked him personally to use it as well, which is super great. Demon Mama, I believe there's a couple others as well. Gosh, potentially as well.
But here's the point. Everybody believes in the bump, the Destiny bump, okay? But the truth is, a lot of his audience follows him, and they love him, and you know they like the blood sports and all that kind of stuff. And this cuts both ways. So debating Destiny is good for anyone, and on top of that, I want to personally, because I think he's watching at this point, give him fucking props because he's one of the few larger creators that will debate smaller creators. If you got a fucking problem with him or a problem with his perspective, you send him an email and he says, okay, I'm streaming at this time, let's fucking run it. And even if you're a shitbag, even if you're not the best at public speaking, he'll fucking run it with you. That is a huge public service to the Twitch community because the truth is, a lot of other people are very optical with their choices.
Man,
or they're very selfish with the way that they spend their time. Where they're
just
like,
not,
hey,
like,
I'm a fucking
pure
1K
faith,
or
you know?
2K or 3K fucking Andy. Or I'm a fucking, 20K Andy. I don't have to talk to your fucking 50 viewer bitch ass. And they don't. So that's kind of where that boosting, I think, is huge and a massive public service. But the thing that I just wanted to push back on with your point is I do think the space would have existed without him, but I don't think that the amount of people who were able to crawl from a small tier to a medium tier would be anywhere near as big if he wasn't willing to do the debates the way that he does. So yeah, that's an overwhelming positive.
And I'm just gonna say one thing, IRI, like, you know who won Georgia? The black voters that actually went out there and registered and organized black voters to go and vote. It was not Destiny. And to try to say that it was like Destiny was like the big linchpin that made sure that Georgia won is garbage, because it was that organizing effort that actually got there to make it be where it is. Like, you can point
I didn't
to
say
one
anything
good
near
thing,
that.
but I'm just saying, you are putting a lot of weight on that. And look, and I see that a lot of people
being a wizard is just
deserves a lot of weight.
And he like
just,
so
and then I just fire laser beams.
This platform, and
it was just so much fun.
That are happening here with what we are talking about. Oh, he contributed to the space and all that type of stuff. Yeah, and he also knew.
And the blood stuff is like the blood stuff is cool, but it's the same every single time.
I could use that line for a long time.
No one knows.
Imagine being a creator who doesn't try to push the line in order to get the competitive edge to continue growing their career. I mean, come on.
What do you mean? That you think that you have to be an abrasive asshole to be a good creator on this platform?
When your shtick is being abrasive, yeah, not abusive, abrasive.
Like all. You know how many huge streamers that exist outside of Twitch politics? Twitch politics is a stunner.
Stone Staff is the best. Glitch.
Yeah, because you're all fucking boring. Because you're insane. You're a fucking loser. Yeah, no shit. You don't grow at all. You don't have anything at all. You have no perspective to offer. You didn't have anything when you were running for Congress. That's why you got like 3,000 fucking votes in your election. You don't have anything to offer as a content creator. All you do is virtue signal the hardest, like most brainless impulse you possibly can. And you want to sit here and cry that there's no growth here? Fuck out of here,
simple,
fucking loser.
Big streamer that is in
over
Twitch
to which
politics is
Glintstone
gonna be
staff
seen-
to
is gonna be
wield.
seen as an
Oh,
asshole by
everything
one
else
group or
is
the
a
other.
simple
Let's be
rule
100%
set.
honest.
Do I
Politics
need
is very
FP
divisive,
efficiency?
and
Carrion
whatever
Regal
side- whatever
Scepter.
side you
Do I
sit
need
on, the
most
other
damage
side's
as
gonna
fast
see you
as
an
possible?
asshole who doesn't know
Lusats.
shit.
Done
So,
and
I mean,
done. See,
I
Carrion
don't
Regal
know where you're
Scepter.
going
Do I
here
need
when you're saying
ultimately
he was an
85
asshole as a
instead?
Twitch politics
So
debater.
yeah,
Yes, we
always
all
cast
are.
full
We all
moon
are
spells
assholes
with the
because
Regal
we all have
Scepter.
opinions
Everything
that other
else
people disagree
is
with.
a
They're
simple
like,
rule
"That
set.
person's
Do
an
I
asshole."
need
I
FP
guarantee in
efficiency?
Dylan's
Carrion
chat, there's 25
damages
million
loose
people
stats,
calling me
but
an
it
asshole right now.
The
I
only
guarantee
exception
it.
to this rule is
Joseph,
full
hold on,
moon
to be clear, in case
sorceries
people-
specifically.
Shut up.
As I said, you've got your standard, reliable Carrion Scepter, and then you've got the nuclear button for
and
when the situation calls for
this
it
uses
in
moon stuff.
Lusats. And the only caveat to this entire system, which is just empirically the best system to employ, factually so, the numbers speak for themselves, again, unless you're like level 300 and can 80 into 85, the only exception to this rule is full moon sorceries specifically. As I said, you're always going to want Ranni's full moon. It is the better of the two, despite doing less damage, because it debuffs the enemy to take 30% more magic damage for a lengthy amount of time. And if you cast full moon sorcery, the boost to full moon that the Carrion does give makes it almost deal as much damage as Lusats, but it doesn't cost 50% more mana. And when we're talking about a sorcery that already costs like 50 FP, you really moment to moment depending on the situation. Allowing you to kill, you have spare levels, well then yes, pump your faith up to the same level of your intelligence, do a double 80, and use this staff, and it just becomes the best. So in the situation where you have so many levels that getting 80 intelligence, 80 faith doesn't cripple the rest of your build, then yes, use this. Obviously with the emerging PvP meta of level 150, and the amount of levels you will have in probably your first playthrough, and hell, even New Game Plus, this becomes not viable because you will simply not have enough points to put into other stats, especially vigor, that you really need to operate. So I have to mention it in those situations, but generally speaking, you're not going to be using this thing for a fair while. Then the next two are essentially joint first. These are the two clear winners, and they will be what you're using most of the time in most situations because they're simply...
I get to use my babes stuff. Okay, so, yeah, we don't even need the other stuff. It just increases spell casting, but I already have like high, well, I'm not gonna have high dex, but so boost full moon sorceries. And I think that's it's just the one. Well, okay. Oh.
Just that good. First and foremost, for general gameplay, for generally clearing a level, clearing a dungeon, killing random enemy after random enemy, you want to be using the Carrion Staff. This, not having the extra mana cost of Lusats, means that obviously your FP will last longer, allowing you to kill all of the enemies that you need to kill on your way to the boss. This is your go-to for just general use and FP to damage effectiveness. This is your bread and butter Glintstone Staff, and you will always, ideally, have it equipped in one of your hands along with Lusats. You see, the thing is, I cannot tell you just get this one Glintstone Staff and you're sorted, because that's essentially disingenuous. You want to have two. You want to have the Carrion Regal Scepter, and then you want to have Lusats. So you're generally progressing along, killing things, being FP efficient with the Carrion Regal Scepter, and then when you...
of the snap nerf and testing adjusted next, at least PvE wise. So with this build, not at all, however, you can use my Moonveil video Galaxy. So let the build begin. Welcome to the Galaxy Eater. It is an int-based build that can be mostly put together by the start of endgame. So not an early game build at all. However, you can use my Moonveil video guide to get you an OP Moonveil early till you can put together this setup. For the class type, Astrologer or Prisoner are best in slot, but let's cover the weapons, what makes the build what it is. I tested a lot of weapons, a lot of skills, and nothing came close to these two still, for intelligence anyhow, as far as DPS and coverage. There's a lot of weapons in the game that have decent damage, like the Death Poker. The Ghost Flame attack is pretty strong, but it's just too slow to get off your attacks reliably against the end game bosses who attack pretty much non-stop. So that's where the Wing of Astal comes in. It is a lootable item in the Ainsel River, in a chest in the same room. One of those Astal wannabes shoots stones at you. In order to get to this area, you will have to do Randy's quest, so basically after beating Loretta, you can start your journey to get it. It is a Dex Int curve sword with B scaling in Int. Its strong attacks, the R2s, do a Suedo Moonlight Greatsword beam projectile, except without the need to buff it. They're not that strong, but it's kinda cool that you have some range. But of course, the Ash of War is the main dessert. Nebula tosses out pretty sparkle dust that explodes. Michael Bay loves this skill. And the best part of this is it can hit multiple times, and the animation is fast, so very spammable, and as you can see here, toppling and killing a giant in just 2 uses. Whereas Moonveil takes about 3 to topple it with its Ash of War and doesn't even kill it. So yeah, Wing is busted. Now, because of our stats, you can use Moonveil as well. So basically, this is my Moonveil build finished, except refugee snaffies can also play it. Now, I haven't tested Astal in PvP yet, but obviously Moonveil is also Astal's, the Bastard's Stars. This is Astal's boss weapon from Remembrance, and I would say it's worse than Wing, but better in some situations. It is a flail weapon that has a similar Ash of War, except it's a 360 Nebula exploder, and you get extra damage from the swing in. While the Wing is much stronger for posture breaking and DPS, Wing's problem with Snaf was you had to do the full animation in order to do anything. With this one, you only need the first 2 seconds of the animation to be able to still do damage, so a super nice effect. So I think the reason it does affect Bastard's Star. And the legs are Blides, which you can get from Ranny's/Blides quest after you cuck them. Together, this gives you 52 poise in combination with my talismans and enough low to use the 4 weapons I have. So again, no fashion souls here if you want the poise. Now, magic defense by 10%.
I don't know shit about flasks.
All of this adds up to so level 1 spamming a Duelist Moonblade. And Shrouding increases your magic damage overall. I think 150 is too high, but by all means, choose your meta slot you want to participate in, which meta is for duels. So if you just want to who attack pretty much. What's up guys, it's Project and welcome to the new cheese weapon for mages to break the game with. You thought you got us, Miyazaki, with the snap nerf, but no, there's many more still. This is actually not new, as I had planned to use Astal's Wing since my Moonveil build video more than a week ago, but because of the snap nerf and testing all the int related weapons, I gotta give the snaffies a strong replacement, and this is better than Star Scourge, better than Moonlight Greatsword lol, and well, arguably better than Moonveil, at least PvE wise. So with this build, not only will you get strong sorceries, because we get 68 int for Dark Moon, but you also get a better stagger spam weapon than Moonveil.
Fuck it, I just love being a mage, dude. I just don't care.
I don't think that we solo won Georgia, okay? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and claim that because that would be outrageous, okay? But between my canvassing for Georgia and Omaha, I spent like $100,000 of my own money, okay? And I spent like, how many fucking weekends did I fly out to Omaha, Georgia? It must have been like 14 weekends, right? Because I think it was, maybe not, maybe like 10 weekends. So I flew out 4 or 5 weekends for Georgia, and then I flew out like 4 or 5 weekends for Omaha. Like, it's a lot of time I flew out for. It was at least $100,000 of my own cash. And we had the single largest canvassing operation in the state of Georgia on 2 weekends, the largest one. So like, did we make a whole election? No, of course not, right? If we wouldn't have been there at all, would they have still won? Most likely. I'm pretty sure they had decent enough margins. But like, to just say that, like, oh, it was nothing or who cares? Like, fuck you, dude. Fucking like I had more canvassers in 1 weekend than you've ever had canvassing for all of your political campaigns combined for your entire short-lived fucking life. Like, the fuck out of here. Like, oh wow, they didn't do it.
It gets fucking clipped out of context and fucking thrown onto LSF and other platforms, then you are going to have slower growth, and you're not going to rocket the way that everybody else does. Again, like, I'm just going to repeat this one more time. Vosh literally cut his teeth on basically a pedo analogy in glassing Israel. That's the glassing Israel guy, and then and using that notoriety allowed him to rocket up the platform along with his rhetoric skill. Destiny, I hate to remind everybody, he was the fucking incest is ethical guy for a long time. So basically, he took an indefensible position, and it became a huge meme in the community. And people were like, oh, those weird fucks over there. But he also trashed a bunch of people in debates. So on one hand, we can say, oh, you need to calm down, calm your tits, don't be so edgy. Don't post the N-word to Twitter.
Fuck it.
Jeez.
I'm going back. I don't care.
His edginess is also what attracted all of us to his platform in the first place. Is we knew that even if it was a boring conversation, if one or two memes came out of it, people were going to watch it. And so I think it's easier to coach or teach than it is to be the thing.
I tell you what, going forward with this Ukraine and Russia stuff, I'm scared to live in a world where it's just people like Hassan saying that Russia's justified to take Crimea. You know what I mean? There's nobody to push back on voices like that. So I think people will rue the day. People will rue the day that you get a voice like this is gone. Because who's going to stand up and say, nah, dude?
My issue with all of this narrative that's frustrating is like I actually am really sympathetic to like the trans community in general. Like I care quite a bit about the community and the suffering, particularly from a mental health standpoint, right? The issue is that everything that he's done wrong that you've like pointed to, Josie, I feel like you've been really not characterized. You've been characterized in probably the worst possible light. I'd say some of them are bad, but when we look at the good things he's done, like I brought up, he was incredibly dismissive, right? He actually boosted you as well. He gave you a free interview. He helped you when you were doing political stuff. And I'm not saying like now that don't hear me. I'm not saying well you should just be grateful. I'm not saying you use by and decide you fucking hate them. That's fair enough. The issue is the characterization and the narrative you're using. The one example is you give me an example of it. You said I went into a chat, said some things. I imagine that you pissed people off. I'm guessing, right? And then a bunch of people jumped into your chat.
I need at least 12
Do you have any evidence of Destiny saying go guys get into a chat, go brigade her, right? Do you have any evidence of Destiny coordinating this? Or do you just have where you instigated a bunch of people in a chat and then they jumped into yours? And did you bring those transphobic people to him so that he could?
Okay, so what about the 24 people that I've had to ban in my chat?
Oh my god, the 24?
What about them? What about those people?
24?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like you're just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna dismiss like all of these things and all these claims. And the second I say, hey, my community's already had to ban 24 people here in this chat, with somebody literally saying, welcome from the DDG community, and then immediately going at me.
It's a troll. You think that's actually somebody from my community? That's probably a fucking Groiber listening. It's trolling you.
I'm saying his name negatively, and now I'm getting brigaded for it. Like it's very
common.
That's not a brigade.
This is people disagreeing with you. It's not.
What Josie, you know how many people I have given my chat when I go on Hippy and then disagree with me? They came from another viewer's chat, and I've had to ban them or they just leave because I'm not addressing their comments. I feel like that's just a part of the debate. So where it's when you're in a debate, people from other communities' chats are going to pop in yours and tell you exactly what they're thinking because they think they're important and they think you're gonna care when they type in your chat telling you how shit you are and how much shit your opinion is. And it just doesn't happen. There's a guy Wyatt, I don't know who the fuck he came from, but he came to my chat telling me how shit
I need at least 12, right?
I'll talk to you in Discord. How many times have you been hate rated? How many times have you been hate rated on this platform?
Oh my god, dude. They're all victims. She's such a fucking victim. She's such a victim. I've been hate rated.
I'm just saying that trans women on this platform, you get hate rated quite often.
I'm sorry, this person doesn't know what the fuck hate is. Holy
I'm not
shit.
saying anything about Destiny. I said hate rated period. So don't even go there and act all freaking shocked about it.
What do you think this conversation's about?
I don't know, maybe the fact that I'm getting hate rated right now, the fact that my moderators are now sitting there doing more because I sit there and I talk about being hate rated. Like, do you understand that it's literally happening in my community? Go in my chat right now.
Can I be clear? If anyone in my chat goes to yours and does things like that, please screenshot their name so I can ban them immediately. I genuinely want you to do that.
So just screenshot all of the people that I just banned and send it to
you.
Ideally,
oh no, moderating my chat is too hard. I'm supposed to moderate my whole fucking community and she can't send a few screenshots about banned chatters?
Things like this. And this is the issue, is Destiny has done actively this. I would say Destiny has gone above and beyond for tone policing and controlling his community as much as possible. But there are limits to it, and a lot of the limits that we have is that we have to be reactive in how we tone police. We don't have a ton of opportunity for proactive other than things that we talk about and promote within our actual content.
I'm just saying that banning Destiny helps. Is there like any big creator you could like take shots at and not get a few of them in your replies to your comments or something like that? Like, is that possible? Like a few thousand viewers? Like,
I don't think so. I make fun of Hassan all the time. I think it's one of a few thousand viewers. If you mention them and tag them to where their viewers are going to see them, or if we're in a debate like this, we're probably Destiny's watching right now. I would probably assume he's probably on YouTube watching this debate right now, watching us talk about him. But if they're watching us talk about him and they're like, hey, I want to talk to this person because they're disagreeing with the person that I watch stream all the time and I believe in what he's saying. Yes, I think that would happen. I think that if you're going to talk bad about somebody, then someone from their chat is going to go in your chat and try and defend them. That's just kind of the play of the game. Every time I've been on Hippy, I've had people from other communities come over to my chat and tell me how shit my opinion is. I've seen Dylan's chat. Dylan's chat absolutely hates me. I find it hilarious. But honestly, I make jokes about it. I tell my haters to subscribe because it keeps me around longer for them to hate me longer. They have more of a hobby hating me if they subscribe because it keeps me around. So I don't know. It just depends on how you look at it. And I feel like you're taking the most like anti way to look at everything right now. And I feel like it's just because of Destiny. I feel like it's just because Destiny's name is there that you're taking the most anti view possible and then trying to publish that.
This has been something that my community has been dealing with
for years
on the platform.
Oh my god.
Okay, like do you realize
I shouldn't have to give evidence.
my community have dealt with? This is the first time I've actually talked about Destiny since 8 months ago. If you were listening to my chat before all the bans started happening, you were every single thing I say 100% because without any evidence whatsoever. I have my community that sees it all the time and it adds to their mental health issues. And
bro, then log the fuck off.
Trigger warning for self-harm. I had a community member take their own life about last year when they were in their middle of transition because their family rejected them. Okay, I have no idea if it was because of something that happened on my platform.
I'm killing trans people. That's true.
And
that's
it has been one of the most difficult things that I've had to deal with.
I'm killing trans people.
So when I talk about these issues,
that's what's happening right now.
Real because I deal with this all the time. Like it's my life. Like I do research on this shit. Like I do research on the fact that people are more susceptible to ideation because of the fact that the society that they live in don't respect them.
When people weaponize people's suicides, I don't think they ever care about those people. When people take a person's suicide and they try to use it to win another debate, like in this type of manner, I don't think you can never reference a friend's suicide. But when you are trying to like leverage that, whoever killed themselves, Josie doesn't give a fuck about that person at all. She probably even fucking know this person. It was probably a random mod reviewer, and she's like, oh, they killed themselves. Oh wow, and they did a crash stream for like 2 hours. They got some donuts. No fucking shot. You can fuck this person because if you truly did care about that person and they're showing signs of this or whatever, then you just have them step back. Like what were the messages like? Like you bring this out and imply that I'm literally making trans people kill themselves because of hate rape.
So actually, my absolute minimum.
Circle hell. What a fucking loser, dude.
I mean, the answer is yes. Have you trashed Destiny for approximately 2 hours?
I've done the behavior, yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, Destiny has thousands thousands of viewers. Probably right now. I have no idea. I can go to his YouTube and probably check. He's probably
Wait, there are only 4 bans right now? Are there only 4 bans right to ban our whole chat
thousands
tonight?
of viewers. Now, I don't know. You said you banned dozens. That's less than 1% of the people that are watching him right now. And on top of
I
that,
have to stop you. This is
I
not
don't know
healthy.
how he's supposed to control.
I'm actually getting triggered. Like, I'm not naming, I actually triggered stuff right now.
Came over there. Unless you tell me the people you've banned, and I look through the people who are watching my stream, and I say,
And
oh shit,
also-
that was one of my viewers. Okay.
Wait, RTB, are you 100% sure that she's only banned 4 people tonight? Is this 100%? Or is there a chance you're gonna be wrong? Somebody's gonna say this, and they're really dumb.
Because that's not something I accept in my community. I told my community that I don't accept that, and I will ban them if one of my community members came over there and just started trashing you. But you've talked trash about Destiny. I wouldn't.
No, I
expect
talk
Destiny-
trash about his actions.
Which is Destiny. Okay, so
Yeah,
sorry,
sorry,
I wouldn't expect less. I wouldn't expect less than 1. I mean, I would expect less than 1% to come over to your viewers, to come over to your Twitch, since you made it publicly known you're trashing Destiny, and try and fight back against that.
She's tiny people out. If she's tiny people out for hate rating, she's a fucking idiot. If somebody's hate rating, why wouldn't you just ban them?
That Destiny's viewers are going to sit here and try and come back against me just because
Did I start the conversation that way? I literally said that I know that I'm coming on, and it's going to be a matter of time before people come in here and start talking shit, and it actually is happening currently.
EGG, stop it. I know you're watching.
Like you've had to ban. Like how many people have you had to ban specifically?
I don't know yet. I haven't counted. I don't have my moderator.
I'm not asking as a gotcha. Just to make it clear. I'm actually just trying to get context.
I don't know. I guess I could ask maybe my moderator
Yeah, what's
and
the
tell me what the
damage
count
tonight?
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
They never have numbers for anything.
So yeah, like for the DGG guys, 10,000 look viewing right now. Yeah, Dosie's currently in a fucking 1v8.
Good, fuck her. If it was me in a 1v8 over fucking trans people, I'd be cheering it on. Talking shit about my kids, my wife is a fucking Nazi.
Kind of you made a point earlier about edginess.
This,
okay,
and
so
Oh my god, no, my foreign Nazi.
I don't have a
I'm
problem
just
with edginess, okay? Like I think
I hate my fucking wife.
But yeah, I think the edginess isn't really the problem. I think Not Aaron made a point earlier about like being like empathetic about like the specific vulnerabilities of like trans creators. I think that's maybe a point where you could say that there's a line between being edgy and something like the kind of like I mentioned earlier, the one-upmanship that Destiny sometimes engages with. Like for example, like using someone's like suicide attempt in an argument. I think we can agree.
You're always one of the worst types of people on the platform. Up to a million times. Fuck you. You fucking. When you do a suicide attempt, which is eating 8 Benadryl, that was her suicide attempt, by the way. Okay. When you do that and you immediately go to Twitter and then you write love letters to people and tweet it for everybody to watch, all you're doing is validating the concept of the attention you can get by attempting suicide. That's all you're doing. What the fuck would anybody think that's a responsible way to talk about public health? To talk about suicide attempts? To deal with a mentally ill suicidal person? It's like one of the most cancerous, damaging, fucking disgusting things you can ever fucking do. Yeah, I'm gonna make fun of her for that. That's fucking ridiculous. Okay. Somebody eats 8 Benadryl, say they attempt to kill themselves, and then they come online and they put their ex on blast with some shitty fucking 4th grade fucking Tumblr poem or whatever on Twitter, and they get a bunch of love. Yeah, you're really gonna make fun of that motherfucker. Unbelievable. Horse.
So this is.
Okay, and in a sense, I feel like it's a disservice, like the actual transphobia that people do experience. Just call it all transphobia.
Thank you, Sprout. So I'm confused. I was trying to figure out which one left. Of course, there's counterpoints. Okay, is there anybody else want to say anything else before we wrapped up? Wonderful. Then we're going to do closing statements.
Yeah, closing statement.
Super short. So we're going to start with IRI.
Okay, look. I know Josie's been beat up on tonight. I want to say that streaming for me is easy compared to Josie. I admit that the trans people on this platform have a rough time. It's not easy. It's like streaming on expert mode with one hand tied behind your back. And so I feel for you.
I wish I was, dude. The difference between a trans person and a cis person is every single person that makes fun of you when you're a trans person gets fucking permaban. It's the strongest fucking arm in the world. This sounds base as fuck. You're telling me that I can go into Twitter and I can call somebody's wife a Nazi, and when they make fun of me, I can get them banned for it? That sounds like the best fucking ability ever. This is some fucking alternate world, fucking Marvel superhero shit. The superhero that gets to go and do whatever the fuck they want somebody else, and then anybody retaliates, the actual like forces of Earth come and fucking crush this person. This sounds like the most base fucking streaming ever. Every insult against me is transphobic. I can say whatever I want, and anybody that argues against me gets fucking banned. Meanwhile, people are making fake rape threats about me, insulting my family, my height, ever calling me Busano, racial slurs, whatever the fuck. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Wait, this doesn't even work. What the hell's
Also being able to fly with people.
Oh, I just raised HP.
But I think the net good of Destiny far outweighs the negative. And I can't convince you of that. All I can do is share that. But I think getting a bunch of young people to drive halfway across the country and dedicate weekends of their lives and money and time to knock on doors in Georgia and help. I'm not saying that he got Raphael Warnock and John Oss off the victory, but to help to arrange the largest canvassing operation on certain weekends there. I think that's huge. Some of these kids will stay involved in politics for the rest of their lives because of what Destiny did and what he continues to do. So I'm sorry, but I just see Destiny as such a net positive. That I'm blown away that people are so angry at him because of some extra moderation they have to do for their channel. I'm sorry, but I think we all lose now that Destiny's gone. I think the whole space is going to hurt, and people don't even know it. They'll see, I guess, in let's see where we're at in a year.
Okay, next we're gonna throw it to Loner.
So base.
Oh yeah, what was I saying? Yeah,
Actually,
Taff, I think you were mentioning. I think you were referring to my comment when you mentioned the transphobia thing. It's not just about transphobia, okay?
So
like,
it's
just,
base.
it's about things like mental health and all that. Like, so, like, say
my
Destiny
base
will,
is
acknowledge
72.
that some smaller person who he thinks is suffering from like mental health issues, and he'll do the thing where he says this person's mental health is not being helped by their engagement on this platform.
I equip every
and then
single
he will
thing.
go public and talk to his like much bigger audience about like specifically about their mental health. So
I equip every single thing.
I feel like
and now
no one's really engaged with that.
My
question.
equipment load is 80.
Yeah, here's the engagement. Talk shit, get hit. It's the way of the world.
I don't know why it's kind of difficult for people to like acknowledge there are like lots of places where a bit of like restraint would have been not only like better but also just like very easy.
I wish I want to see these people show the restraint. I want to see it. I really wish they could.
Nobody can respond.
Just a day on my Twitter account.
Okay.
When you have people saying the most fucked up, insane shit about you.
Stamina 116.
And you're supposed to treat them like you're the fucking pope. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I would echo a bit
like
of what
retarded
Ira said.
children.
Again,
That's how
sorry
you're
to
supposed to
steal
deal
my
with all
opening
of
and
them.
closing from you now at this point, but
137 minus.
I think it is beyond clear to me, based on what I've been seeing with the Don't Say Gay bill and just a lot of reactionary policy that we're seeing in America, that absolutely there is a lot of work to be done when it comes to trans advocacy and actually making space and just like basic human rights for trans people. I think that is unquestionable to me. The problem is that when we
just go double check.
cannibalize our own, we actually lose.
I
some of the
mostly like
best
keeping
people
this stuff
who
because I
do
like
good
being
work.
broad. I like
Now,
being
no advocate
all
is
over the place.
perfect. I think even if we looked at any of our own personal histories, there's probably shit that you can come up. Issues for Destiny.
That's
He's
when release
used
stuff
an
on.
edgelord and has been doing it for 13
Be the best
years,
for
so you're gonna
damage,
find a lot
or
more of it.
you
This doesn't
build a-
excuse all of the behaviors, but fundamentally,
part of a
what we need to
boss
do is
fight,
figure out what our
and one
priorities
on
are,
the table
what are the most
beating
important
Renala,
things to advocate for,
Full Soul
and work really
has gotten
hard to
from
make
beating
those
Commander
spaces.
Nail and
I'm really disappointed with how the trans
just run.
I don't care if
community,
it's
feel
not
about boycotting?
at large,
The gloves are
the
Roger.
Jose's community and whatnot have been
The
characterizing
Earth
Destiny.
Tree,
I think
that.
there's a lot
Okay,
of,
so I have 2 of them already.
bad faith. I wouldn't say bad faith, just like not super charitable interpretations. Probably the worst possible interpretations of certain things and dismissive of good, which makes me sad. Because I think that
why
we
do
should
these
do our
random
best to
ones?
hold the
That's
same ruler to every type of
Roger's
community
gloves
content
gotten from
creator,
his
and I
quest
don't
line, which
often
is
see
wholesale
certain,
because we like to
content
vent.
creators getting the same ruler
And
held to them that we're willing to hold
Together,
the same with
this
Destiny.
gives you 52
And,
poison.
Yeah, I would just like to see
Just
that.
run and get it. For armor, you have to use
Connor's
these pieces almost exactly. Renala's crown, you can buy from the
This is
Remembrance
going to-
Hag and Round Table after beating Nail in the first. The gloves are Roger's gloves. His whole set increases weapon skill. Gloves will do. Together, this gives you 52 poise in combination with my talismans and enough low to use the.
Okay.
You can find the Serpent Sword here at. Going over here is where the sword is at, right behind a giant squid. Good luck. Just run and get it. For armor, you have to use these pieces almost exactly. Renala's crown, you
Okay,
can buy
you
from
fucking
the
loser. You didn't even go into what talismans you have. You stupid fuck. God, I fucking hate you.
gotten from his.
Okay, he has this weird, gross thing. Okay. Talismans, Elden Ring. I think I'm just gonna stick with what I have, but still, fucking so dumb. Okay. Give him replay this.
Back.
Is he back?
Yeah, he's in the waiting room.
Yeah, we'll make him wait. Waiting room. Let's go over to Taft.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I got excited. I got heated in this discussion.
What happened?
It's because for me, it's really
I play back
important
my own stream.
that we're able to have controversial discussions publicly. We don't know why Destiny got banned, but we do know that Destiny was not popular
Okay.
among like Twitch moderation. And it's because Destiny was
Raise the
continually
attack power
willing
when
to
HP is at
challenge progressive
maximum.
narratives
Why
on
the fuck would I
rental
want
house
that?
or transports or whatever the narrative of the day was. if
Really
you felt it
boost the
wasn't
attack
true.
power of
And I think having
skills.
someone willing to do that
Prime Kai.
is really valuable.
That
Destiny,
one?
He's an asshole a lot of times,
That's
and
interesting.
everyone should be able to acknowledge that. He's a hard person to engage with sometimes. Sometimes he DMs people Game of Thrones spoilers because he's angry about something.
I never DM'd them.
But at
That was
the
someone else. I only
end of
posted
the
in
day,
public
I think
place,
it's really important to have in the Twitch community. I think it's
That was some
undeniable.
fake
He's done a
news.
lot of good. And he's
However,
built
whoever
a
did make that
couple
bot to
of
DM Game of Thrones spoilers
businesses
was really
and
big, so.
we have lefty
You wanna give
people,
me credit for all
lots of
day.
people who disagree vehemently with Destiny. And I think the proof is in the pudding, right? When Destiny is on the platform, he encourages people to come up and challenge him, and that challenging of ideas
I have
is what I
to
think
do
is
a-
necessary for healthy, functioning society. So that's all.
Skills. I don't know if I give a shit about that.
God, I hope Josie gets the last statement about how much of a horrible fucking
I'm
person I am.
sticking to what I originally said. I think that everyone has a. I think everyone should have a place on Twitch. I think this has become the new
Yeah.
town square. The internet has become the new town square. And when people get to share their opinions, and I think
She
it's
asked
more
for the last
effective
word?
to take
Thank
down
God.
bad
I hope she brings up more
opinions when
unsubstantiated
they're in a
accusations,
public
too.
space, when you actually be able to replay their vibes, or when
I
you're actually
don't
able to talk to them face to face or camera to camera. It's more effective to actually take them positions that way than it is to let them go to some other website. People get radicalized by just staying in that website and following that creator.
Dude, the
which no
speed on
one
the
can
arrow is
actually say, hey, this is wrong. I think that the best way forward is for Twitch to stop banning people, and I think the best way forward is for Twitch to say, hey, everybody's welcome to share their own ideas. These aren't the ideas that Twitch Twitch supports. But we do believe in free speech here, and we do believe that everyone is able to share their ideas and let their ideas be known to the public. So with that being what it is, I think that Twitch should relax on the bans and let free speech take its course.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it now over to Turk.
Yeah, I kind of echo what Sprout said because, you know, if we're going to have these conversations, we have to be able to do so in a manner that we don't have to constantly walk on eggshells. As we're going into these next conversations, there's going to be a lot of eggshell walking because it's a very sensitive topic. It's a very TOS heavy sensitive topic. And the fact that we have to do that is not a good thing. We should be able to converse with people on both sides of opinions and be able to come to agreement, conclusion on these topics. And that's just a really sad state of affairs. And just because I don't support that Destiny was banned does not mean I agree with the man. The dude is not, conservative. He has some really bad takes that I do not agree with, but I still want to hear his opinions. I still want to engage with people like that because if we can't have the conversations, we're not going to be able to change or come to a better conclusion.
Bro, this arrow
I've
shit
been
is
on Hippy Dippy
bullshit.
several
Are
times.
you
I've changed
serious?
several of my stances to be less conservative and more, moderate to progressive. And that's why we need to have people on platforms, regardless of some of the bad things that they've said.
Oh,
that
I
is
should've got-
potentially
oh,
TOS.
dumb fuck.
We need to have
Yeah,
these
I can do that now.
conversations, and if Twitch is not going to allow that, I really hope other platforms are available
Yeah,
to allow.
there's nothing else. Huh.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Josie.
Yeah, fuck the... I
Did
don't know.
Connor get to say his words?
Oh, Connor, yeah, you
recognize.
you left, didn't you, Connor?
All right, cool. So
East of... Okay, so this is not that way.
my position is that we're all attracted to blood sports. I think that the power vacuum left by the DGG community on Twitch will be filled, and it's not necessarily going to be better with him gone. Whether it's Destiny or somebody else, that power vacuum will be filled. I am and was thankful that Destiny was willing to share his platform with smaller creators through debate and engagement. I think that's one of the positives that he did in order to give smaller creators a moderate boost to their metrics. But I will concede that he's done a lot of toxic shit that basically has made a lot of people feel shitty. I don't agree with his same moral philosophy. I wish
Okay.
that he would take
thought
kind of
they
more of a
fucking
Christian
blew me out.
perspective of turning the other cheek, but I also understand that that's not always possible. And
We're mostly
I
keep
do
this
agree with
stuff?
IRI
Okay, I like-
that it's a little bit
I like
fucked
Connor,
up
not to shut on him,
that,
but didn't he
what,
defend
Destiny
cops
possibly
beating the
gets
shit out of
banned
people?
For talking to Nick Fuentes for 4 minutes for maybe
Saying that sometimes they just
tweeting
need it.
a sarcastic N-word tweet and engaging with trans discourse irresponsibly. But then we have like fucking Hassan Piker over here basically doing Russian apologia. Like what is fucked up and like okay, so is something that's fucked up and evil but palatable better than, fucking something that's abrasive and aggressive but not as nefarious? It's a weird fucking standard to have, and I don't like it. And until I get banned, I'll try to fill the slot of calling out bad dog shit ideas, but that doesn't mean that bad dog shit ideas aren't going to exist without somebody calling them out aggressively. So the final thing though is DGG DDoSed me. They attacked my modem. That's why I went down. So I side with Josie, and fuck DGG. They can eat my whole butthole. So yep.
Okay. Josie, your ending statement?
Okay.
Oh, that's actually really wait.
So I know it got
Actually
heated.
based.
I appreciate
Oh, I actually...
the
No, it is
conversation
actually it's showing exactly what I
to
need.
allow me to
Oh
say my piece. I am not the only person on this platform that has grievances
harassed.
with DDG. I just want to make that clear. I am one of many. I just had the honor to be able to speak
Okay, I have all the
for
differences right there.
with that community.
Name names,
the best
loser.
I could, and I know that I wasn't perfect.
+5.
I know that I didn't have all of the arguments lined up because it was only me, and I tried my best. So I just want everybody to know that this is not
+10.
a accurate reflection
I lied.
of what the internet of Twitch looks like, or the statement of Twitch. There's a lot of people who do not like
What's happening?
the actions that Destiny has done. I do want to address a few other little pieces, which
5.
is IRI. I just want to just
Plus
push back
5.
on one thing you specifically
Plus
said,
10.
is that
Wow,
extra
and a closing.
moderation, big deal.
Plus...
Well, when you're a small content
She's
creator
banned
and you
4.
only have, like, 10
She's
viewers
banned
and you
4
don't have
people.
the
4
ability to
people.
have several moderators
4
like
people.
I do, where I
4
have like
people.
3 or 4
4
moderators
pe-
going
4 people.
doing their thing
4
right now.
So,
people.
68,
Then
Four
it's nearly
people.
impossible
4
to
people.
overcome hate
4
rates, and
people.
I've seen people
30.
4
shut
people.
down their streams
4
because
people.
they just could
4
not
people.
take
4 people.
and stop what was
4
happening.
people.
In fact, Twitch has even put a massive
Sorry.
stance
I was just
on
speaking it into
hate
the air.
rates,
My bad.
particularly for that reason, because
Oh,
it
my
doesn't affect
stamina, though,
streamers like
regenerates.
myself as much. And
Uh-huh.
I'm a relatively small streamer. I'm not huge.
An insanely small
when I
streamer.
get a
An
stream,
absolute
like, I have the ability
WH
to
Omega
bat it
lol,
off,
and always
but
will
a
be.
lot of small streamers don't get that opportunity.
You'll be known
so
as
that's one
person
reason why
842
extra
that tried to make a
moderation
career off of
not
shitting
being
on
a big
Destiny.
deal is just woefully
Oh, so
misguided. Now,
11.
I wanna
Where the
say
fuck do I get the,
that there was a lot of comments talking about
the
this
stamina?
being a discussion of like,
21 stamina, where
this
the
is
fuck does
freedom
that
of
come from?
speech. This is the conversation that we are trying to have, and this type of thing is, it's like, we are talking about things that were directly
this.
targeted toward individuals
Mr.
that
Well, the fuck I got
were
the phone
that are
from.
directly harmed with their own platforms being deplatformed, having Twitch accounts go private, having Twitch accounts be banned. This is something that is more than just a shitty take. There is a lot of things, and there's a
Dude, I
lot
had
of
everything
evidence.
encrypted.
to
A
show
lot of
this, and
evidence.
A lot of that
I just don't
evidence
have
gets
any of it.
destroyed because people delete their accounts and just
What-
get off.
what
the
have I done?
internet
Where
and
did I
try to
get
stay
half this
away
shit
from
from?
it altogether? And
72
Cap,
to
I just have to
77.
say,
What the fuck?
Wow,
did I have
nice
before?
closing
Oh, I
statement.
had
Personal tag
the
here.
other Sorcio. That's
but
why.
out of all the things that Destiny
Okay,
has
equipment
done,
load.
you picked out a Game of Thrones spoiler. Like there is so many things that
Name
Destiny's done,
some,
and
then.
everybody on this panel has even said Destiny's done some pretty fucked up shit. But you choose a Game of Thrones spoiler as,
To be fair, he
oh,
was
he gets
DMing it to
angry.
people.
But the thing is, like, it just shows the
Fucking
level
loser,
of,
dude.
of,
Oh my God.
ability to be able to see this from the point of view wholly, because a lot of these people on this panel did raise their hand when they say, oh, I'm directly affected by Destiny in a positive way. Therefore, it's
11,
like the
stamina.
idea, and I'm just gonna say it, there was a lot of simping on this panel where it's like, oh, but it's Destiny though, he made my
Okay.
career great though, instead of actually engaging the conversations.
So I get
of the
plus 10,
fact
plus
of
5,
real
plus 5,
material
plus 5.
harm of people on this platform, including the people that have, particularly the people who are been deplatformed because they can't take any more of the
Okay.
rage that comes their way continuously.
Minimum figure.
So
Probably 4.
this will be the final thing I say.
Oh,
on
one
this.
more
Probably
thing. Get it out there. Say me I'm a rapist. Just do it. I am.
I know I'm out.
I've raped hundreds of people. Just say
Probably.
it.
But Twitch gets the final word. Twitch banned
15?
Destiny
Sure.
indefinitely. So where the real
12?
W
Sure.
was with me.
Dex 17.
And at the
Sure.
end of the day, everybody can cry and get upset and
Faith?
mad about Destiny being
24?
banned. But
True.
the ultimate result is
Arcane?
that he is no longer on this panel, and I have Twitch to support me on that. And all the other community that has been affected by
Oh, I
his
need my
actions.
equipment load to at least
So the
be.
big W goes to me and our community
Fuck.
because Twitch said, Destiny, you're no longer a part of this platform. So
Well, no, I'm wearing
I
20 armor
see
now.
a lot of people taking a lot of
But I have a lot
L's
more other shit.
because of the fact is Twitch got the final word and he's gone, and we'll find out why.
Yes.
No, you won't. Why do you think you will? Twitch will
Okay,
never release
that
a
is
reason.
the end of the first topic of tonight. We're now going to
God,
go
look at
to
how
the next
oh my
topic. This is
God.
also the time where Destiny can stop watching because we're going to get into real politics now. And the
36.
next topic
Okay,
is
so everything
should
equipped, I have
Supreme Court
36 out of 77,
nominee,
which is actually a medium roll. But
KBJ
do I have to be
be
over?
appointed to the Supreme Court after
36.
What a
Bill Manchin
soy
came out
topic.
with
Wait,
his
what is
of their
the
nomination? It's
who is
almost
opposed
sure
to the black nominee? What kind of
do you think
disagreement are you going to
46%?
get
I
on
think
this
it's above
topic?
50.
person should be appointed to the Supreme Court. Also, the last time you can address anything said in the last
is
topic is during the
heavy
intro of this topic, and then you can't ever mention it again going forward. Just throwing that out there.
Josie's going to get
We'll
last
start
word on
with
intros, though. Again, isn't she?
Yeah, sure. So I think the primary contention from a
Yeah, what's the number,
conservative
fuckhead?
perspective or whatever was that,
I
don't care. Biden came out and said, "Oh well, we're going to look for a woman of color to get to the Supreme Court." Ha! And that was like the big pitch point. I have no doubts that this
Low
woman is
total load.
probably talented. I have no doubts that there are probably women of color who are talented
Okay,
to sit
so
on
if
the
I
bench.
have below
the question
60
is whether or
if I
not
have
we want to
69%
racialize
lower.
things going
I don't
forward.
know if it's a hot take or
And-
not. Biden shouldn't have said it. I don't necessarily think there's a problem with that, but
Okay.
he shouldn't have said that. It was just a stupid thing for him to say.
I want to have exact representation in media
I
and
need 36
politics.
out of 77,
And
so
if
right
we
now I
don't
have
have an
equivalent load of
exact
46.
demographic breakdown along
Okay,
race
that's my
and
equivalent right now,
gender,
is
if there are
46.
not 33% straight men in media and politics, then I will fucking riot.
Bro.
And yeah, that's pretty much it.
These arrows are AIDS.
IRI?
Well, I think that Ketanji Brown
Actually,
Jackson is.
I'm going to make a strategic choice. Sprout, you go first. You go
40?
next, actually.
Okay.
All right, so Josie, don't worry. This won't be a 7v1 against you. This will be a 7v1 against me. And fortunately, I prepared for it.
So 36
I
was the
personally
number,
think
right?
this
36 divided by
this judge should not be appointed to
56
Supreme Court.
point.
I think she's practically willing to
64, which
she's
should be a
practically
good.
willing
It should be
to,
good.
normalize.
You can always rebirth again. to be honest.
Pedophilia. And you can see this
Strength, we need a
clearly
minimum
through
of
her
12.
deciding
Dex, we need a minimum of 17.
her
Faith, we need 24.
her sentencing of certain decided
need
cases by a
24.
jury or by plea. And
Okay,
we'll
so
go
this
over
is
this
what-
all
this is my
later. I'm
minimums.
sure we will. People are going to be asking questions
These
about
are the
it.
minimums. Now what? Well, let's bring intelligence. How high can we go with intelligence?
Okay. This is a... Sorry, I just had a brain blast in this
Okay.
area.
You don't need
I understand
99
this whole
intelligence.
area
This is true.
Also, I think
80?
I listen to this.
Well, I got a boost of plus 10.
We'll turn it back in for the trans athlete thing.
So we can go
This
to
is a
70.
phony area where you just ride the fuck through and ignore everything.
We can go 1 here because it brings it to 30.
Those arrows are stupid as fuck. Holy
We can
shit.
go 30 dex.
Oh wait, is that another thing to light? I need to figure out like who I hate the most on Twitch, and I just need to have a panel at the same time and cuck them. I could do it to Dylan, just to be spiteful. I don't even know why. Oh, because I hate the people that he brings on these panels sometimes. I shouldn't even say that. Really, it's just that Josie motherfucker. But he is friends with her. And just have an overlapping panel, and then snipe all of his guests. I shouldn't do that. That's kind of spite based.
Best dex.
Or maybe spite
stat
pilled. Maybe you can be
for-
based and spite pilled.
Forecast speed.
Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Uh-oh, wait, hold on. Oh.
PS3.
Oh, hold on. Oh. Hold on, we're really testing our fucking boomer reaction time here. Okay.
What? Imagine you have a red circle in your room.
Do you get iframes when you are dashing on the horse, or no? Do not use your keys here. Wait, why not? I have so many of them. Does it matter?
Okay, the answer is don't do it. That's the true answer. If I want
It's a
cast
waste.
speed, I can
You'll feel
attach
so
the
much
talisman.
regret. Just use them. Just do it.
Hey, shut the fuck up. I don't care. What takes us like the future of war? Don't care.
Rick Bell is a
Alberta's going
columnist
fucking-
for the Calgary Sun. And
Alberta's fucked because what's happening in Alberta right now, quick little Alberta addendum, is that the conservative government has been running a conservative party, not the conservative government. A conservative party has been running Alberta for so long, and it's still garbage and not getting better. And it's just like what do we do? Because the federal government is like, hey, okay, and the rest of the world is like, hey, we need to get off fossil fuels. And Alberta's government is like, no, we will never get off fossil fuels, and it's just tanking the fucking Albertan economy. It's not good. Okay, what's the minimum dex I need? 17. Okay. So this is like the minimum level. Okay, we're gonna go. Fuck it. Go to 50. Fuck it. 30. Endurance, we're probably fine here because it only raises it to 16 points if I go to 25. Do I really need that much more fucking stamina? Probably not. Also, my max equipment load is going to be higher because it hasn't even done that. Anyways, so that fuck it. Level 80. Just fuck it. Do I need my faith to be also high? Probably not. But I also need to get to 200 levels. I have 50 more levels to go through. So we're going to give ourselves even more. Let's get to 200. Sure, fuck it. That's a weird, awkward number, though. I don't like that. We get an FP bonus, don't we? Yeah, we have plus 30. Okay, that's good. That's a round number. Sure, 35. Endurance, go to 20. Fuck it. The rest into intelligence. 99 fuck it. Fuck it, dude. 99 intelligence. I don't care. I don't care. I am a wizard. We can go more into mind. Fuck it. Well, I was using this on a build that uses more stamina. Do I really need 25 endurance? That brings my equipment load to exactly the same, which 77. Nope, it only brings me. I already know what my equipment load is. No, I don't need this. Okay, we can go to 20. Right in the between. I need more strength. 12 was the max strength I said I needed. Dex at 17 was the strength max I needed. I can upgrade my faith, and then. Nope, I need the stupid. Never mind. Like I'm too broken. It's just too broken, dude. I don't know what to do. I can increase my faith, but there's not much of a point. I can start using some of the faith stuff, but I don't know if I really give a shit. How high can I go? 33. I'm just gonna bring everything around numbers. Fuck it. You can go to 20. You can go to 15. But nothing will ever be round numbers, I guess, technically. Can you go to 10? Sure. Fuck it. I don't know. Actually, this actually totally useless. Actually, 100% totally useless. So we're not gonna do it. We're gonna do this, that. There's like nothing else to do. Actually, that's not true at all. Strength 15. It's 20. I don't know if I need either of these. 17. Should I just give myself more health? I feel like that's just the better option. Like almost 60 health. Like that's kind of cool. Can I drop off 2 more points? 1 here. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. So much HP. Look at my next level up. Look at those stats, dude. That's insane. Yeah, I don't think there's a point in me giving myself more strength. Who the fuck cares? Look at that health bar. Now I can use all of my things again. No, this weapon, the other weapon that guy uses was some other thing that I don't care about. I just like this sword too much. I don't care if it's bad. I'm gonna continue to use it. We have to go get the... We have to go get 2 things, actually. What the fuck is that? Okay. Useless, useless, useless. Okay, what do we got here? What would be the best, like, spammable spell? Magic Downpour? How much? Actually, I just realized I don't think I have that much mind stuff. Actually, my mind's level 45. I'm lying to myself. I'm gonna upgrade that next though, but get to level 60. Anyways.
And Alex Boyd is a national reporter for the Toronto Star, and they're both in Calgary. Thank you both for joining us. Alex, I'd like to start with you if I could. What's your reaction to what Premier Kenney just said? I mean, he went through some pretty conspiratorial Facebook posts as a justification for him staying on. What's your take?
I mean, it feels very 2020 that I have to say this at all, but I mean, misinformation, it's a very bad thing. We should all be very concerned about its impact on politics. He's not wrong about the rise of vitriolic, hateful posts online. But at the same time, you know, my read on that is he seems to be conflating that with people like Brian Sheen, who are longtime politicians who have, you know, criticisms of his leadership that a lot of people in Alberta feel are very, very legitimate. So to try to kind of tie those 2 points together feels a little disingenuous. Not to mention that Kenney himself, you know, is very quick to call out the mainstream media. The Twitter account associated with his leadership campaign was all over Twitter today, calling out a CBC story for being, you know, state-funded media. And so, you know, is he the ideal poster child to be calling out online misinformation? I'm not sure he is.
Yeah, I mean, Rick, it's his voice. They're not disputing the authenticity of the audio, and it comes after, you know, a series of other stories, revelations about the kamikaze candidate from the leadership race, this delay in the leadership vote. But you heard him there. He kind of he's like the little Dutch boy of Alberta politics. If he leaves, the dam breaks, is the way he's kind of framing it.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Oh, sorry, Rick. Rick, hop in first.
Okay. And the recording that that CBC obtained, he has been saying this all across the province. He's up the rhetoric. Now we're getting into lunatics and asylums and kooks and bigots, and so the language is getting more and more ferocious. But in reality, he's been pitching this for weeks, that this is the savior who is going to save us from all of these incredibly nasty, horrific, hateful people.
Right.
And he should know better. This double
Abdullah's
down
room
that he did today is
But the main plan is to use Dark Moon at the start of a boss fight. By far, one of the effects Nebula is to use Dark Moon at the start of a boss fight. If there's slots available still, you can throw on Glintstone Ice Crag for a ranged spell to pick off smaller enemies. But the main plan is to use Dark Moon. Magic is for infinite spell cheese, and if there's slots available still, you can throw Astel's Meteor
and Zed.
or
I
Azur's.
mean, it's absolutely incredible. One person he didn't cite that I just talked to is the MLA, the member of the legislature for the area Jason Kenney represented for 19
Comet, what Terra Magic is for infinite spell cheese, for Astel's Meteor or Azur's Comet, what Terra Magic is for infinite spell cheese, and if there's slots available still, you can throw on Glintstone Ice Crag for a ranged spell to pick off smaller enemies. But the main plan is to use Dark Moon at the start of a boss fight, and once launched, it'll track them if you're locked onto them, and that will reduce the enemy's magic defense by 10%, with an extra 20% if frostbitten, so 30% damage decrease. To get this, again, Ranny, lots of items revolve around our cute little doll waifu. And this one in particular is found in Chalona's Rise after solving the puzzle of killing the 3 a must spamming a hard magic inflicts frostbite with good luck finding them. But Abdullah's is by far one of the most damaging spells in the game, and it inflicts frostbite with huge AoE. Definitely a must-have for any Sork. For Physic Flask, you want Magic Shrouding Tier.
Fuck you. Fuck you for saying I need it. Okay, so to the left somewhere. Abdullah's Moonblade. But I think I need to do Ranny's like quest to get here.
He's like the little Dutch boy of Alberta politics. If he leaves, the dam breaks, is the way he's kind of framing it.
Yeah.
Well, of course,
and
Oh, sorry, Rick. Rick, hop in first.
Okay, and the recording that that CBC obtained, he has been saying this all across the province. He's up the rhetoric. Now we're getting into lunatics and asylums and kooks and bigots, and so the language is getting more and more ferocious. But in reality, he's been pitching this for weeks, that this is the savior who is going to save us from all of these incredibly nasty, horrific, hateful people.
Right.
And he should know better. This double down that he did today is absolutely, unadulteratingly pathetic. Okay. Because how can you say, oh, there are a few people that have signed up and might go to a vote in Red Deer, and ergo, the people that are dissatisfied with my leadership within my party are X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
I mean, it's absolutely incredible. One person he didn't cite that I just talked to is the MLA, the member of the legislature for the area Jason Kenney represented for 19 years in Ottawa. And he says the people the premier is calling lunatics are in fact longtime conservatives who've always voted conservative and voted for Jason Kenney for 19 years. They weren't lunatics then.
Okay.
They weren't kooky then. They weren't wanting to run the asylum then. And what about all the people he brought together? And what about all the people he brought together to make up the UCP from both parties? What about them? He wasn't questioning them at that point when it was in his favor. But now, when he doesn't have the trust of most Albertans, when his personal popularity is in the 30% range. Now, and when a whole bunch of people were signed up to go to Red Deer, and most of the smart money was saying he could have lost. Now, and only now.
Okay, I got to jump in, Rick. I got to jump in. You're like a locomotion. And I say that with love.
I know.
All right, but I
that
just...
guy gets me mad.
All right, I just want to play a little clip, and I'm going to go to Alex out of this. This is a clip from the recording. This is why we're all saying lunatic on live TV. Have a listen to this.
What's the easiest path for me? Just to take a walk. I don't need this job. I could go to the private sector, have my evenings and weekends off. The lunatics are trying to take over the asylum. And I'm not going to let them. I will not let that happen. I will not let this mainstream conservative party become an agent for extreme, hateful, intolerant, bigoted, and crazy views.
Okay, so Alex, you know, when you want to keep running the asylum, is it a good idea to call the members of that asylum lunatics as he's doing? And what does it say about Jason Kenney's control of the party that people are recording him and leaking it like this?
I mean, you got to think that if you're a staffer anywhere in the vicinity of Jason Kennedy these days, you're a little bit nervous that someone might secretly be recording that. So I can't imagine what this is doing for trust. I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, it feels like ancient history now, but Kenney was the guy who came back to Alberta. He gathered up all the right wing, he, banded it together. He rode it to power. And so it's really interesting that what we're seeing right now is kind of the untethering of those two sides of Alberta politics. And so when he says that, I think he's speaking very deliberately to those folks in Alberta who maybe, are used to voting conservative, really aligned themselves with the old progressive conservatives, but have been a little bit uncomfortable with kind of those two sides coming together for the last couple of years. And so, that is very much a signal to the traditional Alberta voter, those who, again, maybe are less comfortable with the Lake of Fire, which it's worth pointing out was a Wild Rose candidate, which was one of the parties that Kenney banded together. So that, is part of the faction of that existing party. But that's him speaking to, again, that kind of mainstream Alberta political voter that it seems like he's hoping is going to save him in this upcoming leadership review. Okay,
Rick, and just we quick because we're tight on time here, but this recording was done by our colleague Elise Von Shield. She obtained a copy of the recording. What are people saying to you now, Rick, about how this affects Kenney's ability to survive this leadership vote?
Well, first of all, I think a lot of them think Kenney will now survive the leadership vote because he's changed the format of the leadership vote, which we don't have time to go into, but he's gone from an in-person vote to a mail-in ballot, which a lot of people think is much harder to make secure. As far as the people within his party who are upset with him, and I'm talking about very reasonable, principled people who are upset with him, they're not surprised, but they are still disgusted. And he is pushing it away. And one thing they said, which was interesting, is he is also giving ammo to the main opposition party, Rachel Notley's NDP, because what he's really saying is, if I lose this leadership review, this will be proof that the UCP is a haven for the lunatics. And guess who is going to use that ammunition, I'm sure, very effectively?
No, Rachel Notley and them, Alex, I'm sure, are cutting ads. And with all of this, we've got about 30 seconds, Alex. I mean, does this sink Jason Kenney, or is the shift to a mail-in vote procedurally, is that enough to save him?
I think it could. I mean, regardless of what you think of his leadership, he's one of the best organizers in the country. And as Rick has already said, the fact that he's aiming for 50+1 could be enough for him to sneak in. But again, if he wins with 51% support, you could argue that, again, the real winner here will be Rachel Notley. Yeah, 51% is a bit of a Pyrrhic victory, right? You want 65, 70% before you can say, it's not a math test. All right. Alex Boyd, Rick Bell, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We'll check back in.
See, it's 11 o'clock. Oh, Matt, you're going to go wake up and go to the gym, right? Yeah, good luck.
Hi,
I'm Vashi Capello's host of Power in Politics. See more of our show by subscribing to the...
Okay, here we go. Shit scares the fuck out of me, to be honest.
Dude, you went the wrong way.
So I saw people say in chat left. People said left in chat, and I was like, okay, I'll try and go left. Apparently it wasn't left. Let's go again. I see now. I see now. Okay, let's try it again.
Okay, fuck. Jesus, over here? No. The whole case system I have to go through. Alright, that's why I
see.
Hey, buddy, you wanna sell me one?
Fucking made it. What? Well, I can't.
What the fuck?
No, it's because that message popped up, and I couldn't
No.
attack because of the message.
I'm joking.
Name and pronoun.
I don't know how long he's gonna play. I need to talk to this teacher, dude.
Sorry, the internet has come to this. Have some money.
Obama.
Hasn't shown any evidence of hate raids. Fixates on a time where Destiny barely crosses the line. At a time where he is getting a wave of read. Holy.
Obama.
This Josie person doesn't speak for us. We love you, DGGL.
Obama.
Oi! You there. Could you help us out, Cully?
These people don't realize we hate them because of what they do. Not who they are.
You? Yeah, you there. Stop pretending you can't see me.
Obama.
Been a fan since Mass Infestors. We got your back, buddy. Destiny Godstony.
Why won't anyone look me
Obama.
in the eye?
Should we use our Twitch
I'm
Prime
not
on
that
the
ugly,
instead?
am I?
Destiny could have dragged John Tron for Cloud for an unlimited time. Dude was on fire in popularity. Yet he downplayed it. Didn't call him a Nazi.
Claude turned me
It's 'cause
into
we
a
had to play,
trooper just breaking. Thank you. I was putting
League of
my ended up.
Legends.
Don't do it.
Oh,
Obama.
when they threw me, so this is
My brain is getting poisoned with Obama.
Or I couldn't then run.
Why is Inflip a 1 month mute frowny face?
The problem is that he was that ugly, though, is the problem.
Obama.
Which band drove after this?
Ow.
How's Elden Ring
Obama.
compared to Sekiro? I think it's a good game so far. They tried to do like the open world stuff, and I think they did a pretty good job of it.
Hey, remember when Josie called you a rapist on the Madicakes copium panel? I wonder why she wouldn't go
Obama.
into detail about her getting pushed back.
I think Maddie called me a rapist, and I think Josie defended it, but I don't remember. Can he not hit if I'm really close, do you think?
The nation mourns a genuine
Or can he hit
American
like right
hero.
underneath him?
Stephen Kenneth Benelli Spaghetti has died yesterday on a stream
which used to be on Twitch. To use Twitch, I must now subscribe to the site instead of using Bezos' box.
Good evening, my fellow nerds. I am doing my part to fund the retirement of my favorite buddy,
I can't.
Stephen. Bonus meme, ye wins.
Okay, you're just
Wow,
playing.
nice
Fuck you,
try.
Elden Ring. Fuck you. I'm playing Elden Ring. It's me. I am the one.
What's this? Give me a second. Let me take a look at this. I don't know what this is.
I can get to that. Oh, thank God. I know how to get it. Just have to get the bell.
Giant arrow. This is exactly where the game would put a
Oh, it's not on
fucking
his
giant
horse.
on the other end,
Yeah.
shooting a fucking bow at you, or shooting an arrow at you.
Of course. And you're running on
Just
your
like
fucking
in
horse,
Orlando.
moron.
100%. This is exactly where the.
Now, if this is clipped, and it got posted on my Reddit,
You know there's gonna be a giant with a big old bow.
you know, I know, everybody knows what's about to fucking happen.
Why is he not on his horse? Why are you running across this massive bridge with? He's about to get fucking sniped.
It's
Lost
crazy.
Ashes of War.
Wow. Ain't that something?
I feel like this is fucking scripted.
Let's see a way down there. I guess I'll just keep going this way.
You can see the giant. The giant is literally
Oh.
pulling the bow.
What was that?
I don't know. That felt scripted. But whatever. Could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. I don't care.
The Dark Lord has returned, you say? Saruman surveyed the expression of his friend and close ally Gandalf the Grey, as the rest of the White Council looked on with dreadful terror in their eyes. It was the year
Down there, I think,
2851 of the Third Age, and just the year before, Gandalf had investigated Dol Guldur, and found that the necromancer within had indeed been Sauron. Gandalf reaffirmed his findings. Sauron had returned to Middle-earth, who had not been seen since the War of the Last Alliance. And it is time thieves and wizards were sent here to do, said Saruman. We must aid in the downfall of Sauron. It is time that I share with you all what I know.
It's either
of the
down this
Ring,
one or the other one.
which
I
may
forget.
be
I think I
used
get
in the
invaded
Dark
here.
Lord's fall. The other members of the White Council were surprised that Saruman had such knowledge of the Dark Lord's mightiest weapon. First, however, we must end Sauron's presence in Dol Guldur and
Boss
banish
fight,
him
this
from that
takes
foul
Dragon
fortress,
Temple, the
Saruman
Palace
declared.
gets
Thus, the White Council set out from Rivendell within a few days of their meeting, and they journeyed through a pass in the mountains to Rovanian, and finally into Mirkwood. They came upon Dol Guldur.
Oh, it
and
actually
found
is.
The
Oh,
necromancer
that's
within.
actually really cringe then.
With their combined strength, the White Council of Elves and Wizards expelled Sauron from that place, and the
You
Dark
fucking
Lord returned
bitch.
to Mordor, rebuilding his strength in that dark land. During their invasion of Dol Guldur, they would also come across Thrain II, father of Thorin Oakenshield, and they would free him from his captivity. Afterwards, they
That's
ventured
how
to
you'll find
Isengard
Conrad
to learn all they could
Knowles.
from Saruman of the One Ring. In the canon timeline, Saruman knew much about the One Ring, as in the year 2851, when Gandalf had told the Council of Sauron's presence,
What am I supposed to do?
Saruman argued against
went too far.
invading Dol Guldur, and he had personally begun to seek the One Ring. Here, however, I believe Saruman would have no reason to argue against the invasion of Dol Guldur, and if he had stayed true to wanting the downfall of Sauron, he would still know much about
where the
One
fuck
Ring
is this on the map,
and
you
its most
stupid fuck?
recently
I
known
hate you.
location in the world, the Anduin River. With Saruman's knowledge about the One Ring told to the Council, Gandalf, Radagast, Elrond, Galadriel, Círdan, and the other elf lords, likely Celeborn and Glorfindel, would be on the same page concerning the mighty ring of the enemy. Saruman would tell of its timeline from the hand of Sauron, passed to Isildur, and lost in the Anduin, as the White Wizard had known this well in the original timeline during his search for the One Ring. Saruman knew this information because he had likely read from the Scroll of Isildur, as Gandalf did during The Lord of the Rings. From 2851 of the Third Age on, the White Council would look for the ring and a way to destroy it, all because Saruman had stayed loyal to them. In this timeline, Saruman would tell his friends that the One Ring would bear an inscription.
Give me the map location. Fuck.
And that would be the way to confirm if a certain ring was indeed the One Ring. If it was found, it was to be brought to Isengard for safekeeping until a time may be had for the White Council to meet and to decide its fate. Until that time came, however,
Found in the small
members of
church
the
and
White
coming from
Council
right before
returned
the
to their homes,
beside the
pondering all of
right
the
before the
recent
beside the
events.
Great Bridge Grace.
For the greater part of the next century,
Okay,
Gandalf
Jesus
traveled the
fucking
lands,
Christ.
and Saruman tried to find further lore or evidence about the
it's-
One Ring or its
that's it.
whereabouts. From the mouths of the Anduin south of Pelargir and Gondor, to the eastern walls
This.
of the Misty Mountains, and even to Dol Guldur itself, the Grey Pilgrim wandered Middle-earth, looking for Isildur's bane. Gandalf would do other things in this time as well, such as going to the Shire for the Old Took's birthdays, keeping watch over Estelle and Rivendell, and of course, preparing for the quest of Erebor. Thrain, who had
I need
been
to go to
freed
bed,
from
dude.
Dol Guldur, would find his son Thorin.
Am I gonna go to the gym
and
tomorrow?
together they would plot to retake the Lonely Mountain. Gandalf urged patience until a time when the dwarves were battle-ready, and a particular hobbit, Bilbo Baggins, was of age to partake in the quest of the Lonely Mountain. Gandalf foresaw great deeds coming from this hobbit. Just like in the original timeline, in 2941 of the Third Age, the company of Thorin Oakenshield would depart for the Lonely Mountain. However, as Thrain was still alive, he took part in this journey as well. At large, the story of the Hobbit would remain the same, except Gandalf would have stayed with the company throughout the journey, as Dol Guldur had already been raided, and the Battle of the Five Armies would commence, as Sauron had organized the books from the newly rebuilt Barad-dûr in Mordor. But Gandalf could not stop the wrath of Thorin and the theft of the Arkenstone of Bilbo. Throughout the journey, Gandalf would notice that Bilbo had found a ring in the goblin tunnels beneath Goblin Town, but he would wait until the end of the adventure before seeing if it was the One Ring. After the battle was won, Thwain, Thorin, Fili, and Kili were laid to rest, and Dain Ironfoot was crowned king. Gandalf confronted Bilbo about his ring and how he got it. Under the wizard's interrogation, Bilbo would tell him of Gollum in the caves beneath the Misty Mountains, and their game of riddles.
This one, man.
Gandalf would command Bilbo to throw the ring that turned the Hobbit invisible into a fire pit in Erebor. The Hobbit refused this, and he could not be persuaded. Gandalf remarked the power that this ring already had upon Bilbo.
Okay, this is stupid. I don't care.
In one
I need to
quick
go to bed, so I just need to... Okay, this is done. What do I need? I just need to finish this build, because if I don't, I'm just gonna fucking blow my fucking off in the morning. Oh, hi! Oh. Wait. I could buy it, but I don't have enough fucking money. Don't have enough fucking money. The only problem I have with the mage stuff is it's harder to farm. Cringe enough. It's easier to farm at that other place, which I haven't gone to because I don't want to do it next year. Oh, actually, it's not harder to farm because I can just shoot the stupid thing. That's right. Damn it. Oh, I just realized half my shit is fucking useless because I have 99. Oh, god damn it. Actually, no. No. This doesn't make it useless. It just means that I get to... Yes? Skills. Oh. No, this. Use my memory slots. I could also do that. Something else. A bunch of shit just increase my stats, and I just realized I don't need them. Because of my 99 intelligence, which is really stupid. God, I got plus 10 intelligence, and I just totally just wasted it. Actually, I'm gonna go respec. Fuck it. Well, I could do. Let's see. I could do 99. I'm only drop 5, and then I could put something else on here. How fast does my casting go? Okay, so this is my casting speed without it. Okay. This is my casting speed with it. Somewhat noticeably faster. The big bonus is making that faster. That's the serious bonus. So that's without, or that's with. I don't know if I really notice a difference, dude. If I do Godfrey's thing, can I charge up? The count is charged? I don't know. Interesting. Sort of test this. Enhanced charge spells and skills. Charged. Since spell effect duration, memory slots, lower FP consumption. Oh, that's pretty good. Is it though? Source of FP from defeating enemy. Meh. Wait, what? Can I equip 2 of these? No. Okay. Like, doesn't make sense. Off a bunch of other stats, but I could take a bajillion more damage. Flasks, equipment mode. Enormously boost physical damage negation. That could be pretty good. Focus. What the hell does focus do? I don't know. I remember Googling it. If I don't remember, it's probably nothing. This does almost nothing. Lowers breath attacks. Lowers FP. Okay. Let's see. How much FP this is? Wow, pretty humongous chunk. Wow, crazy. That's a lot. That's a big chunk. What about this? I don't notice it. Yeah, I just think it's better to have... Oh. Maybe I could double stack them, I'm not sure. Because having more intelligence doesn't help me when I have my max intelligence. No, it doesn't. But all I'm doing is dumping more stuff into... Literally all I'm doing is dumping my stats into mind. If I go back. So, instead, I don't need to go back and I can just put another... Past talismans formage. Why the fuck would I need this? Okay, got that. Getting that. Don't give a shit about that. Elden Stars. Blessed Dew. Apparently Radigan's thousand. Somebody's worried about taking extra damage. Get more HP. Okay, this is cool. And then I'm just gonna lower it by 5. I'm gonna have to go respec anyways, but that's fine. But we're gonna use Radigan's icon because apparently it makes things a little bit faster. I didn't really notice, but so Stars of Ruin. Okay, without rest. With. Oh, that was actually a lot faster. Okay, you've convinced me. Let me come over here. We lower my intelligence by 5, and we dump everything else into mind, and 1 into thing.
Is it thy way?
Now. So 50. So 60. Intelligence, we have to go to 94. I go by 10 seconds. 4. Faith was at 24. 17. 12. To the way. No. Okay. Rebirth, yes. Now, what are my stats at? Oh, crazy, I have 99 intelligence. Wild. Okay, cool. Okay, now what was I doing? Okay, we're going to... So, we have this. Boom, done. I don't even know if I did it. Did I buy it? Oh, no, I couldn't afford it. That's right. So, now we go over here. This is done. Meteorite. Okay, we need to go get the meteorite. Fuck. So stupid. I don't know why the fuck I'm doing this to my life. Oh, we got the spirit ash, which we also need to equip, which I don't know how to do. I didn't buy it. I don't know. Don't ask. Or what am I? Okay. What am I doing? Stop this. Okay, this. Fuck, Jesus. Lone wolf. Switch. Switch. to the imps. Okay. We have our imps. Over here. Level 9. Over here. Holy shit, that's what is that, 250k? The 25,000. Can't be 250. Gotta be 25. I don't think I've ever had a million. Up, up, boom, done. Okay, cool. Have my weapon, have my 2 saves, everything is. Okay, cool. That's done. That's done. Okay, well, that's not done. I gotta go get it. Here. So this is going to be actually. I'll do this. I can't get this. Gotten. Also found a tower. Up, it's up. Okay. That stupid piece of shit. Well, let's see if we can kill it. It's so aggressive. It's so unbelievably aggressive. Okay, I was joking. How'd you even hit me, man? Oh, you got me. It's just too aggressive. It just barrels down on you, dude. It's just like, I'm not letting you do anything. It's even faster than your fucking horse. It's so stupid. Oh, and I do need to reorder my flask spit. That's not true. Okay, I don't know what I walked in on, but I just need the tower. Oh, do they have to kill it? What? Puzzle. Hey, dude, you're fucking stupid. I summoned it and then it died. And be more descriptive. Puzzle tower found east of Consecrated. Unlock the seal requires you to summon your fanged imp ashes and defeating one of the imps. Who needs to defeat it, though? Do I need to defeat it? Do my imps need to defeat it? I fucking need to go to bed. I need to go to bed. Why did it work that time? Maybe because I killed it like while it was summoning or some stupid shit. I don't know. Any number of dumb shit could be the reason. Cool. Can I double stack these? Oh my god, I can. Oh wait, actually, can I? Well, yeah. Graven Pool Talisman. What does this mean? Okay, I don't give a fuck. 4%. Okay. I can do an extra 12% damage by wearing both. Or is the casting speed that much more important? Or do I give a shit about either? Oh, so if it's 4% means it's what, 8%? So I can do 12% extra damage. Or I can cast a little bit faster. The problem is casting Common Azure. Okay. Without fully charging it. Okay. I was without. Do it again. Kind of like leans into it, you know, stuff like that. Okay, got a good idea. With it. It's harder to notice on that, but it could be meaningful seconds between the two. And like me doing extra damage. Greatly raises attributes. The question actually, the real question is do I need this? It boosts everything by 5. No, it's such a stupidly high level. Oh, but it also gives me FP. Oh no, because that increases my... If I rebirth again, I can probably get to 99 intelligence. No, I can't. Oh, I can get... I can do 12% more damage. This keeps me on 99. That's a tough one. I think that's just a thing I can do in the future. The real question is, will this boss be a dumb fucking... The big problem is I'm on a tiny fuse right now. I want to go to bed. I want to go to bed. So if this is a pain in the ass to get through... Oh, this is 100% easy because it's a Greenstone cave, isn't it? This might just be like the dead easiest thing ever. Okay. Based. Got a new sword. Got a dragon stone that I don't need, but I have it anyways. I can hear another one. Go the fuck up. I don't know what that is, and I don't want it. I don't care to know. I'll fight the boss. Oh. Hi, guy. You're like inside the boss. Oh my fucking god. Dude. Dude, this guy's in the boss room. Dude. Just out of my range. Make tier tires. What? 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 Okay, by the way, we're going to bed. Not dealing with that piece of shit, especially after what just fucking happened to me. I fucking want to die. No, don't sit down. Stop.